Chapter 1 Crazy About It. Wow, the sound of water suddenly stopped. In the bathroom filled with water vapor, a broad-shouldered and narrow buttock stood under the shower, with a slender and sexy waist, and the winding and sexy mermaid lines spread below. Water drops rolled down the mysterious black tattoo on the collarbone from the slightly raised honey-colored pectoral muscles to the ground. The man raised his hand and took the shelf beside him. The white bath towel wrapped around him casually, and combed his wet black hair behind his head with his 5 fingers together. Stepping on his slippers, he came out of the foggy bathroom. Without the blur brought by the fog, the man's 3-dimensional facial features are clearer: the narrow and delicate eyebrows, the superior bone and nose bridge, the slightly squeezed lips. The extension brought by walking is simply amazing. Master, the car is waiting downstairs. Assistant Zhou Ye pushed the door and came in. Well, where is the black suit I asked you to prepare? Zhou Ye has been ironed and is hanging on the hanger in the cloakroom. Guo Yi nodded to him and walked to the bar with a lazy step. His bony fingers pinched the glass and poured himself a glass of water to drink. There is a brand event organized by his friend tonight, and he is going to Yutingyu. The moonlight gradually appears on the branches, and the lanterns are just beginning to rise. At this moment, a huge and luxurious cruise ship on the Bund is marching in the night. The lights are brilliant, the flowers are dazzling, and the celebrities and nobles are gathered. Handsome men and beautiful women holding glasses chatted with each other in groups of 3 or 5, and their eyes were dazzling. Rong Yi was wearing a red velvet fishtail skirt, and her dark wavy curly hair casually draped on her white shoulders. A ruby necklace on the superior swan neck, and the plump and white softness on the chest is bound, which seems to want to struggle to jump out of the dress to the fishtail skirt tightly wraps the fantasizing figure, holding the fierce waist to hip. Ratio, just looking at the back, it is also a beauty that can make every man crazy. Rong Yi stood on the deck boldly, let the breeze gently brush her cheeks, and gently shook the wine glass in her hand with Danko's hand. A pair of charming fox eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. Although her face was covered with exquisite makeup, she could still see the tiredness in her eyes. This is the 7th activity she has participated in this month. The donkey is so useful that she is about to die of exhaustion. She must start her vacation well next month, and no one can let her work again. Miss Rong. Rong Yi was looking in the distance in a daze when she suddenly heard someone calling her behind her. She was excited in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. The moment he turned around, a business smile immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Zhao. The man who was called Mr. Zhao was the president of a listed company, a typical middle-aged greasy man. Relying on his own money, he recently came to make an appointment with Ruo Yi for dinner in the name of talking about cooperation. Every time he was rejected by Ruo Yi for various reasons. Thinking of his oily face, Ruo Yi did not hesitate. I didn't expect to be met by her again today. It's really a narrow road. Zhao Da's eyes, which were not much bigger than Dozer, were full of light at this moment, looking up and down at the extremely charming face in front of her. Looking at the goods-like eyes made Rong Yi feel very disgusted. If it hadn't been for the wrong occasion, she would have wanted him to break his children and grandchildren now. Rong Yi pulled the corners of his lips. What's the matter with Mr. Zhao? Zhao Da touched his beer belly and pretended to be serious. How did Miss Rong think about the cooperation with Miss Rong last time? Our Dali group will not easily find models to shoot promotional films. The implied meaning is to ask Rong Yi to shoot a promotional film to look up to her, otherwise how could he find a model to shoot their company's promotional film? To be honest, Rong Yi really doesn't like their company. No matter what Rong Yi does, she is still an internationally famous supermodel. No matter how bad the advertisement she shoots, she is still a well-known brand. He is a broken company that has just been listed, and she is really not rare. Rong Yi said with a smile, Mr. Zhao is in love. My schedule is a little full recently. Let's talk about the promotional film next time. Zhao Da listened to Rong Yi's meaning and clearly rejected him. He was rejected 3 times and twice. Zhao Da's temper was a little angry. Miss Rong, don't be shameless. A little model actually dares to show off his face. Rong Yi's delicate fox eyes narrowed boredly. She gave him a face, didn't she? Her original intention was not to make a big deal out of it, but Zhao Da is a brain disease, so she can't help it. Rong Yi's fingers pinched the wine glass and tightened silently. Just as he was about to throw the full in front of him, Yu Guang caught a glimpse of the person walking behind Zhao Da, and the force in his hand relaxed 2 points. A loose voice sounded, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Da looked back impatiently. It was a bad thing for him who didn't have long eyes. At this glance, Zhao Da, who was still arrogant just now, disappeared in an instant. Xiao. Mr. Xiao Yu, how did you come out? He said with a flattering smile. The person has an excellent posture and an outstanding appearance. He is dressed in a white high-end suit, which is as noble as the prince of the later century. Shang Guanyu sneered. How could he see Mr. Zhao's majestic side without coming out? Shang Guanyu's words scared Zhao Da's cold sweat. Zhao Da's company is not enough to see in front of Shangguan Group. The person in front of him is Shang Guanyu, the second son of Shangguan Group. The brand event held on the cruise ship tonight is organized by Shangguan Group. The jewelry brand Fanji under Shangguan Group is a luxury jewelry brand that cooperates with Country F. Tonight's event is to display the Ruby series launched in the next quarter. If he offends the young owner, he will definitely not be able to eat and walk around. Zhao Da's face was full of smiles. Xiao Yu always laughed, he. Shangguan Yu didn't care about Zhao Da and went straight to Rongyi. Why did it take so long to come out? The performance began immediately. It is not difficult to hear from the tone that he is very familiar with Rongyi. Come out to get some air. Xiao Yu always came out to find me. Shangguan Yu smiled and said, I don't think it's troublesome for you. Come in with me. Rongyi hooked his lips and smiled. He didn't give Zhao Da a glance and walked in with a cat step. Seeing Shangguan Yu and Rongyi walk into the cruise ship, Zhao Da's hands trembled and almost couldn't hold the red wine glass. Swallowing his saliva, Zhao Da thought fearfully. Fortunately, there was no ghost idea of what to do to Rongyi just now. But why does the second son of the Shangguan family look so good with Rongyi? How did Rongyi, a model, know such a person? Zhao Da couldn't help but think crooked again. With his graceful appearance, it was estimated that the second son of Shangguan was also fascinated by lust, which was no different from him. Thinking of this, Zhao Da is still a little complacent. He also has similarities with the children of the family. Chapter 2 Enchanting, sexy, a pair of extremely beautiful fox eyes. Inside the cruise ship, Shangguan Yu glanced sideways at Rongyi and said, Are you okay just now? Rongyi shook his head and said that it was okay. If I hadn't seen you coming just now, I would have spilled wine on him. Shangguan Yu laughed. It's better for women to be gentle. After a pause, Shangguan Yu said again, but Zhao Da's kind of person really should be splashed. A smile overflowed from the lips, and the charming fox's eyes bent slightly, and there seemed to be a little starlight in his eyes. By the way, she and Shangguan Yu met at a fashion show. At that time, she was dressed in gaoding and appeared as the finale. However, before she was about to go on the stage, her strap-up high heels were accidentally broken. She had no choice but to go on the stage barefoot. Fortunately, the theme of the show was freedom. Her barefoot behavior won a lot of appreciation on the show. Shangguan Yu happened to be the person in charge of that show. Seeing her calm behavior in the face of danger, he attracted his attention, so he invited Rongyi to participate in a big show of their fashion brand under Shangguan Group. After going back and forth, the two gradually became familiar. Shangguan Yu appreciated Rongyi very much, and he also became Rongyi's few friends in the circle. It's getting late. The jewelry exhibition is about to start. Shangguan Yu still needs to check the last details to avoid any mistakes. I raised my hand and looked at the watch and said, the jewelry exhibition is about to begin. I'm going to take another look at the back. You can walk around yourself first. Rongyi waved his hand and said indifferently, It's okay. You're busy. Don't worry about me. After Shangguan Yu left, Rongyi devoted himself to interpersonal communication. Not to mention Rongyi's status in the international modeling circle, Rongyi herself is a strong model, and her business ability is nothing to say, but in any show she has cooperated with Rongyi, she is also praised after a show. Therefore, on this occasion, there are many brands and partners who come to Rongyi. She can only devote herself to the arms of work, painfully and happy. After taking photos with the artists in the circle, Rongyi found time to rest for a while. She came to the negative floor of the cruise ship, which is a leisure place for guests. Buffet and snacks, and you can also drink coffee here. When she is tired at work, she will eat some sweets to reward herself. She doesn't dare to eat more, but only to relieve her grest. After all, her work is the worst for her to be presumptuous. Every time after eating, she will go to the gym for 2 hours. He put down the champagne on his hand, and his white and slender fingers gently took the clip. Rongyi's eyes looked at it casually, with a sense of aimlessness. After walking for 2 minutes, I finally saw Rongyi's favorite, very exquisite strawberry cupcake. But there is only one left. Without hesitation, Rongyi passed the clip in his hand to the cupcake. Seeing that he was about to be clamped up, he was robbed of love by the sudden appearance of the clamp. The delicate eyelashes trembled. Although Rongyi was furious in his heart, he still raised his head silently on his face, wanting to see who was the tiger's mouth to grab food. Rongyi didn't know how to describe this feeling. She is a true beauty party and likes everything that looks good, including people. The man in front of me, no matter from any aspect, has grown up in the aesthetic point of Rongyi and the point of choosing a partner. The man has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his height seems to be at least 1.85 meters. His deep and delicate eyebrows have a little unconcealed wildness. The customized black suit was not buttoned by him, but casually put on the body. The buttons of the collar on the white shirt were unbuttoned twice by him, and the sexy honey-colored skin could be faintly seen. Rongyi silently swallowed the saliva that did not exist. This man was so sexy, and she liked it so much that she admitted that she was a different lustful woman. Did God know that she was a mother-born solo? For the sake of her 27 years of singleness, she gave her such a great man to go. He raised his eyelids lazily and looked at Rongyi carelessly. Obviously, he also knew that he had caught the cake that both of them liked. Enchanting, sexy, a pair of extremely beautiful fox eyes. This is Guo Yi's first impression of Rong Yi. Guo Yi hesitated for a moment. Under the eyes of Rong Yi's, he said politely, "Cake, do you want it?" Rong Yi looked at the cupcake in his hand and then at his face. He nodded unscrupulizingly, and finally failed to resist the temptation of delicious food. TSK, it's a pity. Guo Yi is a man who likes sweets. Contrary to his appearance makes people think that he should not like sweets very much, but unexpectedly, he likes them very much. Guo Yi reluctantly gave up the last cupcake, and the clip in his hand reached out to Rong Yi. Rong Yi looked down at the cake in front of him and reached out to take it. Cake after giving it to Rong Yi, Guo Yi was no longer interested in eating sweets. He put the clip on the shelf and was ready to leave here. Rong Yi's eyes were full of entanglement. He pursed his red lips and said in a hesitant and delicate voice, "Oh." Guo Yi stopped and looked back at her puzzledly. Then I heard her softly say, "Why not? Half of each of us." She is a person who is willing to share, not to mention that he is so handsome that she is willing to share half of him. Guo Yi agreed to come down, okay. Guo Yi didn't lack this cake to eat, but he didn't eat what he wanted to eat. He would miss it a little, and his heart was not very comfortable. After that, Guo Yi thought of today, and he thought. He was probably fascinated. After saying that, Rong Yi bit her lower lip and thought that how could she say such words to a man she had just met. It was too unreassuring. But the most surprising thing was that he agreed. Rong Yi looked up at him in surprise. The movement of his hand was very obedient, and he immediately divided the cake into two. The jade white arm stretched out and handed him half of the cake to you. At the moment when Guo Yi took it, his fingertips gently touched his cold fingers. Unlike Rong Yi, his fingers were so hot that Rong Yi's heart moved. Guo Yi took half a strawberry cake in his hand and said lightly, "Thank you very much." "You're welcome." After Guo Yi left, he took the elevator in the cruise ship to the 3rd floor. I tasted the cake, and it tasted good. For a moment, when I took out the wet wipes I was carrying to wipe my hands, I smelled a faint rose scent on my hand. It's definitely not the fragrance of the cake. The only explanation is from the beautiful and charming woman. He gently rubbed his fingertips twice, and his eyes were stained with a faint smile. Chapter 3, Wilderness. In the dark room, the bright moonlight shines through the window in every corner of the room. The white light gauze fluttered with the movements on the bed. The tall man couldn't see his face clearly. He hugged the petite woman from behind and gently kissed her on her fair shoulder. The man's movements made the woman's sensitive body tremble slightly. Her delicate face was full of charm, and her fair and soft body was controlled by the man on her body and forced to cater to the man's movements. Hot sweat dripped on Rong Yi's chest, so hot that she slowly opened her eyes, and the man's face was exposed to her little by little with her movements. Deep and delicate face, perfect facial features and lower jaw corners, even if there is a little sweat on his face at this moment, it does not affect his sexiness at all. This is actually the man on the negative floor during the day. Rong Yi suddenly opened his eyes and sat up suddenly. He gasped and his heart beat like a ring. Concentratishi's fox eyes moved and looked around. It was still in her room, and it still looked like she had slept yesterday. The water cup she put at the door had no trace of being moved. All these things show that she had a dream, or a spring dream. The protagonist in the dream is still the man she has just met. Rong Yi, you are promising, and you even have a spring dream. Rong Yi had no choice but to lift her white arm out of the quilt, stroked her hair, gathered the quilt and prepared to get up. The activity ended the next day. Rong Yi packed her luggage and was ready to leave in the channel arranged by the brand. As soon as she got off the ship, Rong Yi's agent, Su Ying, called her. "Hello, Sister Ying, I'm on the cruise now. Where are you?" There was an apologetic voice over there, meaning that I have something to do here. I may not be able to pick you up now. You can ask Guo to pick you up. Unexpectedly, after Rong Yi hung up the phone, she really didn't know what to do for a moment. Her assistant Guo just asked for a week off the day before yesterday. Her parents came to Kyoto to see her. She hasn't returned home for 2 years. Rong Yi is not an unkind capitalist. It's hard for Guo to spend a few days with her family, and she won't call Guo to pick her up at this time. Rong Yi stood casually on the side of the road with a pair of proud long legs, holding Chanel's black tote bag in one hand, looking down at her mobile phone to see who could pick her up. At this time, a low-key black Cayenne drove slowly. Shang Guanyu raised his eyes inadvertently and saw Rong Yi standing alone on the side of the road. Stop the car for a moment. Zhou Ye was driving in front of him. Hearing this, he first glanced at his grandfather. Beijing's boss was not Shang Guanyu. Guo Yi was sitting behind and closing his eyes to recuperate. Hearing this, he gently raised his eyes and looked out of the window with Shang Guanyu. The deep black eyes moved slightly and said nothing. Shang Guanyu also found that it was not his car, so he said to Guo Yi behind him, "Brother Yi, this is my friend. I think there should be no one to pick her up by herself. Can you take her on the way?" Shang Guanyu knew Guo Yi's temper and was afraid that he would not agree. Later, she would get out of the car with me, and I would send her home. It's very deserted here. At that time, the activity was opened here for secret reasons, so it's not easy to take a taxi here. You can do whatever you want. When Shang Guanyu heard Guo Yi's words, he was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Guo Yi agreed so easily. Hearing what Guo Yi said, Zhou Ye parked the car on the side of the road. Before he could think much, Shang Guanyu lowered the window and shouted to Ruo Yi standing on the side of the road, Ruo Yi. Ruo Yi caught a glimpse of a car coming. He didn't know who it was. Until Shang Guanyu lowered the window, Ruo Yi was happy. Now you don't have to worry that no one will pick you up. Ruo Yi stepped on high heels and jumped to Qian in 3 or 2 steps. Great, you haven't left yet. I was still worried about whether I would walk back to the city in high heels. Shang Guanyu raised the corners of his lips and smiled. Tomorrow's hot searches, supermodel Ruo Yi was abandoned at the event site and walked back to the city, which was heartbreaking. Ruo Yi had no choice but to laugh. You don't make fun of me. Come up quickly. Let's go back to the city. Okay. The space in the car is in the back seat except for the co-driver. The front is already full. Ruo Yi, naturally, opened the door of the back seat, which shocked Ruo Yi first. Isn't this the protagonist of her dream last night? Maybe it's because of the inappropriate content in the dream. At this moment, Ruo Yi is more or less guilty. With a trace of suspicious blush on his face, Ruo Yi said hello in a soft voice. Hello, see you again. Guo Yi raised his eyes and met her beautiful eyes. Under her gaze, he nodded gently, Shang Guanyu looked at the atmosphere of the two of them, which was a little strange. Do you know each other? It's just a fate. Seeing that Guo Yi didn't want to say anything more, Ruo Yi just responded, Shang Guanyu introduced that this is Guo Yi, Mr. Guo. He founded the famous G&Y magazine. It turns out that he is the founder of G&Y Harano magazine. I didn't expect him to be so young and so sexy. Ruo Yi stretched out his jade hand. Hello, I have admired the name for a long time. I'm Ruo Yi. Guo Yi glanced at the woman's hand, raised his lips and said, Guo Yi. Sure enough, it was as soft as he imagined. The moment the hand left, it seemed to be inadvertent. Ruo Yi's nails gently slid over Guo Yi's palm, which made people's hearts numb. Guo Yi didn't move on the surface and felt at ease well, but a different emotion was secretly surging in his heart. He secretly raised the corners of his lips. He had never seen such a bold woman. Shang Guanyu was careless, but he didn't notice anything wrong with the two of them. He hurriedly asked Ruo Yi to get in the car. Although Ruo Yi was a little embarrassed, he didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he got into the car casually. Sorry to bother you. Listening to Ruo Yi's soft voice, Guo Yi moved his lower lip and whispered, no trouble. The voice is slow, with just the right amount of alienation. Shang Guanyu looked at the rear mirror doubtfully. He never knew that Brother Yi was so talkative. Ruo Yi gently pursed her lips and said to herself, if she had known that she could get in his car, she should have put on exquisite makeup when she got up early. Unlike her now, she is shaggy, which has lost her self-confidence. However, I don't know if I can meet him again after returning to the city. Anyway, she has to seize the opportunity. Why does she have to add her contact information today? The black KN was on the road again. Guo Yi clenched his eyes as usual, as if he didn't want to say a word more. Shang Guanyu received a work call. Now he is busy dealing with emails and has no time to talk to Ruo Yi. Ruo Yi's eyes were slightly raised, and he didn't have time to enjoy the scenery outside the car window. He didn't know where his thoughts had gone for a long time. In fact, Ruo Yi was very anxious. She didn't know how to ask him for his contact information later. Seeing that I'm in the city center, I'm about to get off. What do you think? Zhou Yu said, Master Shangguan, here we are. The car was parked in front of the building of Shangguan Group. Shang Guanyu also had to go to the company to report to his brother on the specific situation of yesterday's activities. Shang Guanyu looked up and looked out of the window, and then turned back to Ruo Yi and said, let's go down. I'll take you home later. Ruo Yi bit his lip and turned his eyes to Guo Yi beside him. She really doesn't want to leave. The charming fox's eyes blinked, which was extremely agile. There was a charming arc on his lips, and there was a playful smile in his eyes. He said slowly, no need. Then, he looked at Guo Yi in a very enchanting way and said in a soft voice, can you please ask Mr. Guo to take me home? Yes, the woman looked at him with pity in his eyes. Guo Yi lifted his lips, okay. He wants to see what the woman wants to do. Maybe I've been bored for a long time, and I'm also greedy for some interesting people. Chapter 4 Raise your hand, why hang your teeth? Ruo Yi was relieved. She was really afraid that Guo Yi would not take the trick of beauty. I patted my chest secretly. Fortunately, it was okay. Immediately, Ruo Yi glanced at Shang Guanyu and quietly blinked at him, with obvious meaning in his eyes. Go quickly. Shang Guanyu raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Ruo Yi's state. After a moment, his eyebrows were relaxed and his thin lips were raised. Then Brother Yi, please send Ruo Yi home. Rong Yi's eyes were quite appreciative, and the child could be taught. Seeing Guo Yi's black KN leave, Shang Guanyu was happy in his heart. This time, Guo Yi's good play is to watch. It must be wonderful to be entangled by this goblin. Guo Yi's curly eyelashes blinked, and his body moved silently to Guo Yi a little closer. He hesitated how to open his mouth and asked Guo Yi's personal contact information. She doesn't want Guo Yi to perfunctory her at will and give her a work number, which is not good. Thank you, Mr. Guo, for taking care of Wang Ji and sending me home. Guo Yi tried to cue the topic and wanted to talk more with Guo Yi. Guo Yi still closed his eyes like before and said, raising his hand, why hang his teeth? That won't work. The loud sound resounded in every corner of the car. Hearing this, Guo Yi opened his black eyes and looked at her with interest. Guo Yi's eyes opened slightly and immediately realized that he covered his cherry lips with his hands. Maybe he knew that it was very indecent to shout loudly in other people's cars, but the matter had already happened, and Guo Yi had to make up for himself. I mean, the grace of a drop of water will be rewarded when the spring is gushing. Guo Yi softened his voice and threw the bait. Look, how about I treat you to a meal later? Mr. Guo, please tell me your personal contact information. When Guo Yi's words fell, he held his mobile phone in his hand and waited for Guo Yi's next words. Zhou Ye, who was in the driver's seat in front of him, glanced back from the rearview mirror when he heard this. He knew that Guo Yi usually did not give private contact information to strange women. Even if the other party is a beautiful woman or a star artist in the circle, Guo Yi has never given half a face and has always refused all of them mercilessly. Today, it's unprecedented to let the supermodel Rong Yi give a ride home. Zhou Ye really doesn't know whether this man will give. Guo Yi curled his lips and smiled, and said bluntly to Rong Yi, you will ask for contact information. Rong Yi looked at Guo Yi's charming smile and was almost stunned by his beauty. When he came back to his senses, Rong Yi thought that Guo Yi didn't seem to be rejected, so he said more coquettishly, no wait, I really want to invite Mr. Guo to dinner. Rong Yi's beautiful eyes seemed to contain a pool of water, and the water was clear and bright. Guo Yi couldn't say no at this moment, so he just closed his eyes again. 188xxx8899. Guo Yi coldly spit out a string of numbers, but Rong Yi was stunned. Immediately happy, I immediately opened my mobile phone and searched WeChat. Really, let her find it. The name is very simple GY, which is like his style. However, this WeChat avatar is very cute. It is a white and blue-eyed ragdoll cat, which is super cute. Guo Yi hesitated and asked, Mr. Guo, is your avatar a white ragdoll cat? After being affirmed by Guo Yi, Rong Yi stretched out his tender finger and clicked to add friends. Mr. Guo, did you raise the cat in your WeChat avatar? Rong Yi turned his head and asked him curiously. After all, Guo Yi really doesn't look like a person who can keep pets, and it's hard to imagine what it's like for him to raise a little cat, but it's a different contrast and cute. That's it. Guo Yi thought of the ragdoll cat fostered in his sister's house. After all, he was also its owner. It's so cute. It must be fun to look at the soft and cute little one. Guo Yi didn't know when he opened his eyes and looked at her in a low voice. You like kittens very much. Why don't you raise one by yourself? Rong Yi sighed with regret. The nature of my work does not allow me to raise a cat, and I don't have time to take care of it. I don't have enough to eat and wear warm clothes every day. I'd better look at other people's cats. Guo Yi's thin lips were slightly picked, indeed. Rong Yi raised her thin eyebrows lightly. Is he implying that her profession is not full of food and warm clothes? But Rong Yi couldn't find a reason to refute. The car soon arrived at Rong Yibao's address, the door of C4 Haitang. This community is not the kind of star community. It is located in the center of the second ring road of Kyoto. It is of great value and has strong security. The C4 begonia blooming in the community is even better. Guo Yi looked at the door of C4 Haitang, and his black eyes moved slightly. A trace of accident flashed, but he didn't say anything. Rong Yi got out of the car and waved to Guo Yi. Thank you, Mr. Guo, for sending me home. Bye. Well, let's go in. Looking at Rong Yi walking into the community, Guo Yi signaled Zhou Ye to leave. Buzz Guo Yi picked up the phone. Sister, what's wrong? Come over for dinner at night. Your brother-in-law also happened to come back from a business trip. A new batch of hairy crabs were transported by air from the kitchen. Don't you like to eat them? Come here early. Okay, I'll be there right away. Guo Yi pinched his eyebrows. He hadn't been to his sister for a long time. It was time to go and have a look. However, there is only one topic every time, that is, urging marriage. He really can't cope with it. Chapter 5 Marriage from my sister. Guo's manner. Guo Jingyi sat on the soft sofa in the living room and enjoyed her husband's feeding. Listening to the sound of cars coming from outside, Guo Qingyi raised her eyes slightly and looked at the door. Is Ono here? Guo Alfeng hugged Guo Qingyi and sat on the sofa to eat fruit. When he heard the sound outside, he didn't raise his head. He took care of the charming woman beside him to eat. My wife takes another bite. The strawberry was fed to Guo Qingyi's lips, and she had to open her mouth to eat it. Her voice was vague. Well, I won't eat it. Guo Yi walked into the living room and saw this picture. The powerful man hugged the petite and exquisite woman intimately. Guo Yi unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his coat in front of him and stepped to the sofa, leaning lazily against the back of the sofa. Sister, call me to see you showing your love. Guo Qingyi's well-maintained face was hot, and she had been teased by her own brother for more than a day or 2. What are you talking about? Guo Qingyi straightened up and said helplessly. It's not that you haven't come for months. Today, Xiangxiang and Xiaotie came back for dinner, so they called you over. I've been busy recently. I just came back from a business trip. Guo Qingyi looked at him suspiciously, with a suspicious tone, preferably like this. Guo Yi's slender fingers held a cup of coffee and took a sip, of course. He did go on a business trip, but that was a month ago. Recently, he has been quite free. However, in order to prevent Guo Qingyi from arranging him a blind date, it's better to tell a well-intentioned lie. You have been busy for so long. You should have a few days off. When Guo Yi heard this, he felt that something was wrong. As a result, Guo Qingyi put down the flower tea in her hand and said without a doubt that I made an appointment with the eldest lady of the Jiang family in Beijing to meet this Sunday. She has just returned from studying abroad and is exactly 26 years old this year. The age difference between you is not big. You have studied abroad before, so you can talk. You must meet them this weekend. Guo Yi stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, and said helplessly, Sister, don't worry about me. Xiaotian doesn't have a girlfriend. Let him go. What nonsense are you talking about? Guo Qingyi glanced at him angrily and said, You are 30 years old this year. When can you make a girlfriend to bring home? Guo Qingyi looked at Guo Yi's angular and handsome face, which looked like a model. Why couldn't she find a girlfriend? When I was your age, Xiangxiang went to kindergarten. Guo Yi coughed lightly twice, straightened his throat, and was not in a hurry. Even if Guo Qingyi has always maintained the elegance of a celebrity, she was still angry with his appearance and raised her hand to hold her heart. Seeing his wife like this, Guo Aofang was so distressed that he quickly hugged her in his arms to comfort her. For his little brother-in-law, Guo Aofang has no choice. Guo Yi has always been unrestrained. In the past, his father-in-law and mother-in-law were alive. Now that they are gone, no one can really take care of him. Guo Hanxiang heard it as soon as she entered the door. Her mother must be preparing a blind date for her little uncle again, but she didn't succeed every time, because Guo Yi didn't go every time. Mom. The little uncle said that Guo Yuxiang ran to Guo Yi's side and sat down like a fluttering butterfly. Guo Yehe has always loved his niece very much, so Guo Hanxiang especially likes this handsome and stylish little uncle. Little uncle, why did you come back? Has the cover of that foreign magazine been shot? Guo Hanxiang said with joy on his eyebrows. Guo Yi hooked his lips and raised his slender big hand to rub her head. Well, I just took the G&Y photographer to shoot, and they came back naturally after shooting. Guo Hanxiang's delicate little face collapsed visibly with the naked eye. He said regretfully, I thought the little uncle had gone into battle in person. Don't worry, I will definitely take wedding photos of you and Xiaoling. Hearing this, Guo Yuxiang became happy and smiled. Guo Xingyi raised her eyes slightly, looked at the two of them and said coldly, When can you take your wedding photos? I'm relieved. The words must have been said to Guo Yi. Guo Hanxiang quietly stuck out her tongue. At this time, it was better to lower her sense of existence. Sister, Xiaoxia's marriage is not enough for you to be busy. Don't worry about me. I'll take care of it myself. Guo Qingyi, do you want to do it? If you really can do it, I won't say it. You didn't take what I said to heart. You. Guo Aofeng saw that things were not good, so he immediately interrupted. Okay, let's eat first, Xiaoxiang must be hungry. Guo Hanxiang is pregnant now, and Guo Xingyi will definitely not make Guo Hanxiang hungry. Guo Hanxiang got the look that Guo Aofeng gave her, and immediately came forward and took Guo Xingyi's arm and said coquettishly, Yes, Mom, let's eat first. Guo Xingyi glanced at Guo Yi and said with relief, Okay, let's eat first. I didn't forget to say something when I got up. I'll talk to you after dinner. When Guo Qianxiang took Guo Xingyi to pass by Guo Yi, she said come on, little uncle to him. Guo Yi had no choice but to laugh. He would not let him go today. Chapter 6 Little Uncle. Do you have any hidden diseases? After dinner, Guo Yi was called to the study by Guo Qingyi and Guo Aofeng to talk. When he came out, Guo Yixian sat on the sofa with a fruit plate in his arms and ate deliciously. Why didn't Dad come out? Guo Hanxiang asked when she saw that only Guo Yi and Guo Qingyi came out. Your father still has some work to do, so he didn't come out of the study. Guo Qingyi sat beside her and covered her with a blanket. Guo Yuxiang nodded, looked at Guo Yi and asked, Little uncle, are you staying at home today? Guo Yi put one hand on the single sofa, and the other hand bent on his knee and knocked, in a lazy posture. Well, let's go tomorrow. Guo Qingyi looked up at him. I went up and ordered the servant to clean your previous room. Guo Yi has a bedroom prepared for him by Guo Qingyi here, so that he can go home to live here from time to time. He hasn't come back to live for a long time. He said he had asked the servant to clean it for him in advance. It was also Guo Yi's temporary decision to live here. He didn't plan to live here today. As soon as Guo Qingyi went up, Guo Yitian came in from outside. Little uncle. Guo Yi, Guo Hanxiang ate strawberries in her mouth and said vaguely, brother, why did you come back? Guo Yitian looked a little dodgy. He touched his nose uncommonly and said that there was something wrong. Guo Hanxiang saw through and didn't say it. She squeezed her lips and smiled, and continued to eat her. Guo Yefeng's eyes raised slightly, and he happened to see Guo Yuxiang's little expression. Guo Yutian strode to Guo Yi and sat down not far away, with his long legs folded together casually. Brother, don't you know that mom is urging your little uncle to get married again? Hearing this, Guo Yutian was not surprised. Basically, after a period of time in the past few years, Guo Xingyi would urge Guo Yi to make a girlfriend. Uncle, haven't you made a girlfriend yet? Guo Yi closed his eyes and played with the Patek Philippe on his hand. His voice was low and powerful. What? You have a problem? Guo Yutian choked. No, I'm just asking. Guo Hanxiang answered. If the little uncle had a girlfriend, he would definitely not be urged to get married by his mother. Guo Yutian said in his heart that if his uncle had a girlfriend, he didn't tell them. Uncle, if you have a girlfriend, take it home. My mother won't talk about your life's events every day. It seems that Xiaoqiang, your life's big deal has been solved. Guo Yi's deep black eyes stared at him, and his eyes were dark and unclear. Guo Yutian's back was cold when he was stared at, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Since your own problems have not been solved, don't worry about other people's affairs. With that, Guo Yi got up from the sofa and walked out with his long legs. Guo Hanxiang, where are you going, little uncle? Smoke. I'll go, too. After saying that, Guo Yitian followed him. Guo Yuxiang frowned and looked at their backs as they left, and muttered, is it so good to smoke? Isn't it boring to smoke every day? It was very quiet outside the courtyard, and only a few scattered servants were cleaning around the garden. Click. The sound of the lighter sounded. Guo Yi exhaled a mouthful of smoke with a faint expression, and his beautiful fingertips were mixed with a little Mars. Guo Yutian walked to Guo Yi's side and stood up. He skillfully took out a cigarette from his suit jacket and lit it. The misty white smoke floated out of his mouth, and Guo Yutian secretly glanced at Guo Yi's side face. Noticing Guo Yutian's sight, Guo Yi said calmly and wanted to say something. Cough cough. Guo Yutian hesitated and said, little uncle, do you have any hidden diseases? Hearing the words, Guo Yi stopped smoking and sneered coldly. Who are you talking nonsense? No one. It's no wonder that Guo Yutian thinks more. Who let Guo Yi not talk about his girlfriend for so many years? Everyone will think nonsense, okay? Put your heart in your stomach. I'm in good health. Guo Yutian said with a straight size, since your little uncle is not sick, why don't you have a girlfriend? He is really curious. Children don't care about adults' affairs. Guo Yi dodged. He didn't notice that Guo Yutian was so gossipy. Guo Yutian. Guo Yi glanced at Guo Yutian's shriveled expression, raised his lips and said, have you had a girlfriend? Well, Guo Yutian said in a clear voice. Oh, no wonder I became a mother-in-law. Guo Yutian, who was ridiculed, retorted, I'm always worried about you. What if I'm lonely all my life? Don't worry. Guo Yi raised his hand and took a puff of the cigarette in his hand. In a hoarse voice, why didn't his girlfriend take it home to have a look? This is the pain of Guo Yutian. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that his girlfriend Su Su doesn't want to, otherwise he would have brought it back long ago. My sister is waiting to hold her grandson. Guo Yutian, it's early. Guo Yutian's mobile phone rang. It was a call from the group. There was a contract that he was anxious to sign, so he went back to the company. As soon as Guo Yutian left, the mobile phone in Guo Yi's pocket vibrated. Shake the cigarette butt in your hand and put it out in the ashtray next to it. I went to the water pipe not far away to wash my hands, wiped the drops of water on my hands, and then took out my mobile phone in my pocket. It turned out to be a friend application from the address book. The thin lips curled slightly, but he forgot about her. Tap your finger to apply for approval. Shifu Haitang Rongyi returned to his nest, first took a rose bath, ordered a salad, and ate a few mouthfuls. For the rest of the time, I held my mobile phone to see if Guo Yi had applied through her WeChat. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement on his side. Rong Yi had to doubt whether he did it on purpose. It was to make her get off the bus with peace of mind, so I pretended to let her add WeChat. Rong Yi sat on the big bed in a champagne-colored suspender nightdress, revealing two extremely plump and white long legs. His slender fingers touched his delicate and small chin, and his head was full of puzzlement. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, it's time to agree. She was a big beauty and added him. Not to mention anything else, he just turned to her face, which also meant to pass. Rong Yi, who doesn't believe in evil, clicked to add it again. Then, the mobile phone was immediately buckled back on the bed by Rong Yi, revealing the delicate mobile phone case. Silver purple bottom, there is a black bow with diamonds in the middle, and a beautiful purple hair hoop pendant below. Rong Yi bit the soft flesh in his lower lip and thought about what to do if he still disagreed this time. Before she could think about it, the mobile phone shook. Rong Yi quickly picked up the mobile phone and turned it on. He was happy and agreed. The tender fingertips jumped on the mobile phone, and soon a line of words appeared in the typing box. Rose, Mr. Go, I'm Rong Yi, G.Y., what's the matter? Rong Yi pouted his red lips and muttered, of course, there is something to do, or to create a great thing for mankind. That's what I said, but I didn't dare to say it. Rose, didn't I invite you to dinner? Is Mr. Go free tomorrow? Good behaved. JPG. Go Yi hooked his lips and smiled. His voice was low and sexy. How could it be so straightforward? GY, I have something to do on Shifu Road tomorrow, so I can't go to Miss Raw's appointment. Rong Yi stared at the message sent by Go Yi and fell into meditation. Shifu Road. Why does it sound so familiar? Wait. Isn't Shifu Road downstairs of Shifu Haitang? Rose, great, Mr. Go, you forgot that my home is in Shifu Haitang, next to Shifu Road. I can wait for you in the cafe on Shifu Road tomorrow. What do you think? A strong smile gushed out of Go Yi's black eyes, which was so cute. GY, it's better to be respectful than to obey orders. Chapter 7 Women are for those who please themselves. The next day, Rong Yi got up early in the morning to take a shower and put on makeup. The so-called woman is tolerant of those who please herself. Of course, she should dress up well. Stepping barefoot on the expensive plush carpet, Rong Yi went to the cloakroom to choose the clothes to wear today. Dress. Suspender skirt? Jeans or shorts? The white and slender fingers crossed the rows of hangers, and finally Rong Yi chose a green lace knitted skirt. The skirt is very long, and Rong Yi is 1.75 meters tall, and the skirt is almost up to her ankles. The overall design and Rong Yi's figure are very suitable, with a swing collar design, a small streamer on the neck, and a thin waist. The most flexible part of this skirt is the three-dimensional embroidered butterflies on the skirt, which are decorated on it, which is very delicate and beautiful. Rong Yi sorted out his big wavy curly hair and looked at the person in the mirror with great satisfaction. I took a silver armpit bag inlaid with pink diamonds, picked up a pair of transparent silver high heels and set off. In order to cover his ears and eyes, Rong Yi still wore a mask to go out. Last night, it was said to meet in the cafe, so Rong Yi went to the cafe first to wait for Go Yi. This cafe is still very hidden. The people living here are both rich and expensive, so privacy is very important, which is also the reason why this cafe has been declining all year round. Under the shade of the trees on Shifu Road, there is a low-key black KN parked. Zhou Yu looked up at the man in the rearview mirror with a very puzzled expression. I came here this morning to communicate with a male artist about the shooting process of the next magazine. Normally, this kind of small matter doesn't need Go Yi to come and talk about it in person. However, in the middle of the night yesterday, Go Yi suddenly sent him a message saying that he would interview him this morning. Although Zhou Yu didn't understand, he immediately told the staff who was going to come. Well, I came here early in the morning to talk about things. After about an hour, the next shooting time was finalized. Then, Go Yi asked him to drive to the cafe near here and wait in the car without saying anything. Go Yi, who was in the back seat of the car, still noticed Zhou Yu's frequent sight, although he closed his eyes to rest. He said in a light voice, asking whatever he wanted. Zhou Yu said awkwardly in a low voice, "Sir, are we waiting for someone here?" Go Yi slowly opened his black eyes and raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist. That's it. It's almost 11 o'clock. What I just told Rong Yi was 11 o'clock. Go Yi, wait another half hour. Zhou Yu looked at the time. Is this going to have dinner in the cafe? Cafe Rong Yi lowered his eyes and stirred the coffee in his hand. From time to time, he also took out a small mirror from his bag to carefully check his makeup. It's been half an hour since the agreed time. Why haven't you come yet? She won't be let down, will she? Rong Yi sighed from the bottom of his heart. He took a sip of coffee with his bare hands and glanced at it inadvertently. I happened to catch a glimpse of Go Yi pushing the door in. His conspicuous height and dazzling appearance attracted the attention of many women. Go Yi pursed his lips, turned his wrist, and looked around for Rong Yi's position. Uncontrollably raised his red lips, put the coffee cup on the table, and raised his hand to shout at him, "Mr. Go, here." After waiting for thousands of times, the waiter finally came. Hearing the sound, Go Yi glanced at the sound source, and his black eyes moved slightly. Sitting by the window, Rong Yi seemed to be surrounded by a faint light, and her smile was charming. It also makes people excited. Go Yi came over with long legs, and his whole body was casual and reserved. Every step really stepped on the tip of Rong Yi's heart. Sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. This is the first sentence Go Yi said after sitting down. Rong Yi shook her head, and her fluffy hair swayed slightly in the air with her movements. No, Mr. Go is busy, which is understandable. Rong Yi pushed the coffee on the right in front of Guo Yi and said, I don't know what Mr. Guo likes, so I ordered my favorite latte coffee. I believe Mr. Guo will also like it very much. Guo Yi raised his hand and took a sip. His voice was calm and magnetic. Well, it tasted very good. Rong Yi's elbows were on the table, and his hands were crossed on his chin, and he stared at Guo Yi. The next second, he hooked his lips and said in a delicate voice, but then again, at this point, Guo always wants to drink coffee with me here, or go to another place for dinner. The woman opposite is like a charming fox. Guo Yi looks lazy, and his thin lips are light, listening to Miss Rong. Isn't it Miss Rong's treat today? The guest follows the master's convenience. Rong Yi, to tell you the truth, Mr. Guo, I haven't even had breakfast. Guo Yi smiled, oh, let's go to dinner. Miss Rong is hungry, but I can't afford it. Then I'll book a seat first. Since Mr. Guo has said that the guests are as you like, let's go to eat Hunan cuisine. Rong Yi's upper body leaned towards him, and his voice was small and soft. I know a super delicious Hunan restaurant, which is guaranteed not to be inferior to Mr. Guo's usual mountain delicacies and seafood. Guo is looking forward to it. Zhou Yi waited in the car and watched Guo Yi enter the coffee shop. He didn't know who to meet and didn't let him follow. He had to wait outside in case Guo Yi had anything to tell him. Just as I was about to get out of the car to buy a pack of mint candy to wake up, I saw Guo Yi coming out of the cafe, followed by a very beautiful woman. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't this the model Rong Yi who took the bus yesterday? Why are you with her? Is there anything he doesn't know? Just as Zhou Yi was thinking, the two were about to walk to the front of the car. Zhou Yi reacted and quickly got out of the car and opened the door. Master. Rong Yi saw Zhou Yi say hello in a friendly manner. Hello, Miss Rong, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was about to raise his arm and let Rong Yi help him, but he didn't think about the next second. Gentleman Guo Yi raised his hand and said to Rong Yi, get in the car. Rong Yi looked at Guo Yi's outstretched big hand and grabbed it without hesitation and got into the car. According to reason, Guo Yi just helped her a little. After all, she was wearing high heels. Who would have thought that Rong Yi would hold his hand directly? Guo Yi suppressed the inexplicable emotion in his heart, moved his throat knot and got into the car. Holding Guo Yi's hand, he secretly hid a smile in his heart, like a child who ate candy. Zhou Yi, who stood aside and witnessed everything, was completely dumbfounded. In the past, not to mention this help, even if a woman fell in front of Guo Yi would not even blink his eyes. It won't be as considerate as it is now. Pressing the surprise in his heart, Zhou Yi quickly closed the door and turned to the front to start the car. Master, where are you going? Guo Yi turned his face and indicated Rong Yi's address. Oh, number 108 Phoenix Road. Zhou Yi, okay. The car was on the road. Rong Yi looked at Zhou Yi's neat appearance and asked Zhou Yi, are you Mr. Guo's assistant or driver? Zhou Yi replied respectfully, I'm Zhou Yi, my assistant. Miss Rong can call me Zhou assistant. Rong Yi smiled, okay, Zhouzuka. Guo Yi listened to the conversation between the two. For some reason, he couldn't calm down at this moment. Zhou Yi raised his eyes and looked at Guo Yi's deep black eyes from the rearview mirror. His back felt cold, and he immediately closed his mouth. Rong Yi heard Guo Yi's cough and said with concern, Mr. Guo, do you have a cold? Guo Yi, no, my throat was uncomfortable just now. Rong Yi was nervous and didn't feel anything wrong with the atmosphere in the car. Mr. Guo, take care of yourself. Recently, there has been a lot of flu. Don't catch a cold. Miss Rong is the same. Chapter 8 Call me Rong Yi or Yi Yi. Lan Xiangyan in the box, Rong Yi stretched out his slender jade fingers and made a pot of black tea with elegant and standardized movements. The picture was particularly pleasing to the eye. The black tea was put in front of Guo Yi. Rong Yi said to Guo Yi, Mr. Guo, do you like it or not? Guo Yi took a sip and tasted it. It was okay, and the tea was also very fragrant. Rong Yi admired the man's appearance like a god, and said with the corners of his mouth up, it must be very good to say such words from Mr. Guo's mouth. Guo Yi smiled and didn't pick up. Instead, he said, look at your technique of making tea. Have you learned it specially? Rong Yi shook his head and lowered his eyes and said, I haven't learned it. My grandfather loves tea very much, and he can do it with his ears and eyes. Guo Yi raised his eyes and glanced at her. Is he homesick? Rong Yi Jiao smiled and said, which made Mr. Guo laugh. I haven't been home for a long time. Human nature. At this time, the waiter came in and interrupted their chat. Hello, excuse me, the food you ordered is ready. The waiter brought the dishes to the table one by one and went down. Rong Yi took a chopstick of chili stir-fried meat with public chopsticks and put it in a small porcelain white bowl in front of Guo Yi. Mr. Guo, have a taste? Under Rong Yi's expectant gaze, Guo Yi took a bite and said in a hoarse voice, well, it's delicious. It seems that Miss Rong is not exaggerating. Rong Yi pouted her red lips and said with a little coquettish meaning, what to it turns out that Mr. Guo has never believed me. Guo Yi's face didn't change, and his tone was lazy. Of course not. I just want to affirm Miss Ra's ability to taste delicious food. Ro Yi's beautiful fox eyes bent up, and her lips were full of smiles. Mr. Guo, we are friends now. Hearing the words, Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her dark eyes, which contained puzzlement. You don't have to shout, Miss Rong, one by one. Guo Yi lowered his eyes and hooked his lips. Then what's your name? What I want is your words. Ro Yi's red lips were raised, and the cunning in his eyes was like a fox. Call me Ro Yi or Yi, my friends all call me that. Unfortunately, Guo Yi didn't buy her account. Rong Yi. The name shouted by Guo Yi has a faintness between his lips and teeth, which makes people feel depressed. Rong Yi's face was slightly red, his voice was mellow and magnetic, and the ending was smiling, like a feather gently scratching her heart. Guo Yi, a very nice name. Thank you. Rong Yi's face was red. At this moment, she seemed to have been flirted with, and her voice was not as charming and bright as before. Instead, there is a hint of softness. Guo Yi looked at the woman's rosy face and laughed from the bottom of his heart. You have to learn from others to make fun of men. Guo Yi, let's have a meal. After talking, we will ask the waiter to warm up the dishes. After that, Rong Yi ate sullenly and couldn't say a word for a long time. After settling the account in the box, Rong Yi raised his eyes and said to Guo Yi, let's go. Guo Yi nodded and walked out of the box first. The box is on the second floor, and they still need to go downstairs and turn left to get out from the outside. When he went downstairs, Rong Yi was still in a daze. If he didn't pay attention, he stepped on the air. Ah, the woman's cry of pain made Guo Yi stop immediately. He turned around and squatted in front of Rong Yi in 2 or 3 steps, and whispered, did you get your foot? With hot tears in her eyes, Rong Yi nodded pitifully and said with tears, aha, it hurts so much it really hurts so much. It's really unlucky. Guo Yi looked down at the woman's rapidly swollen ankle and immediately picked up Princess Rong Yi. The voice is low and powerful. Go to the hospital. Hospitatal orthopedics. It hurts, it hurts. Rong Yi Jiao exclaimed, doctor, can you be gentler? The doctor took back the small wooden hammer in his hand, pushed the glasses on his face, and said without changing his complexion, at present, it is speculated that the soft tissue should be damaged. Take a film to see if the bone has been injured. Master, I want to shoot a film next door. Look at Miss Rong. When Rong Yi heard this, he looked at Guo Yi, and his voice was sticky and pitiful. A suspicious red flashed on Guo Yi's face, and he clenched his fist and put it on his lips to clear his throat. The unreserved goblin. Zhou Yuwei, this. What if his grandfather disagreed and suddenly played face? Zhou Yi couldn't help but sweat for Rong Yi. The next second, Guo Yi got up, picked up Rong Yi and walked out of the door. Rong Yi quietly compared himself in his heart. It seems that Guo Yi still likes to be spoiled. Woo-woo to pity my feet to after shooting the film, fortunately, I didn't hurt my bones. I just need to rest at home for a month. However, don't wear high heels during the injury. After listening to the doctor's words, Rong Yi didn't know whether she was happy or worried. Recently, she wanted to rest, but she didn't want to be a sick person. Guo Yi ordered Zhou Yi to give Rong Yi a medicine to activate blood and dissolve stasis. I went back to the car with Rong Yi in my arms. I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, for causing you trouble. Rong Yi put his arms around Guo Yi's neck, bowed his head and leaned in front of him, with an apologetic voice. Guo Yi came out of the elevator with Rong Yi in his arms, listening to the woman's words, and kept walking. Don't you think it's a little late to add trouble now? Guo Yi's words made Rong Yi more guilty and wronged. She didn't mean it. She looked down and saw the woman in her arms full of grievances, and her voice slowed down. It's not troublesome to tease you. Rong Yi looked up and saw the joke in the bottom of the man's eyes. He raised his hand and clenched it into a small fist and gently hit Guo Yi's chest. I hate it too, it made her really wronged to death just now. Guo Yi was in a good mood and raised the corners of his mouth. Be careful. He will touch you again later, but no one will take you to the hospital. Rong Yi hummed softly, someone was willing to. Hearing the woman's words, Guo Yi was not angry. He quickened his pace and soon arrived in front of the car, putting Rong Yi in the back seat. The purpose of the man's departure was obvious. Rong Yi panicked and grabbed the shirt on his chest and said, where are you going? Guo Yi lowered his eyes and looked at Rong Yi's little hand clenching his shirt. He said in a hoarse voice, smoking. Oh. Rong Yi withdrew his hand and was obediently put in the back seat of the car. Guo Yi said in a low voice, don't move around. If your foot is injured again, don't want to walk on the catwalk. Although there is a threat and exaggeration in the words are rough and unreasonable. Rong Yi knows how important her feet are to her. This is what she relies on to eat, and she must pay more attention to it than anyone else. Got it. Guo Yi stretched out his hand to close the car door for her. He leaned lazily and leaned against the side of the car to smoke. Rong Yi wanted to see what he looked like, but the window here was blocked by Guo Yi, and Rong Yi couldn't see anything. TSK, it's a pity. I also want to see Guo Yi smoking. It must be very attractive. Now I can't see it. Rong Yi can only play with his mobile phone. Guo Yi looked sideways, listened to the sound of Xiao Xiao in the car, and smoked cigarettes in his hand one by one. Chapter 9 Well developed. Fortunately, when Guo Yi just finished smoking a cigarette, Zhou Yi came back with the medicine and bought it. Guo Yi raised his slender fingers to take the bag. Well, go and drive her home. The car door was opened by someone. Rong Yi raised his head from happiness and caught a glimpse of the bag in Guo Yi's hand and said, "Is this medicine?" Guo Yi handed it over to Rong Yi and whispered, "Well, go home and look at the list, and follow the doctor's instructions to take medicine on time." Rong Yi, I still know this. KN soon stopped at the gate of Shifor Begonia. Rong Yi raised his hand and pinned the broken hair in front of his forehead behind his ear, and looked down at his swollen feet like pig's feet. Then he said to Guo Yi in a pitiful tone, "Mr. Guo, you may still bother you." Her purpose was clearly placed in front of Guo Yi, especially at this moment. Rong Yi also stretched out two jade arms towards him. Guo Yi raised his eyes and glanced at her. She was still addicted. Rong Yi looked at Guo Yi for a long time without moving. He put down his arm awkwardly and found a step down. "It's okay. It's okay to walk back by myself, but it's not convenient, and the injury may get worse." The more Rong Yi said, the higher Guo Yi's eyebrows were raised, and it was about I couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly, this woman has a lot of plays. At this time, Rong Yi lowered her head, and her long curly hair fell to cover her face. With her low and delicate voice, she looked like an abandoned kitten. This made Guo Yi suddenly remember that there was a little princess-tempered gadget at home. Thinking back to her senses, before Rong Yi wanted to get out of the car, she pushed the door and got out of the car and went around to the other side to open the door for her. Rong Yi looked up and looked at him leaning against the car door for a moment. Didn't he want to send her off? What else was he doing? Seeing that Rong Yi was in a daze, Guo Yi put his white fingers on the car door and knocked carelessly. Thin lips slightly open, "Don't you want to trouble me, huh?" The voice is low and moist, like a gurgling stream. When the words fell, he stretched out his hands to Rong Yi and raised his eyebrows to signal her to give him his hand. The curled eyelashes trembled, and Rong Yi pursed her red lips. She didn't know what to say for a moment. In fact, she was really a little lost in her heart just now, but she thought that she and Guo Yi hadn't known each other for a few days, and Guo Yi may not have an exception to her. However, now looking at his deep and gentle black eyes, Rong Yi gave him a slightly numb hand. At this time, Zhou Yu said with considerable insight, "Master, I'll wait for you downstairs." Guo Yi walked steadily to the community with her in his arms. Rong Yi took his bag and curled up in Guo Yi's arms. Rong Yi's height is not short, but compared with Guo Yi, he looks like a child. The security guard at the door saw Rong Yi being held in a man's arms. She looked so intimate that she thought it was her boyfriend, which shocked her. After all, Rong Yi is not only a beautiful woman, but also a well-known model. This kind of thing can't be seen every day. Seeing that the man was extraordinary, the security guy fixed his eyes and his pupils widened. He hurried forward to open the access control and said, "Please come in." When Guo Yi passed by him, he raised his black eyes and glared at him. The security was shocked by Guo Yi's aura. He stood up straight and didn't dare to look at him again. The whole process capacity she didn't look up in Guo Yi's arms. She didn't want to become tomorrow's headlines. Although Shifor Haitao's privacy management of residents is excellent, and the security guard will not say anything on the internet, Rong Yi is still afraid of being seen. She doesn't care about the impact on her. She is just afraid that it will cause trouble to Guo Yi. Guo Yi walked for a while and suddenly said to Rong Yi, "Your security guards let people in at will." Although Guo Yi didn't know what he meant, Rong Yi understood that he meant security issues. So he explained, "No, the people and vehicles in and out are registered, and there will be no danger. This security knows me and recognized me just now, so I let you in, and I will register him on my mobile phone." "Well, that's good." Rong Yi bit his lip and said secretly, "If I had known, I would have asked Assistant Joe to drive the car in just now. I really forgot my brain at home. I can't even think of it." Guo Yi walked in the community with her in his arms. Just looking at Guo Yi's face, it was extremely eye-catching, not to mention holding her again. Rong Yi, you are really stupid." After Guo Yi walked through a large garden with Rong Yi in his arms, he lowered his eyes and asked Rong Yi in a low voice, "Which building?" "Unit 1, Building 10. Shifor Haitang covers a large area. There are all kinds of entertainment facilities in the community, such as gyms, swimming pools, billiard rooms, cinema halls, etc. So basically Shifor Haitang can do not leave the community, and all of them can complete entertainment consumption in the community." Guo Yi's big hand on Rong Yi's waist tightened and turned her upside down. Rong Yi put his arms around Guo Yi's neck and looked up at him. He found that he had walked for a while. I don't know if Guo Yi thought she was heavy or not. "Rong Yi, Mr. Guo, are you tired? Otherwise, put me down and I'll try to walk for a while." Go Yi didn't look at her and said lazily, "You have a small body, and I won't be tired of another one." Ro Yi was not happy to hear this. What a small body. What's wrong with her body? It's bumpy, and the flesh has grown to where it should grow. I don't know how many people envy her to thinking of Ro Yi. She lowered her eyes and looked at her surging. Well developed, she was very satisfied. Go Yi's Guang saw her small movements and couldn't help but pause slightly. The white and beautiful softness overflowed from the neckline, which was seductive and out of control, causing people to commit crimes. On the woman's back, he took a deep breath, and his eyes were slightly dark. Looking carefully, Go Yi's steps became a little messy. Finally, he got on the elevator. Without Go Yi's words this time, Rong Yi immediately stretched out his hand and pressed the 19th floor. Go Yi looked sideways and remembered the number of floors. The floor where Rong Yi lives is relatively not so high, just in a middle position. This location is well lit, and looking out of the window, you can see the river view opposite. When the lights of Wentia are on at night, it is particularly bright. It can be said that Rong Yi chose a good house. Chapter 10, I like it very much too. Drop fingerprint unlocking successfully. Go in, Mr. Go Yi looked at Rong Yi's smile, hesitated for a moment, and walked into the porch. Go Yi stood at the door with Rong Yi in his arms, looked down and found that there were no slippers he could wear. Rong Yi leaned in front of him and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Go, there are no men's slippers at home. You can go in directly. It's okay." In this way, Go Yi had to walk out of the porch in his shoes. Rong Yi patted Go Yi's chest and quickly said, "Mr. Go, put me on the sofa in the living room." Hearing the words, Go Yi strode towards the sofa, walking slowly and gently putting Rong Yi on the sofa. Rong Yi sank into the soft and comfortable sofa, and the fatigue all over his body seemed to subside a little. He moved his buttocks inward and put his injured ankle aside. "Mr. Go, you can pour whatever you want to drink." "You're welcome." Go Yi sat lazily on the single sofa beside him and looked around. There was a large flat floor. The room was warm. You can see some elaborate small designs and ideas of the protagonist everywhere, which are exquisite and luxurious and warm. "Do you live alone?" Ro Yi nodded and said naturally, "Yes, I don't have a boyfriend, of course I live by myself." To speaking of the sentence of no boyfriend, Ro Yi specially observed Go Yi's reaction. I don't know if it's really not interested in her, or Go Yi's hiding is too good that she can't see it. Anyway, Go Yi's expression hasn't changed at all. Go Yi looked sideways at Rong Yi's fox eyes and hooked his lips. His eyesight was too high to find a boyfriend easily. Ro Yi smiled and asked back, "Really too? But I recently met a person I like very much. I like it very much." Ro Yi used a particularly soft and seductive voice. When he said this sentence, his eyes were as dazzling and brilliant as those full of stars. Go Yi lowered his eyes and laughed out loud. "With your posture, I believe that you will get what you want soon." "Really? What if he doesn't like me?" Rong Yi's delicate eyebrows show a charming charm. As the sound fell, Rong Yi's fingers smeared with cardamom gently touched Go Yi's arm. He gently slid along his arm to the Patek Philippe worn on his wrist, which seemed to be carelessly teasing, but in fact, his eyes had been paying attention to Go Yi's reaction. Go Yi's thin lips were slightly hooked, and his slender and clear fingers gently stroked the woman's soft and boneless softness, which made people itchy and crisp. The next moment, he carelessly took the woman's hand away from the cuff and turned his wrist freely. "Go Yi, it's not early. It's time for Go to go back." Ro Yi pouted his red lips. "Mr. Go, are you so relieved that I'm at home? You can ask your agent or assistant to accompany you." After saying that, Go Yi got up and was about to leave, but Rong Yi took the lead and said, "Before Mr. Go left, could you pour a glass of water for me, a sick person with limited mobility?" Rong Yi said softly inch by inch, "I'm afraid. In case I'm thirsty before the agent comes." Go Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a little deep meaning. "The water is right in front of you." Rong Yi pretended to have a pain in his feet, blinking his watery fox eyes and said, "My feet hurt." Go Yi looked down at the woman's acting, hooked his lips and said, "When will you not be able to hang out in the modeling circle? You can consider acting." Rong Yi glanced at him. What did Mr. Go say? What nonsense. To tell the truth, Go Yi bent down and stretched out his hand to pour water for her. Rong Yi smiled and admired the man's side face with her eyes. Go Yi handed the glass of water to Rong Yi and drank it. "Thank you, Mr. Go, I'm leaving." Rong Yi took a sip of water and said, "Mr. Go, go slowly." Looking reluctantly at Go Yi walking out of the house, Rong Yi sighed from the bottom of his heart. Alas, when can he stay and not leave? When he came to his senses, Rong Yi looked down at his ankles. This time, he just didn't want to rest at home. Go Yi came out of Rong Yi's house and tidied up his cuffs as he walked. The smile in his eyes betrayed his mood at this time. This woman is getting bolder and bigger. I'm afraid it's going to turn the sky upside down if she goes down like this. Go Yi took a reserved step and quickly walked to the security office at the gate of the community. It was still the security guy just now. When he saw Guo Yi coming out of it, he immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Guo Heng." Thinking of something, Guo Yi stopped and said to him, "You should know what to say and what not to say about today, huh?" Looking at Guo Yi's deep and dark eyes, the security guy's heart tightened and hurriedly said, "Mr. Guo, don't worry, I didn't see anything today." "Well, do your best." Guo Yi hooked the corners of his lips, raised his hand and patted the security guy on the shoulder. He told him to leave. The security guy patted his chest in shock. Fortunately, he was clever. He turned his head and looked at Unit 1 of Building 10. It seemed that Miss Raw was extraordinary. She must behave better when she saw her in the future. Guo Yi still got on the car in his original position. Zhou Ye was a little surprised to see Guo Yi coming down so quickly. "What's the matter?" Zhou Ye said cautiously. "No, why did you come down so soon? Is it really like what is rumored outside that I don't have a girlfriend because I regard women as the same sex, or is it actually?" "No." Guo Yi narrowed his dark eyes, stared at Zhou Ye's increasingly shocked face, and said coldly, "Put away the thoughts in your mind." Zhou Ye was poked and coughed twice, and said, "Did you just go up to send Miss Raw home?" Guo Yi put his arms in front of his chest, leaned lazily on the chair, looked at him with interest and said, "Otherwise, what do you think I'm going up there for?" Zhou Ye touched his nose awkwardly. What else could he do? Of course, it was the kind of thing that men and women love to do. "It's nothing. I also think I just went up to see Miss Raw home." Did he guess wrong? Guo Yi had no idea about Raw Yi. But why is it so different for Miss Raw? Zhou Ye wanted to break his head and couldn't understand, so he had to give up. He just needed to obey Guo Yi's words, and the rest was still to be seen. Guo Yi glanced at the building of Shifor Begonia and suddenly said, "Shifor Begonia was developed by Guo's real estate, right?" Hearing Guo Yi suddenly ask about this matter, Zhou Ye immediately said with a straight face, "It was developed by the group. Guo's real estate, which is the group of Guo Yi's family, is also the property left to him by his parents. Over the years, he has been sending a special person to take care of it. He will regularly stay in the group for a week every month and sign some contracts that must be passed by him." Guo Yi nodded and looked back from the car window. "It's time to go to the group tomorrow." "Yes." Zhou Ye hesitated and said, "But tomorrow, Aaron, the vice president of Daisy, will fly to Kyoto tomorrow afternoon and say that he wants to talk to you about shooting a lipstick advertisement for Daisy." Guo Yi closed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, telling Aaron that I would invite him to dinner tonight to talk about this matter, and let him go to the hotel to have a good rest first. "You arrange the hotel?" "Yes." Chapter 11, Is Guo Yi really as good as rumored? "Oh, hey, my little ancestor. If you don't see him, hear his voice first." Hearing this voice, Rong Yi knew that it was his agent Su Ying who came. Su Ying came to Rong Yi in 3 or 2 steps and threw the bag in her hand to the sofa at will. Her neat shoulder-length short hair swayed with her movements. "What's going on?" Su Ying looked at her ankle and said angrily and distressedly. Rong Yi spread his hands and sighed helplessly that his foot was empty when he went down the stairs. Su Ying keenly grasped the main point of the words and went down the stairs. "Did you go out?" "Well, I went out for dinner." "With whom?" Su Ying asked. Rong Yi only has 2 days off. Usually, she will only lie at home and rest, and will not go out to go shopping and eat with others. Rong Yi was ashamed, but she really couldn't hide it from Sister Ying. "That is." Rong Yi hesitated and said, "Guo Yi, the founder of G&Y Wilderness magazine, Sister Ying, you know, right?" Su Ying said without hesitation, "Of course, who doesn't know Guo Yi's name in the circle, let alone the influence of Yoya magazine, you should know it. When did you have an intersection with this man?" Rong Yi lowered his eyes and drank the water in the cup in a small mouthful. He felt guilty, not long ago. Just after the event yesterday, he took a ride by the way. Su Ying thought for a while and said doubtfully, "No, Guo Yi is famous for being difficult to talk in the circle. Not to mention his bad temper, he is extremely possessive of his own things, and he also has a little cleanliness fetish. How could what about asking you to give him a ride?" Su Ying was so confused that she couldn't figure it out. Cleanliness fetish. Why didn't she know that they had eaten the same cake, and she didn't see that Guo Yi had a cleanliness fetish? But looking at Su Ying's puzzled look, Rong Yi said, "Yesterday I was standing alone on the side of the road and was seen by Shang Guiyu. He was in Mr. Gu's car. Maybe he felt sorry for me and brought me back by the way." Su Ying, the second son of Shaoguang Group, knew that he and Rong Yi were friends. Maybe Guo Yi let Rong Yi give him a ride for the Sarah of Shang Guiyu, right? Su Ying didn't think much about it, and just believed Rong Yi's words. Unable to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Ying asked again, "What does it have to do with this gentleman when you go out for dinner today?" "In order to thank Mr. Guo for his hitchhiking, I invited him to a meal. Then I stepped on the empty stairs when I went out." Unexpectedly, Su Ying was not only not angry, but also very happy. "Really? Mr. Guo had dinner with you?" Rong Yi. Now, Rong Yi doesn't know whether to say yes or not. Rong Yi hesitated and said, "Really? That's good to dare. Just take this opportunity to contact Mr. Go more to see if you can cover the magazine in the first issue of the Field. She said why something was wrong. It turned out that Su Ying was thinking of letting her go to work. Leaving aside the rest, she is still willing to contact Go Yedwa, but she doesn't know whether Go Yi will give her this opportunity. The more Su Ying thought about it, the happier she became. She was so excited that she began to imagine that Rong Yi was on the cover of the magazine in the Field, which would be popular again in front of the public. You should hold on tight. When Rong Yi heard the words, she smiled bitterly. She also thought, what kind of ability is it to be in a magazine? If she could make people excited, Su Ying came back to her senses and said to Rong Yi, have you seen a doctor for your feet? What did the doctor say? Feet are very important to models. If they hurt their feet, they can't walk the show. Su Ying is still very worried. Not to mention that Rong Yi is her money tree. From the perspective of a friend, she doesn't want Rong Yi to get hurt. Rong Yi, the doctor said to take more rest. Su Ying, that's what you said, right? Rong Yi was helpless. Although she also wanted to rest more, she would definitely not joke about her career. Sister Ying, what are you talking about? Rong Yi pouted her red lips to refute. Su Ying smiled. Well, I know it's a doctor. I'll tease you. It's been 100 days since you hurt your tendons and bones. It just so happens that you don't have a big show to leave recently. I'll give you a month of sick leave and have a good rest at home. I have recommended other activities to you. Hearing Su Ying's words, Rong Yi's fox eyes lit up in an instant, and she didn't care if her feet were injured or not. She got up and hugged Su Ying and said happily, I love you, Sister Ying. Su Ying was hugged by her and was forced to lean back. She patted her arm with a smile and hurriedly said, okay, be careful with your feet. If your condition worsens, you can't extend the holiday. Alas, as expected, that was all fake just now. Capitalist is still a capitalist. Rong Yi let Su Ying go and pretended to be sad. Su Ying gently flicked her head with her fingers and said, you are clever. Not long after she was happy, Su Ying turned her head and asked curiously, did Mr. Go take you to the hospital? She was behind him. If she hadn't been thinking about him, she wouldn't have stepped on the air. Of course, he would take her to the hospital. If I had known, I would have let Go Yi be in charge. Alas. Hey, isn't Mr. Go handsome? Su Ying came forward and asked her. It's really too curious. Go Yi usually doesn't see the beginning and end of Shenlong, and Su Ying hasn't seen it either. However, it is said that the person who has seen it contrasts with Go Yi's appearance as a demon in the world. The appearance beats many male idols in the entertainment industry, and what's more, it is said that there was an agent who wanted to sign Go Yi to develop in the entertainment industry, and he could definitely become the top. Later, when he heard about Go Yi's family background, he slipped away. He is in charge of Go's real estate, and there is also a popular magazine under his name. How could he choose to be a star in the entertainment industry? Rong Yi nodded secretly. Go Yi's appearance could not be summarized by one word: handsome. It's simply the best in the world. Su Ying poked her, don't be in a daze, but say, is Go Yi really as good as the rumor? Rong Yi looked into Su Ying's eyes, nodded seriously, and said seriously, handsome. So handsome. Really? It seems that the rumor is true. If I have a chance, I really want to witness the appearance of this man with my own eyes, which is also a feast for my eyes. Rong Yi looked at Su Ying's thoughtful expression and said to himself, if I can take down Go Yi, let alone let her see it, it's okay to watch it every day. After sitting for a while, Su Ying took out her mobile phone and said to Rong Yi without raising her head. It was inconvenient for your foot to hurt, and Guoguo also asked for leave. I have been living here to accompany you these days. Rong Yi held the remote control in his hand and said in a delicate voice, okay too, but don't you worry about the child. Su Ying is married and has a 3-year-old son who is about to go to kindergarten. It's okay. My husband is at home. I'm relieved that the child is watching. Rong Yi, okay. Su Ying reported to her husband on her mobile phone, put down her mobile phone and asked Rong Yi what to eat for dinner. With that, he got up and walked to the kitchen. As he walked, he said, your foot is injured. Shall I cook a pig's foot soup for you? Rong Yi leaned on the sofa and frowned slightly. What is this? Make up for the shape with the shape. Chapter 12, Making a Fortune. Half a month passed in a flash. Rong Yi stayed at home honestly to recuperate. He didn't go anywhere, and his whole body was about to get moldy. The only thing that can make her happy is to send messages to harass Go Yi every day. No matter what, he can't get rid of this foot injury. Today happens to be Su Ying's son's birthday. She went home to celebrate her son's birthday. Originally, she wanted Rong Yi to go back with her. However, Rong Yi's mobility is inconvenient. Moreover, Su Ying's work is to spend less with her family. It's hard for a family of 3 to be together. Rong Yi still doesn't join in the fun, and only asks Su Ying to bring the toys she bought for the children home. Well, Rong Yi got up and made a cup of oatmeal, boiled an egg and half a corn cob. The white fingertips picked up the water cup and drank it to increase the sense of fullness, and then began to have breakfast. Oh no, it shouldn't be breakfast. It's almost lunch. In the past half-month, Rong Yi has experienced the happiness of sleeping late for the first time in a long time. She feels that the bed is the best invention in the world. As soon as Rong Yi had peeled the egg, he saw a message from his mobile phone before he could eat it. It was So Ying, who was worried that she was at home, so she specially asked her if she had got up and had eaten. In fact, Rong Yi's foot injury has almost healed, and she can walk on the ground. It was So Ying who was afraid that she would leave the root of the disease and insisted on letting her take care of it again. Rong Yi didn't know whether she was happy or worried. So Ying had been at Rong Yi's house for the past half-month. She cooked soup for her every time. She was about to vomit after drinking. It was really too tonic. What's more, she gained almost 5 kgs in just half a month. This sounded the alarm of Rong Yi, and he couldn't drink it to death. Rose, got up, I'm about to eat. Picture a picture of lunch on the table. Rose, Sister Ying, don't worry about me. You can rest assured to accompany the child with your brother-in-law. Just come to me tomorrow. Rose, Bi Xing. Gif Yung, okay, then I won't go back tonight. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Rose, okay. Rong Yi put down his mobile phone and then began to eat. After eating slowly, Rong Yi stopped and didn't touch the rest of the corn. After dinner, Rong Yi supported one foot and jumped on the sofa with a long leg. Just 2 minutes after sitting down, Rong Yi was still thinking about what variety show to watch today, and the prompt of the mobile phone rang. Rong Yi was about to form a conditioned reflex. She threw away the remote control in her hand and quickly turned on her mobile phone. It was indeed the message sent to her by Guo Yi. However, it is a reply to the good night she sent last night. If this person was not Guo Yi, Rong Yi really suspected that he deliberately didn't reply to her yesterday. Fortunately, he sent her a message this morning. But it doesn't matter. As long as it's Guo Yi, no matter what you want, you can accept it. Rong Yi felt that she was about to fall in love now. Thinking about those videos on the internet, she didn't want to dig for wild vegetables. Rose, Mr. Guo is really a busy person. Replying to a message makes people think about it day and night. To Rose, the cat is cute. Gif, GY, does your feet hurt? Rong Yi pouted and complained that it would really spoil the atmosphere. Even if your feet don't hurt, you can't tell him that it doesn't hurt. Rose, 82 Rose, crying face.jpg. Rose, if someone can come to see me and talk to me, it may not hurt. GY, you think very well Rose, Mr. Guo doesn't know what it feels like when I stay at home every day, and I'm about to get moldy Rose, unlike Mr. Guo, I go out to have fun every day GY. When did I go out to have fun? Rong Yi hummed softly and refused to admit it. Let's see her put the evidence in front of him. Almost immediately, Rong Yi changed hands and sent a screenshot, which was the one that had just been on the hot search 2 days ago. On the picture, Yi Qiu Qiu, a popular little flower, is holding hands intimately with a man. The man's face is a little blurred, but after multi-way analysis by the media, it is thought to be G and YC Guo Yi, who never shows up. Guo Yi smiled angrily when he saw the photo. The photo was so blurred that even a person could not be seen. How could it be concluded that it was his? GY, are you sure this is me? Rose, well, I think what the media said is quite true. In fact, the best thing in the media is to catch the wind and catch the shadow, in order to explode. You can write anything. After so many years in this circle, Rong Yi didn't know, but when he saw this hot search at that time, his emotion was greater than his reason. GY, media? Miss Rong is also a person in the entertainment industry. Do you believe this kind of report? Rose, I'm sorry I'm preconceived. I thought you had a new love. GY, look less at this kind of unnutritious thing. I have to say that Guo Yi's words are like what parents say when they teach their children. Rose, although I really want to refute, I can listen to Mr. Guo, Rose, good behave.jpg. GY, good behave too. Gif, Rong Yi sat on the sofa, holding his mobile phone and bit his lip and smiled, a woman in love. Although the 8 characters have not been finished yet, they are ready to come out. Rose, what is Mr. Guo doing at home? Guo Yi didn't reply to her, and didn't send a video until a while later. In the video, the Snow White and impurity-free ragdoll cat, blinking its big blue eyes, is licking the man's slender fingers, a soft one, and wearing a light pink cat princess skirt, is so cute. Meow star people are willing and can't stand it. Rose, art is so cute. Rose, can Mr. Guo bring it here to accompany me? Rong Yi's brain was hot and she said it directly. When she could think back to the cage, she couldn't withdraw. Rong Yi reached out and patted her head. She really didn't know what she was thinking about every day. The kitten was so cute that it poked her heart. Rong Yi regretted the beginning, lowered his eyes and quickly typed on his mobile phone with his fingers. Rose, I'm watching the cat is so cute that I blurted out for a moment. Mr. Guo, don't take it seriously. Guo Yi looked at the latest news in his mobile phone, raised his eyebrows slightly, and turned his eyes to look at the packaged fortune. He said, make a fortune, what if he doesn't want it anymore? Lick your claws to get rich, meow too. Guo Yi stretched out his hand and touched the rich head. Knowing that you want to go, I will fight for you. GY, I'm serious. Chapter 13. Don't you like pig's trotter soup? Using garden, Gui asked his aunt to pack up the small toys that he usually likes to play with, as well as cat food and some small clothes. Aunt Song, young master, are you going to send your wealth to the young lady's house? I just got back from Go Qingyi a few days before I got rich, and I haven't been at home for long. Go Yi, no, let it stay at a friend's house for 2 days. Aunt Song nodded. Oh, okay. Are you leaving now? I made some pig's trotter soup. Drink a bowl and then leave. Don't be in a hurry. Go Yi touched the cat's fingers. Pig's trotter soup? Then, he whispered without raising his head, Aunt Song, pack one in a thermos. All right. Aunt Song didn't think much about it. She thought Go Yi was going to drink it on the road. Rong Yi didn't expect that what he was about to say for a moment would come true. It was not until Go Yi in a black windbreaker stood at the door of her house that Rong Yi couldn't recover. Go Yi looked at Rong Yi's dumbfounded look and smiled. Don't you let me in. I can stand outside, but it's not necessarily. Go Yi raised the cat bag containing Fortune in front of her. From the moment she got out of the car, Fortune hadn't come out for a long time, and she had been jumping excitedly in the cat bag. Rong Yi came back to his senses, staring at the cutie in the cat's bag with fox eyes, hooked his lips and said, of course, people and it were coming in. Please come in. Go Yi went in with a large bag of things in his hand. Go Yi walked to the porch, turned his head to look at Rong Yi and asked, do I have to wear shoes to go in this time? Rong Yi turned around and said in a delicate voice, of course not. Mr. Go looked at the bottom of the shoe cabinet to see if there was a pair of men's slippers. Go Yi put the cat bag on the ground, bent down and opened the shoe cabinet beside him. Sure enough, a pair of dark grey slippers and a woman's high heels were placed together, and the picture was very harmonious. Well, I finally have a little awareness as the master. Rong Yi squatted down and lowered his eyes with a smile on his lips to tease the cat in the cat's bag. Mr. Go's words are really unrighteous. I've already bought you slippers, and you have to count them again. Go Yi stood up and leaned his arms against the wall with his hands. He looked down at her teasing and making a fortune. You are going to relieve itching through your boots. Take it out. Rong Yi's fox eyes lit up and looked up at him in surprise and said, really? Of course. Rong Yi pulled open the cat bag and took out the fortune inside. As soon as the fortune ran into Rong Yi's arms, he pretended to be cute and cried, meow to let Rong Yi, the meow star, love you so much. Hello, you are so beautiful too. Mr. Go, what's its name? Go Yi uttered 2 words in a hoarse voice and made a fortune. Send. Get rich. Rong Yi teased the cat's fingers and said in shock. Go Yi nodded unfazedly, Unexpectedly, the desire to get rich is not only the poor who want to get rich, but it turns out that a young master from a family like Gui can't be exempted from vulgarity. Rong Yi lost his smile and said happily, I didn't expect a person of Mr. Go's level to be so down to earth. Go Yi squeezed his lips and smiled. The cheap name is easy to support. Is it a male cat or a female cat? Female cat. Rong Yi stuttered. Female. Female cat took this name. What's the matter? It's nothing. I just think it's a great name. It is very in line with the temperament of making a fortune. Go Yi's thin lips are slightly hooked. Oh, are your feet better? You can squat down. Rong Yi stretched out his hand and put the struggling wealth on the floor. Of course not. Isn't it to see Mr. Go coming and holding on? After saying that, he was about to get up. He didn't think that one foot was numb and lost consciousness. Rong Yi directly made him lose his balance and fell straight to Go Yi. Be careful. Go Yi exclaimed and raised his hand to hug Rong Yi. A woman's softness is closely attached to a man's chest and inseparable. Rong Yi subconsciously looked up, and his lips gently rubbed Go Yi's sexy protruding throat knot. Uncontrollably rolled up and down twice, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Be careful. Rong Yi realized her actions. She was not very shy, but secretly smiled in a place that Go Yi could not see. She likes this man very much and takes advantage of him. It's too late to steal fun. Aha. Go Yi stretched out his hand to help Rong Yi up and asked, can you leave? Rong Yi didn't want to leave Go Yi's arms. He was soft and spoiled. His feet hurt. It seemed to hurt again just now. I don't know if he was squatting just now. After saying that, he snuggled into Go Yi's arms again. He lowered his eyes and stared at the woman who was acting in his arms, and raised his lips and smiled without a word. This woman is really not reserved at all, but she is still enjoying it. It's really a ghost. Then take you to the sofa. Rong Yi nodded and put his hands around Go Yi's sexy and superior neck. Get rich, meow? Farsai looked at the master holding the beautiful woman and put her on the sofa. He didn't understand his behavior very much. Humans are really difficult to understand. Meow is better. Meow to Mr. Go, what is the big bag you brought? And that grey cloth bag. Rong Yi didn't say that Go Yi almost forgot. That grey one is a thermos bucket. I brought it to you. Rong Yi's fox eyes were puzzled, and he asked doubtfully, "What did you bring me?" Rong Yi really couldn't think of what kind of things Guo Yi would bring her. Guo Yi got up and walked to the porch, picked up the thermos and turned around and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen of Rong Yi's house is semi-open, which can be seen at a glance. Rong Yi looked at Guo Yi as if she was at home, and walked to the kitchen very naturally. With a smile on the corner of her mouth, she was playing with her curly hair in her hand. She lay on her side on the sofa and supported her head, looking at him in an extremely seductive posture. "Did you bring me the delicious food?" Guo Yi nodded. "Rong Yi, what is it?" "It is said that what to eat and what to supplement." Rong Yi's fingers wrapped around the curly hair. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? It seems that he has heard it somewhere. Isn't this the one she wants? Guo Yi's cold voice sounded again, and the pig's trotter soup made up for the shape. When the words fell, Guo Yi took a bowl of soup and put it in front of her. There were still a few small pieces of pig's trotter meat in the bowl. Rong Yi. As sure enough, just like what she thought. Guo Yi leaned forward and pulled out a piece of paper. He lowered his eyes and wiped off a few undried drops of water on his fingers. "What? Don't like to drink?" What did she say about this? It felt like a proposition. Chapter 14. It's easy to make a fortune. There are also red dates and goji berries floating in the milky white pig's trotter soup, which nourishes qi and nourishes blood, and the aroma is rich. Rong Yi frowned and bit the soft flesh in his lips. He said in a delicate voice, "It's not that he doesn't like it. He has really drunk too much in the past half-month." She felt that she was not recuperating her injury, but more like she was in a malon, which was too much for her. "Then drink it." Guo Yi raised his eyes to look at her and raised his chin to signal her to drink it. Rong Yi stretched out his hand and pinched the spoon, stirring it gently. After a while, he scooped up a spoon and said to Guo Yi, "My taste is light. Mr. Guo, please help me taste whether this soup tastes heavy." The next moment, the spoon was fed to Guo Yi's lips. Guo Yi looked up and saw Rong Yi's beautiful eyes shining, looking at him with a trace of expectation. Thin lips opened the way, "Don't worry, our aunt is very good at craftsmanship, which must suit your taste." Seeing that there was no chance, Rong Yi's fox eyes darkened, and his flat mouth muttered in a low voice, "Well." After saying that, he was about to withdraw the spoon in his hand. Unexpectedly, Guo Yi leaned towards the spoon and took a sip. "The taste is just right." Rong Xiang smiled, and his delicate voice sounded. Mr. Guo took another sip. Then Rong Yi scooped another spoonful and wanted to feed it to Guo Yi. At this time, Guo Yi slowly withdrew his body and leaned back lazily. His voice was magnetic and low. "I prepared for you. How could I drink for nothing? How can it be considered a waste drink?" This was originally brought by Mr. Guo Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and didn't want to drink. Being mercilessly exposed by Guo Yi, Rong Yi did not feel embarrassed. He directly made it clear that I didn't want to drink. "In the past half-month, my agent has been cooking soup for me every no time, and I'm about to turn into pig's trotter soup." The woman's words made Guo Yi laugh out loud. "In this case, don't drink. What a waste. Isn't it up to Mr. Guo's heart?" Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and asked her, "What do you think?" He wants to see what the woman wants to do. "It's better to." There was a trace of cunning in Rong Yi's fox eyes, and his voice was soft and charming. Mr. Guo drank it, just to supplement it. Mr. Guo is so hard and tired every day, and he must have to nourish him well. As he said, Rong Yi pushed the small bowl to Guo Yi's hand. Then he raised his elbows on the coffee table, put his delicate and small chin on the back of his hand, and looked at him with his long eyelashes open without blinking. "Drink quickly, Mr. Guo." At this time, he was making a fortune on one side and smelled the fragrance. He stayed at Guo Yi's feet with two claws fluttering. His front paws pulled on his trouser legs and shouted eagerly, "Meow to meow." As if to say, "He doesn't drink, let me do it." When Rong Yi saw the appearance of getting rich, he was overjoyed. He gently called for getting rich, "Get rich, come to your sister, be good to meow to get rich." Heard the voice, turned his head and stepped on his chubby short legs, jumped vertically, and jumped into Rong Yi's arms. He buried his little head in Rong Yi's arms aggrievedly, not to mention how pitiful he was. It seems that Rong Yi is suing Guo Yi for how bad he is and not giving him food. He forcibly evoked Rong Yi's maternal love. His white hand gently caressed the back of the fortune and coaxed it to say, "Oh, look at the one who makes us rich and greedy." Poor thing. To Guo Yi caught a glimpse of the action of getting rich and couldn't help saying, "A drama master." However, this feature. Guo Yi turned his eyes and looked at Rong Yi's little face, which was quite similar to this woman. Before Rong Yi smoothed the rich hair, he heard Guo Yi say this, and his red lips slightly opened to refute. "It's because you don't give it a drink. You are wronged." "How can you say that?" Rong Yi touched the cat's hair of wealth in a soothing manner, and said softly to Guo Yi, "Mr. Guo, drink this soup quickly, or you will shout when you see it. Drink it quickly, just in time for me to coax fortune out." Guo Yi looked at the fragrant pig's trotter soup in his hand. If the woman didn't want to drink it, she let him drink it. Finally, under Rong Yi's repeated urging, Go Yi drank the soup and ate it with pig's feet. Get rich quickly. We won't be angry. Your father said he would give you canned cat food. Shall we eat canned cat food? Hearing the words, Go Yi frowned. He looked at Rong Yi, coaxing the child with interest. Through this picture, he could already see what Rong Yi would look like if he coaxed the baby in the future. It took Rong Yi 9 cows and 2 tigers to coax Xiao Fa-sai. Only then did Fa-sai poke his head out and obediently nested in Rong Yi's arms. When he became rich, he didn't want to leave Rong Yi's arms. He comfortably enjoyed the pleasure of being followed by his hair, and his mouth hummed. So good to not only did he enjoy it with his eyes squinting, but Rong Yi was also addicted to playing with cats. Do you like cats so much? When Rong Yi heard Go Yi's question, he looked up at him and said, yes, doesn't Mr. Go also like it? Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a fortune. Go Yi hooked his lips and didn't make a sound. In fact, what Rong Yi said is not very right. Go Yi can neither say that he likes or dislikes small animals. It's just on his birthday, his friend teased him that he was too lonely to give him a kitten from the newly born female cat at home. His friend asked him to give the kitten a name. He smoked a cigarette and thought for a long time before spitting out 2 words, get rich. After raising it for a long time, I got some feelings. Mr. Go, how many days do you really want to make a fortune with me? There was a little uncertainty in Rong Yi's tone. Well, is there any problem? Rong Yi, no, it's just that I haven't raised a cat yet, and I don't know much about my preferences for getting rich. I'm afraid I can't take good care of it. Go Yi opened his lips and said to her, don't worry, it's easy to feed when you get rich. I've brought you the cat toys and cat food that you usually like to play with. Don't forget to give it 3 meals a day. Rong Yi. Really? It's so easy to feed, but you can't lie to her. Rong Yi suddenly remembered something and said again, 2 am happy to help Mr. Go take care of his wealth, but when my feet get better, I have to go to work, so I can't take care of it. Seeing this, Go Yi didn't even raise his eyelids. He twisted his fingers and was a little addicted to smoking. I know, I will come to pick up the fortune on the 7th of next month. At that time, your foot will be better and its work will be completed. Rong Yi's eyes bent and he laughed out loud. Go Yi meant that she sent him a message to let Fa Tai come with her. When her feet get better, there is no need to make a fortune to play with her. Somehow, if you think about it carefully, she has the intention to cross the river and demolish the bridge. Chapter 15, hurry up to make Go Yi like her. Mr. Go, why does this sound like I'm crossing the river and demolishing the bridge? Oh, what do you think? Rong Yi raised his hand and straightened his broken hair, and said in a delicate voice, if he hadn't been afraid of not taking good care of Mr. Go's wealth, I wouldn't have said what I just said. Obviously, she didn't have time, but she blamed Go Yi for misinterpreting her meaning. Go Yi laughed. This woman is really angry and reluctant. Is that my fault? The woman squeezed her lips and smiled. How can she blame Mr. Go? Go Yi hummed softly and lowered his eyes habitually to look at the time, only to find that he was not wearing a watch today. I raised my eyes and just caught a glimpse of the clock hanging in the living room. I tidied up the cuffs and said, I'll leave it to you to take care of it first. It's too early for me to leave. Huh. He left so soon. The woman's disappointed expression is obvious. Go Yi's thin lips were slightly raised, and his black eyes contained a little tenderness. I will come to see how to make a fortune in a few days. Well, even if she can't bear to let him leave, she is not qualified to ask him to stay. This idea further aroused Rong Yi's fighting spirit. She should hurry up to make Go Yi like her. Standing up with a coffee table, Rong Yi wanted to send Go Yi out of the house, limping on one foot, which was a little funny. However, this could not cover Rong Yi's swaying body. Previously, Rong Yi did not believe that Go Yi would really come. She didn't even change her pajamas and was still wearing pink silk pajamas. The fabric of the pajamas is very silky, close to her body, outlining her beautiful and sexy figure. Rong Yi's skin is in good condition, with white and glowing skin and fluffy curly hair. Even without makeup, her bare face is very beautiful and has a unique flavor. Go Yi looked at Rong Yi and jumped over. The softness in front of her waved with her movements. Her black eyes deepened and her throat tightened a little. He has endured it for a long time. From the time he entered the door, he now doubted whether the woman had intended to seduce him, but he didn't know how to hide it at all. Go Yi's voice was extremely hoarse, and his dark eyes said deeply, don't move around. Huh. Rong Yi didn't hear what he was saying. Mr. Go, what did you just say? Go Yi rolled his throat knot. It's okay. Your feet are inconvenient. I'll just go by myself. How can that be? Mr. Go is also the most important guest. Of course, I have to send him personally. Go Yi couldn't help her, so he had to endure the strange feeling from her body and let her mind. Rong Yi stood at the door and turned his head to look for wealth. Wealth? Come and say goodbye to your father when you get rich. Who would have thought that you didn't call get rich? You get rich nestled on the sofa and licked your claws without their own business. Go Yi glanced at the appearance of getting rich and sneered. After so many years of feeding a white-eyed wolf, he forgot about him. Ro Yi also raised the corners of his mouth and said that he didn't care about Mr. Go. I'm leaving. Go Yi withdrew his gaze and left without looking back. Ro Yi still looked at the door reluctantly for a long time before jumping back to the sofa from the door. He ferreted a handful of the cat's hair that made a fortune and said to it, "Give a fortune to you can't bear to leave your father." Meow too, but I'm very reluctant to Rongyi sighed and said, "Fusai, how do you think I'm your mother? I'll give you canned cat food every day." To Rongyi seduced Fusai to whisper, regardless of whether it could understand or not. At this time, there was a little movement. He turned his head and jumped to Rongyi's lap and meowed, as if he was responding to Rongyi's words. "If you are happy and get rich, do you agree?" Meow to Rongyi reached out and picked up the fortune and grinned at it. "Fortune is great. It's really a good baby for mom. Mom will place an order to buy some of the most beautiful princess dresses for the rich baby." Rongyi teased the fortune for a while. He was tired of playing with the fortune. He turned around and walked to its luxurious cat's nest, hugged his tail and shrank into a ball and began to sleep. Rongyi looked at Fa Sai and fell asleep. He turned his eyes and looked out of the window. It was indeed afternoon. "Why don't she also take a nap?" He said he would go. Rongyi walked towards the bedroom step by step with a crutch. On the wall from the living room to the bedroom, there was a mirror. Rongyi turned his eyes and glanced at it inadvertently, and his beautiful eyes were wide open. Did she just appear in front of Goyi like this? Bare-faced, untidy, wearing a set of pajamas and crutches. Ah. When the fortune in the cat's nest heard the sound, he raised his head from the tail, blinked his big blue eyes to look around, and then nested in again. Rongyi looked at the mirror in disbelievably. This time she lost all her face in front of Goyi. If she had known this, she should have changed into more sexy pajamas. She had to show her good figure anyway, such as her breasts and legs. She was wearing long-sleeved pajamas, which covered all her advantages. Goyi wouldn't think she was unexpected, would she? I really don't regret it. The more Rongyi thought about it, the angrier he became. He tossed and turned in bed and rolled. He couldn't sleep at all. Chapter 16 Wealth is Mr. Go's cat. The next morning, So Young opened the door with the box and Guoguo, and soon found something was wrong. How did she hear the kittens cry? Guoguo, did you hear the kittens cry? Guoguo nodded and looked around. It seemed to be there. So Young walked to the bar and put down the box in her hand. At this time, Guoguo was wandering around in the living room and was attracted by the pink little house. Squatting down and looking at it, Guoguo's round little face was surprised. "Sister Ying, come on. There is a kitten here to wear." So Ying walked quickly to the living room and saw Guoguo squatting on one side. She walked over and looked down. Sure enough, there is a ragdoll cat with snow-white fur, which is very beautiful. "Whose kitten is this? I didn't have it when I left yesterday." So Ying looked at the cat's nest. "It's so good that the cat lives so well. Oh, my god, it's so cute to let my sister Rua to." As soon as Guoguo finished speaking, she began to make a fortune. The action of making a fortune is very agile. When he saw Guoguo reaching out, he immediately got out of the cat's nest and ran out. Oh, Guoguo jumped on the sofa as she looked at the fortune, pretending not to let her touch it. Guoguo said to Su Ying with some aggrievance, "Sister Ying, why doesn't it let me hold it? Maybe it's afraid of straw people." Guoguo was sad and could be seen with the naked eye. She pouted and said, "But I was the most liked by small animals. Usually, when I see other small animals, they all like me." Su Yingning choked. This. She really doesn't know how to explain to Guoguo. Ro Yi put on his pajamas sleepily, opened the bedroom door and yawned elegantly. "The voice is soft like you just woke up. What are you doing?" "Guoguo, sister, you're awake." To Ro Yi strode to the bar and poured a glass of water to drink. "Guoguo, why are you back now? Didn't I give you a month's leave?" Originally, Guoguo asked for a week's leave, which was not Ro Yi's foot injury. She rested at home, so she sent a message to Guoguo to give her another 3 weeks of vacation to accompany her family. "I heard from Sister Ying that your foot was injured. I'll take care of you when I come back. My parents thought it was annoying for me to stay at home and asked me to come back to work quickly." Ro Yi squeezed his lips and laughed at her. "I guess it was mainly for the latter reason." Guoguo smiled and was not angry. She knew that Ro Yi was teasing her. So Young interrupted their chat and asked Ro Yi, "Where did the kitten come from?" "I didn't have it when I left yesterday." So Young didn't say anything. Ro Yi forgot that there was a little more thing in her home. He raised his hand and patted his head, and quickly jumped to the living room. "He forgot to tell you that this was the new kid who came yesterday." So Young looked at her movements and said, "Slow down. Walk to her side in 2 or 3 steps to support her." "I'm fine. I'm almost fine." Ro Yi sat on the sofa and said softly to the Wealth standing on the top of the sofa, "Wealth, come here quickly." To Wealth he turned around and heard Ro Yi call it. He jumped down from the top of the sofa and nestled in Ro Yi's arms. Meow to this scene directly made Guoguo dumbfounded. It didn't let anyone touch it just now. As soon as I called it, it came down. Why did this kitten still have double standards? Sister to I just wanted to hold it, but it didn't let me touch it. Why did you call it and it came down? Guoguo is very puzzled. Really? Rong Yi was happy and made a fortune. Why do you still pick people? Meow to it's not a casual meow. Sister, it's called making a fortune. Guoguo looked at the fortune. She is also a senior scavenger. Her parents have a cat and a dog at home. Yes, the name is domineering. Guoguo thought about it carefully, and it was quite down to earth. So Ying smiled when she heard the words. Rong Yi smiled. It was really a good fruit that she had a good heart and mind, just like what she said. I'm sorry to get rich. Mom actually forgot you. Are you hungry, huh? Rong Yi looked down and touched its little head. And said in a delicate voice. Meow to of course I'm hungry. Mom's feet are inconvenient. Let this sister take you to dinner, okay? Rong Yi said to Farsai to let him follow Guoguo to eat cat food. Fortune took a look at Guoguo and meowed reluctantly. It's just reluctant. Guoguo looked at the little figure of wealth and was eager to fight. She secretly clenched her little fist and gave her an afternoon to see if she would not accept the fortune. Rong Yi handed the fortune to Guoguo and told her to say, Guoguo, the cat food is next to the fortune cat basin, and the golden bag is. All right? Guoguo hugged Rua, who was rich and loved to get rich, and passed the hand addiction first. Su Ying watched Guoguo go to feed the cat, so she sat on the sofa and asked Rong Yi, who sent your cat? It's okay if others don't know the nature of Rong Yi's work. Don't Rong Yi himself know? He doesn't stay at home for a month at work, not to mention raising a cat. It's still barely good at raising himself. It's not a gift, it's just a foster care at home for a few days. When my feet get better, I'll send it back to someone else. So that's it. So Ying said thoughtfully, are you familiar with the owner who made a fortune? Why do you ask such a question, Sister Ying? Rong Yi swallowed silently. I heard you call yourself Mom. Don't you know his father? Well, how to say, she and Guo Yi don't seem to know each other too well. However, she has always had other plans for him. So Ying narrowed her eyes and looked at Rong Yi's swallowing appearance, and felt more and more that there was a ghost. Rong Yi closed his eyes and said directly, well, making a fortune is Mr. Guo's cat. What? So Ying opened her eyes wide and was shocked. Making a fortune is Guo Yi's cat. I was quick to mouth yesterday. When I sent a message to Guo Yi, I asked him if he could bring a fortune to accompany me. Who would have thought that he would really bring a fortune? Rong Yi touched his nose and said softly, You'll be tolerant later. You let me slow down. So Ying pressed her temple and sorted out the messy information in her mind. Rong Yi raised his eyebrows and knew that this information really needed to be sorted out for Su Ying, so he didn't speak again. And Guoguo, who was dedicated to feeding the cat food to get rich, didn't care what they were talking about during the whole process. It's also big-hearted. After a while, Su Ying finally raised her head and reorganized the language. So, you have been holding your mobile phone and giggling day all this time. Are you chatting with Guo Yi? Giggling? She is so obvious. Su Ying asked seriously, Rong Yi, you don't like Guo Yi, do you? Chapter 17 The icing on the cake, more than enough. At this point, Su Ying is worthy of being an agent, and she suddenly asked the secret hidden in Rong Yi's heart. However, Rong Yi didn't intend to hide it from them, and it was not a shame to like someone. Well, I like Guo Yi. Su Ying, however, said that it was not my sister who hit you. The Guo family was a famous family. His own sister was a famous celebrity at the beginning. She married a black and white boss, who was also Guo Feng, the current person in power of Guo's group. And Guo Yi's real estate in Guo's family is also a 100 billion group. Even if they take 10,000 steps back, they will find a man who is the same as Guo Yemen to marry. Rong Yi said without saying yes or no, I know, Sister Ying, you are good for me, but you know my personality. I won't back down because of these, not to mention that we haven't said anything, let alone talk about marriage. And I like Guo Yi, not because of his family. It's his appearance. Hearing Rong Yi's words, Su Ying was relieved. As she said, Rong Yi's personality is not the kind of person who gives up easily when others persuade her, no matter what. Su Ying looked at her angrily and said that the cat has been sent to you. Isn't it time to sacrifice next? This is fine. Thinking of the picture of Guo Yi's dedication to her, for some reason, Rong Yi was a little excited, It's a little astringent, no matter how you think about it, to Su Ying. Looking at the situation, I think I told you last time that you asked Mr. Guo to talk about the cover of the Oiharano magazine. It must be okay. With our near water platform, tell me, I don't think Mr. Guo will refuse. Is it really good for us to rely on our relatives like this? Rong Yi shook his head. I don't want to be on the cover of the magazine by relying on Guo Yi's relationship. I haven't been on the cover of the magazine for so many years. I don't want to be on the cover of the magazine, and I still rely on the household. It's mainly related to this household. If you don't rely on Bai, you can rely on Go Yi. Rong Yi teased Su Ying and said, Sister Ying, you asked me to think about it just now. Why do you support me so much now? Su Ying was speechless and choked, and coughed dryly twice. Let's talk about the rest. Let's focus on your condition. Big breasts, waist, buttocks, long legs, and Go Yi are simply the icing on the cake, which is more than enough. I love to listen to this. Rong Yi's eyes bent up, and his red lips were raised. Obviously, he was in a good mood. Su Ying patted her chest secretly, which can be regarded as appeasing her ancestors. Su Ying took a sip of tea and hooked her lips and smiled. I didn't expect that everyone in this circle wanted to show their faces in front of Go Yi. We were directly in place. TSK, now I feel that it is not a dream to retire 10 years early. Rong Yi raised the corners of his mouth, leaned on the sofa and touched his stomach and said pitifully, Sister Ying, I'm so hungry I know you can't get up in the morning to make breakfast, so I brought you a piece of cake. Aren't you afraid that I will gain weight? Sugar-free. Sister Ying, do you know that cake has no sugar and no soul? That's better than you gain weight. I always feel that you have gained weight recently. Is it too much soup for you? Oh, my God, she finally knew that the soup was too tonic. That's right, Sister Ying, you're right. Su Ying. Rong Yi went to the bar and grinded a cup of American coffee with her own hands, served it with cake, and ate it as breakfast. Guoguo, do you drink coffee? Guoguo hugged the rich after eating and said, Sister, I won't drink. How's it going? Have you finished making a fortune? Guoguo, after eating, I didn't expect that I was rich and looked a little small, but it was quite edible. After a small pot of cat food, I gave it another can of canned cat food. In this way, he reluctantly asked her to give her a hug. Rong Yi laughed and said, You have such a big appetite for wealth to me. Outer wealth is a little embarrassed to bury himself in Guoguo's arms to prevent Rong Yi from seeing its face. Raw Yi took a sip of coffee. The rich meat was hidden under the belly. It was soft. I touched it for a long time yesterday. I feel like a pervert. Guoguo touched it tentatively and raised his eyebrows. Really? Meow too. Fortune struggled twice in Guoguo's arms and ran away again. Oh. Run away again. It's okay. You coax it with its hairball. It likes that hairball toy. Okay, I'll be there later. Guoguo sat next to Su Ying and asked, What did you say just now? I didn't listen carefully. Did Sister Yi receive the shooting of the magazine cover? Su Ying took an orange and stuffed it into her hand. It's almost time. Our good days are not far away. Really? Guoguo's joy is overflowing, and the salary is going to be raised. Su Ying. This stupid child. It's not far from the salary increase. Do your best. Sister Ying will give you a salary increase later. Okay, don't worry, Sister Ying. Rong Yi shook his head with a smile. Sure enough, in the hearts of the workers, there is only a happy thing about the salary increase. Buzzing, the mobile phone vibrated. GY, how did you get rich? Rong Yi hooked her lips. Of course, it's good to get rich. You shouldn't ask her how she is doing to Rose. It's delicious to get rich, and it's delicious to sleep. Don't mention how much you enjoy it, GY, really. Take a video for me to see. Rose. Gore always doesn't believe me. GY, of course not, it's just that it's difficult to serve to get rich, and I haven't been away from home much. I'm afraid that it won't adapt for a while, and it's good to be stressed again. Only the first half of the sentence is true. Wealth is a kitten raised by being spoiled since childhood. It eats and wears the best, and it will not adapt to the general environment or other places. The call of. It's a lie that I haven't left home much. The reason why I'm so delicate is that I was raised in Go Jingyi's family. I enjoy happiness in Go's family for half a year. Every day, someone feeds it and someone takes it out to play. It's really almost like serving an ancestor. The little clothes to make a fortune and the top cat food to eat are all prepared by Go Jingyi for him. Otherwise, if he gave it to Go Yi, he may be crazy and can't tell whether he is a female cat or a male cat. Rong Yi did not refute Go Yi's words. He turned around and took a video of Go Yi playing with toys by himself. Rose, Mr. Go believes it now, right? GY, well Rose, I really envy you getting rich. Someone cares about me every day too. GY, your feet are about to get better. When are you going to remove the bandage? Rose, why, is Mr. Go going to take others to dismantle it? If so, I can dismantle it tomorrow. GY, don't joke about your body Rose, of course I won't joke about your body. My foot is really healed. I'll show you the doctor's information. Rong Yi sent the message that the doctor sent her before to Go Yi. It says that you can go to the hospital to remove the bandage in 2 weeks. There is no bone injury, so it will get better quickly. If the bone is injured, it will be very troublesome. Rose, how's it going? Mr. Gore will accompany him to dismantle it tomorrow to GY. I have something to do tomorrow. Rose, do you have a job? Jai, Rose, okay. Rose, pouting is unhappy. JPG. GY, I'll take you to dinner tomorrow night. Rong Yi's red lips are slightly raised, which is about the same to chapter 18 Jia's daughter-in-law. Go Yi sat in a chair, lazily and casually. There was an evil slurky air between his eyebrows. His delicate and three-dimensional facial features and angular jawline looked more sexy. Hasn't Aaron arrived yet? Go Yi asked Zhou Yi. Not yet. Not long ago, Secretary Aaron sent me a message saying that they were a little stuck in traffic and should be almost there. Go Yi put his hand on the table and knocked it boldly. Not long after, Aaron, the vice president of Daisy, came over, followed by his secretary. So sorry, Go, the road is too congested, Aaron said to Go Yi with an apologetic face. Go Yi stood up and shook hands with him. He didn't care. It's okay. Kyoto is really prone to traffic jams. Sit down quickly. Okay. After Aaron sat down, Go Yi motioned Zhou Yi to pour him tea. Please, drink and see the local tea in Kyoto. Go Yi raised his hand. Aaron raised the teacup and tasted it, sighing, good tea, you can't drink such good tea abroad. Go Yi's thin lips opened slightly. Later, I asked Zhou Yi to always bring back a few boxes for Aaron. Aaron responded with a smile, okay, I will definitely take it back and share it with others. Aaron put down the cup and raised his eyes to Go Yi and said, Go, I came to see you today because I have something to ask for your help. Seeing this, Go Yi also gently put down the cup in his hand, and his voice was low. Please say it without restraint. Hearing the words, Aaron didn't hide it and said directly, that's right. The purpose of my coming to Kyoto, as you probably know, is to shoot an advertisement for Daisy's new lipstick. The other is the cover of the next issue of Dongyongye magazine, showing Daisy's next series of new lipsticks. Go Yi nodded and agreed when he heard this. Well, I know that we have checked some details last time, and Hirano is also honored to have an international brand like Daisy appear on the cover of our magazine. Of course, I firmly believe in Go's affirmation. Aaron looked up at Go Yi, but I just wanted Go to help me choose the spokesperson for Daisy's lipstick. Go Yi raised his eyebrows. The spokesperson? As far as I know, Daisy is not a global spokesperson, but a top movie queen in Country H. That's right. This time we want to choose the global spokesperson of Daisy's lipstick, which is a full range. There are some differences between the two. There is no doubt that the former is better, of course, but the global spokesperson of the full range of lipsticks is also very popular, not to mention that Daisy is a first-line brand. Go Yi nodded and asked, do you want me to recommend it to you or choose for you? Do you have a few candidates to choose? Aaron nodded and asked the accompanying secretary to take out the iPad and hand it to Go Yi. Go, take a look at these people. They are all my personal temperament, which is more suitable for Daisy's route. You are helping me choose a suitable person to endorse Daisy according to their situation. To be the spokesperson of this brand, you must be careful to be a person who has no stains and is a positive public figure. Once something happens to the spokesperson, the brand will definitely have a significant ripple. Go Yi took the iPad and looked through it twice. The first two photos were now popular stars. Until he turned to the third one, Go Yi saw a familiar and delicate face. His fingers paused slightly and looked at the charming woman in the photo for a few more seconds. Aaron's eyes captured Go Yi's slight pause very well. He came forward and looked down, and said with a smile, this is Rong Yi, a well-known international model. Personal temperament and taste are in line with Daisy's image. Do you know her? Go Yi looked calm and his dark eyes were deep. Well, we know him. Zhou Yi was secretly on the side, not only knowing each other. What does Go think? If he and Go are friends, Miss Roll's character and business ability must not be different, and I should not need to investigate again. Aaron hooked his lips and looked very satisfied with this candidate. Go Yi put aside the iPad in his hand, raised his eyes and looked at Aaron, with a faint smile on his lips. Aaron always followed his own choice, and he didn't need to ask my opinion. Aaron, I'm not familiar with the place here, and I definitely don't care much about my connections. Of course, I need to pay attention to 1 or 2 points. Go Yi, Aaron always joked. I believe that without my introduction, Aaron should have chosen the candidate in your heart. What's more, with the popularity of the Daisy brand, the news of looking for a spokesperson has spread, and there must be countless people who come to inquire. Aaron raised his hand and took another sip of tea. He shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, just for fear that there would be too many people coming and it would be difficult to deal with. That's why I looked for it privately and announced it at that time, and there would be no such troubles. Go Yi nodded gently, and his fingertips were gentle. Aaron was very thoughtful. Zhou Yi received a signal from Go Yi and handed the iPad beside him to Aaron's secretary. The matter of the spokesperson has been solved. In addition to this matter, I have one more thing to ask Go for help. Go Yi raised his eyebrows and wanted to hear the details. The general plan of the shooting has been determined, but there is still one candidate missing. Because this commercial shooting is the concept of twin sisters, we have to find another girl. When Go Yi heard the words, he said, just choose another one from the people just now. Aaron shook his head. I already have the right candidate. Go, you should know who she is. She has appeared on the cover of several G and Y magazines. Go Yi frowned and sighed softly. He really didn't know who Aaron was talking about. He looked sideways to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi also doesn't know which artist Aaron is referring to. You know, there are not many people who have been on the cover of G and Y magazine for several consecutive issues, but there are also several people in the circle. I really can't think of which one. Master, although there are not many people on our cover in a row, I don't know which one Aaron is always referring to. Zhou Ye lowered his voice and said in Guo Yi's ear. Seeing their doubts, Aaron understood and handed the photo on the iPad to Guo Yi. It's the girl above. Warm. Guo Yi looked down and spit out 2 words in a low voice. Her name? Ah, with a smile on her lips, this name is very interesting. Please help me contact her. If it's inconvenient for her, I'll look for the others. When Guo Yi heard Aaron's words, the tip of his tongue against his back teeth was a little embarrassed, and the others were fine. But this warmth is Ji Ya's daughter-in-law. He usually looks at people closely when shooting a cover, for fear of being hooked away. It's really hard to be stingy with that kid. Chapter 19. One day is like 3 autumns. After sending Aaron away, Guo Yi ordered Zhou Ye to drive to C4 Haitang. Zhou Ye suddenly realized that he was going to pick up Miss Rong. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Guo Yi. When you say that, I feel uneasy. Guo Yi changed to a comfortable posture and leaned on the seat. Although he was not afraid that Zhou Ye would sue Guo Qingyi, he and the woman had not yet exchanged a word. What if his sister scares people away again? Thinking of this, there was a faint smile in Guo Yi's dark eyes. He should be too worried. Based on the woman's personality, it is estimated that his sister will directly pack her up and send her to his home. Zhou Ye looked at the smile overflowing from Guo Yi's eyes from the rearview mirror. He still didn't admit it. Every time he went to Miss Rong, he was almost happy. Zhou Ye only dared to think so in his heart. If it were normal, he would not dare to say it. In case he was accidentally fired, he would cry. Rong Yi was in a very good mood at this moment. His bright face was full of smiles, and he was standing in front of the wardrobe and choosing clothes. Looking at Rong Yi's happiness, Guo couldn't help asking, Sister, are you going out later? That's right. The weather has cooled down recently. When I went out to remove the bandage today, it seemed to be windy. Sister, you can wear more clothes. Guo reminded her. Rong Yi bit his lower lip and thought. It's windy, so wear a little thicker clothes. Rong Yi reached out and took a grey swing collar slim-fitting top. There was a V-neck design on her chest, which could highlight her beautiful collarbone. How about this one? Guo must have nodded and mocked. Sister, you look good in everything you wear. This one shows your figure more. Rong Yi hooks her lips without saying a word. What she wants is this effect. Well, go out, your sister, I'm going to change my clothes to. Guo leaned against the door with a fortune in her arms and said with a smile, Can I apply to stay and observe? When Guo was working before, he was lucky enough to soak in the hot spring with Rong Yi. Rong Yi wore a super hot bikini and directly made Guo look stupid and stared at Rong Yi all night. That guy, the front is convex and the back is warped. The beauty on earth, 1 more point is more, 1 point less is less. Guo doesn't understand that Rong Yi is so thin, but there are many places that should be there. Look down at yourself again, alas. People are so popular. Rong Yi raised his red lips slightly, like a charming goblin, slowly walked to Guo, and stretched out his fingers to pick up Guo's chin. The voice is lustful and flirtatious. Good boy, get out of here. At the end of the words, he gently pushed Guo out of the door with his backhand. Guo, who woke up, found that he was confused again. He turned around and shouted at the door aggrievedly, Sister, you are so bad. Rong Yi, who was in the door, was busy changing clothes. When he heard Guo's words, he didn't say yes or no. So Yung was dealing with work outside. When she heard Guo's words, she said to her with a smile, Guo, how many times have you been confused by her? Why are you fooled every time? Guo curled her lips and sat on the sofa. Sister Yung, don't talk about it anymore. She doesn't want to do this every time. Rong Yi's face is really too confusing. A moment later, Rong Yi was wearing a grey swing collar slim top, with a dark smoke grey version of flared trousers. The length reaches the ankle. Because the bandage of the injured foot has just been removed today. After covering it for half a month, the sun is a little blue, and it is slightly inconverged with the white skin next to the ankle. So Rong Yi wore a rose gold anklet on his ankle. The style was very simple, with only a gold bead pendant hanging on the chain. Rong Yi walked to the jewelry table and picked a pair of earrings of the same color to wear. When he was about to leave, he passed by the transparent wall cabinet where the watch was placed. Rong Yi paused for a moment and turned his eyes to look at the Patek Philippe on one side as if he was thinking. So Yung looked at the time on the notebook. It had been an hour since Rong Yi closed the door and changed her clothes, and she hadn't come out yet. Why hasn't Rong Yi come out after coming in for so long? Then he looked at Guo and asked, Do you know what your sister is going to do later? Guo shook her head. She only said that she was going out on a date, but didn't say who she was with. Suddenly thinking of something, Guo sat up from the sofa, her round eyes suddenly widened, and she was shocked to Suyin. Sister is not going on a date with a man, is she? When did you have an ambiguous partner? Suyin coughed softly, and now she knew who Rong Yi was going out to meet. Su Ying struggled for a moment and didn't know how to explain all this to Guoguo. In fact, she didn't know much about Rongyi and Guoyi, let alone explain it to her. However, the only certainty is that Rongyi and Guoyi must be in an ambiguous period. Rongyi finally came out of the cloakroom. When he saw this, he immediately greeted him and circled around Rongyi. Fortune to Rongyi squatted down, touched Fortune's head and said, "Mom is going to find Dad. You play with your sisters at home and be obedient. Meow too. He also wants to go out to play." Rongyi picked up the Fortune and walked to the living room. "Sister Ying, the Fortune is up to you. I won't come back for dinner tonight. Do you need me to take care of it or solve it yourself?" Su Ying raised her eyebrows to tease her, and finally she was willing to come out. Su Ying looked up and down at Rongyi's clothes and secretly clicked her tongue. It was really full of small details everywhere. "It's okay not to talk about this relationship." Rong Yitian responded to Su Ying's words with a smile. "How can I go out if I don't come out?" Guoguo immediately came forward and hugged her chest and asked, "Sister, what do you have that I don't know? I think you are hiding from me." Rong Yi glanced at Su Ying as if asking for help. Su Ying gave her a self-blessing look and asked her to solve it by herself. At this time, Rong Yi's mobile phone rang. Rong Yi didn't look at it. First, he explained to Guoguo that she was in a hurry and told her in detail when she came back. Then, she took her bag, stepped on the black flat shoes with Valentino's pointed V button, and immediately rushed out of the door, completely ignoring Guoguo's question behind. Su Ying looked at the poor Guoguo, sighed, and asked Guoguo to come back. "Guoguo, come here, don't stay there, I'll tell you." As soon as Guoguo heard it, he immediately came to his senses. He turned around and sat down on the sofa, looking like a good student listening. "Sister Ying, I'm ready. Let's start." Su Ying. "It doesn't have to be so formal." On this side, after rushing out of the elevator, Rongyi patted her chest. Time was tight. She really didn't have time to deal with Guoguo's little brain. She opened the bag and took out her mobile phone to take a look. It was indeed the message sent to her by Guoyi. "Tell her that he is already downstairs for a long time. Let her not be in a hurry and clean up slowly. It can be said that he is a gentleman. However, he is not in a hurry. He is in a hurry. It's like not seeing each other for a day. After all, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Of course, they can't wait." Chapter 20 Conspiracy. The man slender and plump, leaning against the car body, drooping his head slightly and swallowing the smoke. His posture was sexy and seductive and eye-catching. Rongyi looked from afar and saw that the man just spit out a mouthful of smoke, and the clear jawline came into Rongyi's eyes. Rongyi swallowed his saliva silently, and the next second he walked quickly in the direction of Guoyi with two long legs. Guoyi glanced inadvertently and happened to see the oncoming woman. The slightly swaying long black curly hair is draped behind him, and the clothes are very slim. She looks extremely charming and sexy when she wears them. In his opinion, every move is causing crime. His slender waist, which can be pinched with a palm, is so proud that people can't take their eyes off it. "Mr. Gu, to have you been waiting for a long time." The sexy throat knot rolled up and down uncontrollably, just arrived. Rongyi hooked his lips and smiled. He had obviously waited for a long time, otherwise he would not have come down to smoke. Big liar to Guoyi put out the cigarette in his hand. First, he looked down at her ankle and asked, "What did the doctor say? Is the foot completely cured?" Yi nodded and said in a delicate voice, the doctor said not to wear high heels in the past week, and just take a rest. There is no problem in walking normally now." Yi nodded and raised his chin slightly to say to her, "Get in the car." "Okay." Rongyi bent down and bowed into the car, and the scattered curly hair gently brushed Yi's fingertips, bringing a faint rose fragrance to Yi's body. Yi gently curled up his thin lips and twisted his fingertips in a place where Rongyi could not see. Black KN on the road, Rongyi looked sideways at Yi and asked softly, "Mr. Gu, where shall we go for dinner?" "Secret." Rongyi wrapped a strand of curly hair around his fingertips, and his fox eyes looked at his side face. "It was so mysterious to it's sloppy to take you to dinner." Yi stretched out his finger and gently lifted Yi's small and delicate chin. The black eyes were mysterious and deep, and he lowered his eyes slightly and stared at the seductive red lips. This action was done by him, which was not frivolous but more compassionate. Rongyi's red lips opened slightly, and his fox eyes flashed a trace of astonishment and looked up at him, as if he didn't expect Yi to do this. Zhou Ye inadvertently saw this scene, his eyes widened, and the car almost flew out. "I'm good boy. How can I get started? Who is it?" Changed the call of his boss. Zhou Ye was so scared that he didn't dare to look at it again, for fear that he would be sent to work in the Indian branch in the next second. Yi stared at Rongyi in a meaningful way, and his tone was ambiguous. Isn't he usually quite bold? Why is he stunned now? His chin was still raised by Yi, and Rongyi could only be forced to meet Yi's black eyes. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Yi, and Rongyi didn't care that there were others in the car. He boldly reached out and held his hand that lifted his chin. The fox's eyes were slightly raised at this moment, with a smile on the corners of her mouth, and her long curled eyelashes covered her eyes, and she couldn't see her thoughts clearly. Rong Yi put Guo Yi's hand on his white face, raised his charming fox eyes, and slowly met Guo Yi's eyes. I'm also very bold now to my voice is seductive, sweet but not greasy. The touch on the hand was smoother than expected. The warm touch made Guo Yi's fingers tremble slightly, and his eyes met the delicate and bright little face. Guo Yi's eyes deepened, and his originally deep eyes were now deeper, which made people puzzled. This woman seems to be sent to him, which is really charming. In this game, Rong Yi won. Finally, when he got to the place to eat, Zhou Ye found an excuse and slipped away. He would pick them up when they finished eating. Otherwise, he is afraid that his little heart will not be able to bear it in a moment. After Rong Yi got out of the car, he knew where Guo Yi had brought her. It's a beautiful top-floor restaurant. It looks very secretive and unique, but there seems to be few people outside. Rong Yi looked around and couldn't help asking, why doesn't it look like there is anyone here? Is it before business hours? Guo Yi looked sideways at her face in a lazy tone. I made a restaurant. Rong Yi's eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was a hint of complaint in his voice, but it was more coquettish. If I had known that he was dating Mr. Guo alone, I would have dressed more decently, unlike now. Guo Yi heard this and looked down at her outfit. She was tall and uneven. Why is this body so insopped? He thinks it's good. Then what should you wear? Rong Yi said delicately, of course, it's a beautiful dress, and no matter how bad it is, it should be a beautiful skirt. Guo Yi raised his thin lips, and his voice was low and soft, which is also quite good now. Rong Yi has always been very confident in his taste, and he knows that he must not be bad now. But the words that came out of Guo Yi's mouth made Rong Yi happier. Let's go in to follow Guo Yi and walk into the top-floor restaurant. As soon as they entered, the waiter led them straight to the top floor and arranged the best position to watch the night view or the distant coast. It's so beautiful here too. After saying that, the fox's eyes are bright as if they have got some surprise. Rong Yi really hasn't seen such a beautiful night view in Kyoto. She works in the morning and evening. She is so tired after every catwalk. Even if she goes to a beautiful place, she is not in the mood to see the scenery. Every time I get off work, I have only one idea, which is to go back to the big bed of the hotel and sleep in the dark. Guo Yi saw that the smile on her lips had never fallen, and her mood also felt better. I came to this restaurant with my friends before. At that time, I felt that the environment and the dishes were quite good, so I had an impression. More importantly, the atmosphere here is very good. Beautiful scenery, delicious food, and bands are very suitable for relaxing. Mr. Guo, do you want to set the meal now? The waiter beside him asked. Guo Yi nodded gently. Well, let's go now. After a pause, he turned to Rong Yi and asked, do you want to drink? Rong Yi nodded, it's okay. She still drinks very well, not to mention that she doesn't drink in such a place. Isn't it out of mood? Getting the answer, Guo Yeqiao, the waiter, whispered and opened a bottle of Roman Nikon Emperor. Okay, please wait a moment. After the waiter left, Guo Yi leaned lazily on the chair and said to Rong Yi with interest, is the amount of wine good? It's okay. It's far worse than Mr. Guo. She usually drinks 2 glasses when she has nothing to do. Before, she had to drink when she was socializing. After drinking for a long time, she practiced a little alcohol. However, if you don't drink it, you will still get drunk if you drink too much. Guo Yi smiled softly. Aren't you afraid that I will intoxicate you and plot wrongly afterwards? Rong Yi smiled charmingly. If it were Mr. Guo, I wouldn't seem to be at a disadvantage. She thought about it, but it depends on whether Guo Yi dares or not. If you don't get a heart, it's good to get a person first. Chapter 21. I can't wait to have a negative distance with her. Guo Yi opened his lips and said that the most important thing for a woman is to protect herself outside. Rong Yi secretly curled her lips, and she knew it was a mouthful. Mr. Guo is right, but now I'm with Mr. Guo, I don't have to worry about my own safety, right? Rong Yi's upper body leaned slightly towards him, her beautiful eyes were flowing, and her delicate voice lingered. Yes, how can I be willing? Guo Yi whispered and smiled. Rong Yi smiled, and the ambiguous and strange feelings spread between the two. Not long after, the waiter came up with the meal. 2 American grilled ribs, a French baked blue belt cream lobster, a seafood salad, an American red velvet cake, and a Romanikondi soba in the ice bucket. After the waiter put the meal on the table, he said please take your time, and then quietly retreated. Guo Yi straightened up and poured wine into Rong Yi's tall glass. Have a taste. Rong Yi picked up the cup with her white and slender fingers, put it under her nose to gently sniff the wine, and then took a sip. The taste is very good. Guo Yi smiled and shook the wine glass in his hand carelessly, so that the fragrance of wine could better. I want the ribs that are sevenly cooked. Try it to suit your appetite. Rong Yi picked up the knife and fork and cut a small piece and put it in his mouth. The meat was full of fragrance and the cooking was just right. She likes to eat a little cooked food, which is very suitable for her taste now. It's delicious. I like to eat the cooked one. Mr. Gore happened to hit it by mistake to Go Yi took a sip of red wine in his hand. His voice was low and gentle. It's good if you like it. Rong Yi looked up at Go Yi's lazy drinking at the moment, and somehow relaxed in his heart. She feels comfortable every time when she is with Go Yi. Unconsciously, the red lips raised a beautiful arc, and the flawless charming face is now even more touching. Although Go Yi looked down and tasting wine, his eyes had always been on Rong Yi's body. Yu Guo looked at the charming smile on her face, his throat tightened, and he asked, "What's so happy about?" Hearing the words, instead of restraining his smile, Rong Yi smiled more cheerfully. "Of course, I'm with Mr. Go." Go Yi lowered his eyes and sneered. "Oh, his mouth is quite sweet." Of course, when Rong Yi said this sentence, he was quite proud. She took the wine glass and tilted it in the direction of Go Yi. She said in a soft voice, "Mr. Go, won't you touch a glass with me?" Of course, Go Yi would not refuse her request. The cup in his hand touched her cup wall, making a crisp and pleasant ding. He put the wine glass to his lips and took a sip. When he put down the glass, Go Yi inadvertently caught a glimpse of the watch on Rong Yi's white wrist. Suddenly, Go Yi's thin lips raised, and he lowered his eyes and smiled. Rong Yi was stunned and didn't know why Go Yi was laughing. The red lips opened slightly. "What's wrong, Mr. Go? Is there anything funny that you don't want to share with me?" Go Yi put away the smile on his lips, his voice was lazy and light, and his watch was very beautiful. Rong Yi blushed, and his thoughts were broken. Although it was not embarrassing, he was also a little embarrassed. The watch Rong Yi wears on his wrist today is exactly the same as the watch on Go Yi's hand, both of which are from Patek Philippe. Moreover, the two watches are of different colors. In appearance, they look like a couple's watch. In fact, Go Yi has a lot of watches, but the only one on his wrist is often worn. Rong Yi happened to find this. When he went out today, he happened to see the same style from the window. After thinking about it, he put it on his wrist. "I thought that I had secretly poked and enjoyed it. Who knew that Go Yi would say so? Now that it has been discovered, Rong Yi doesn't hide it." His voice was lazy and soft, and his eyes were innocent. "I didn't expect Mr. Go's eyesight to be so good, and I also thought the watch on his wrist was very beautiful." "Really?" Go Yi casually raised his hand to untie the two buttons of the necklace, and his movements were wanton and free. Looking at this scene, Rong Yi swallowed his saliva that did not exist. What does this mean? Do you have to suppress her with male sex? However, she loved her so much that she just took a bite. Rong Yi was afraid that he couldn't control himself, so he came forward and threw Go Yi down, and quickly drank the red wine in his hand. The action was so fast that Go Yi couldn't help raising his eyebrows. "Do you still want to drink?" As soon as Rong Yi put down the cup, this sentence came to his ear before he could calm down. "Mr. Go, you make me worry about what I said before." Rong Yi meant that he just said that he didn't have to worry about his own safety when he was with Go Yi. Now it seems that she really doubts that Go Yi's drunkard doesn't mean to drink. "Go Yi, don't worry, I'm a gentleman." Rong Yi looked at him suspiciously. She thought so before. Go Yi laughed at the woman's eyes. "What kind of eyes did you have? Don't you believe it?" Rong Yi smiled and teased you, "Mr. Go, of course, I believe in Mr. Go's character. Drunken sex can't happen to Mr. Go Yi hooked his lips and deliberately teased her. "It depends on who the other party is." As soon as the words came out, Rong Yi stopped, and the wine in his hand suddenly didn't smell good. He looked at him with resentment, and looked like he was waiting for his explanation. Go Yi no longer teased her, although the fact of teasing her is very pleasant for the body and mind. "Make fun of you." Only then did Rong Yi put down the wine glass, and at the same time, he felt that Go Yi was repaying others with his own body. Mr. Go really has a long time. Go Yi raised his thin lips and stopped talking about this topic. Instead, he asked her, "Can you dance?" Rong Yi was stunned when asked. What kind of dance was Mr. Go talking about? In fact, her limbs are not very coordinated, and she can only dance some simple dances. Go Yi got up and came to her, bent down slightly and stretched out his hand to her, while answering her question just now. "Waltz. This Rong Yi only looks at others skipping, and I really can't do it myself. I have 0 dancing cells and can't dance the salts. I'll teach you." Go Yi couldn't help pulling up her hand, pulling her hand to put it on his shoulder, and holding the other hand with her. Go Yi put his hand on her water snake's waist and pressed her closer to him. The two people's bodies were close in an instant, and the woman's softness almost touched the man's tight chest. The sudden closeness made Rong Yi's face blush slightly, and his nose was filled with the smell of Go Yi. It's like the smell of wood tobacco left after the burning of dead wood, with a little wild and black taboos, cold and bitter but strong, just like Go Yi. Rong Yi is not petite, but in Go Yi's arms, it is such a small one, which makes people feel possessive. Go Yi was no exception. Smelling the faint but charming rose fragrance on Rong Yi's body, he couldn't stop. The big palm is placed on the woman's waist, feeling the warm and beautiful body under a layer of cloth, and can't wait to distance herself from her. As soon as I opened my mouth, my voice was hoarse and magnetic. Follow my footsteps and take your time. With that, Guo Yi danced with Rong Yi. Rong Yi was almost forced to follow Guo Yi's pace. Her upper body was firmly held in Guo Yi's arms, catering to his movements. She couldn't see the steps under her feet, and most of them stepped randomly. Rong Yi was afraid of stepping on Guo Yi's feet, and she jumped forward or backward step by step. I don't know if he drank too much red wine, Rong Yi's head was dizzy. His beautiful little face was next to Guo Yi's chest, and his cheeks were also faintly red. Guo Yi held the warm and soft jade man in his arms, controlling the hot feeling from his body, and some of the feeling of picking up a stone and hitting his own feet. Chapter 22 Goodnight Kiss. On the way back, Rong Yi leaned out of the window and rarely spoke. Guo Yi is not feeling well at the moment. It's hard to suppress the fire in his heart, and he can't say anything again. Zhou Yu looked at the two people in the rearview mirror suspiciously, and his mind was full of puzzles. Wasn't it fine before I went to dinner just now? Why didn't you talk when you came back? In his own duty, although Zhou Yu wanted to know why, he still drove honestly in front of him. Rong Yi was actually looking at the scenery, but his mind was in a mess. He still couldn't recover from the dance just now, especially when he felt the strangeness from Guo Yi's body, which made Rong Yi blush even more. A moment later, Guo Yi looked sideways at the woman next to him and found that she had closed her eyes and fell asleep. Guo Yi raised his thin lips and muttered in a low voice, "His heart is really big." At the end, he raised his hand and gently put the long hair on the woman's face behind his ear. The action can be said to be very gentle. Only then did Zhou Yu get satisfied. Well, this kind of atmosphere is right. There was an obstacle in front of him. Although Zhou Yu drove over it carefully, it was still a little bumpy. With an uneasy moan, his head fell from the window to the direction of Guo Yi. His body was faster than his brain, and he subconsciously caught Rong Yi's head. I don't know if it was the urge of alcohol, but Rong Yi didn't wake up. Guo Yi had to carefully put Rong Yi's head on his shoulder, so that she could lean against it so that it would not fall easily. Staring at the beautiful sleeping face, Guo Yi felt quiet and comfortable for no reason. He raised his slender hand and gently scratched the tip of Rong Yi's straight nose. This time, the black KN drove directly into the community and went under the floor where Rong Yi lived. Zhou Yu turned his head and said to Guo Yi, "Master is here. Do you want to wake up Miss Rong?" Guo Yi booed him and told him not to wake people up. Zhou Yu. Guo Yi carefully put Rong Yi's head in the bend of his arm, as if he was going to carry the person up. At this time, Zhou Yu quickly got out of the car and opened the door. Guo Yi took him out of the car, turned his eyes and said to Zhou Yu, "Go up with me." "Okay, master, slow down." Fortunately, Guo Yi came here and knew which floor Rong Yi lived on. Zhou Yu followed into the elevator. After hearing Guo Yi's instructions, he pressed the 19th floor. When the elevator arrived at the 19th floor, Zhou Yu stretched out his hand to block the elevator door and let Guo Yi pass. "Guo Yi, ring the doorbell." "Yes." Ding Dong Suying heard the doorbell and didn't expect that Rong Yi came back, because Rong Yi had the key and would not ring the doorbell. He raised his hand, which was replying to the email, and turned to ask Guo Guo, who was teasing the cat beside him. "Guo Guo, did you order takeaway?" "No, Sister Ying, didn't you say you wanted to cook noodles?" "I didn't order it. Someone is ringing the doorbell outside. I thought you were ordering takeaway." Su Ying said and looked down at the computer again. "Guo Guo, go and see who it is." "Okay." Guo Guo picked up to make a fortune and walked to the porch. First, he looked through the cat's eye and found that Rong Yi was held by an extremely stylish man, but he was unconscious. He thought something was wrong and immediately opened the door. "Sister." With the girl's voice, the door was opened from inside. Guo Yi looked up and found that the girl looked at Rong Yi in her arms worriedly, so she said that she was just asleep. "Meow too." When he saw the familiar face, he fluttered excitedly in Guo Guo's arms. Guo Yi Yu Guang caught a glimpse of the action of making a fortune and raised his eyebrows without a word. Hearing the man's magnetic voice, Guo Guo stammered, "Oh good. Good. Can I go in?" "Yes, yes. Thank you." When Guo Guo was about to close the door, he saw another person outside and hurriedly said, "Please in." Zhou Yu thanked and followed Guo Yi in. Guo Yi walked in with Rong Yi in his arms and saw Su Ying coming when he heard the sound. "Where is Rong Yi's room?" Su Ying was damored by the man's skyless appearance. When she saw Rong Yi in his arms, she hurriedly said, "In the innermost room on the right." "Thank you." Guo Yi hugged Rong Yi and came to the room Su Ying had just mentioned. He opened the door and went in. What he saw was the round bed in the room. After Guo Yi lifted the quilt, he gently put down Rong Yi, and the movements in his hands were extremely careful and gentle. After bending down and taking off the shoes on Rong Yi's feet, he covered Rong Yi with a thin quilt. After doing everything, he stared at the charming eyebrows for a few seconds. Finally, he bent down and gently kissed Rong Yi's forehead. The voice is soft. "Good night." Su Ying hasn't come back to her senses outside. "Isn't it Guo Yi, the rumor is true. This is so handsome." Ro Yi made a lot of money this time and found such a masterpiece. He is not only rich and powerful, but also very handsome. No wonder there is an agent who wants to sign him. She also wants to sign it when she sees him tonight. It's not a minute, it's directly in a circle. However, So Ying also knows that this can only be a dream. Go Yi came out of the room calmly and said to So Ying and Guo Guo in the living room, "Hello, I'm Go Yi. I was rude just now." The idea in her heart was confirmed. So Ying looked at the man's almost perfect face and couldn't say anything. After calming his mind, he said, "Mr. Guo's words are heavy. Thank you, Mr. Guo, for sending Yi back. It doesn't get in the way." Thinking of the sleeping woman in the room, Guo Yi's voice was low and hoarse. "Please take care of Ro Yi tonight." She drank a few glasses of red wine. "I'm afraid she will feel a little uncomfortable." So Ying responded and said, "Mr. Guo can rest assured that taking care of Yi is our internal affairs." Guo Yi nodded and said, "Thank you very much, then I won't bother you." After Guo Yi and Zhou Ye left, So Ying patted her chest. I was obedient, and the sense of oppression was too strong. Guo Guo came out at this time and asked, "Sister Ying, is Mr. Guo the ambiguous partner of Sister Yi?" So Ying choked. She could have said such words before. Now that she has met Guo Yi herself, she feels that she doesn't deserve to say that. It seems that her family has climbed up to a big boss. So Ying nodded indiscriminately, and she didn't know how to express her current mood. Guo Guo's aunt smiled. Looking at Mr. Guo holding his sister just now, he felt a sense of CP. After Guo Guo said this, So Ying also remembered what Guo Yi said when he was about to leave. Rong Yi is a model under her name, and it is their job to take care of Ro Yi, but the meaning of Guo Yi's words just now seems that they are outsiders. This recognition made So Ying couldn't help laughing. What else to say at this time? Guo Yi made it clear that he was eaten to death by Rong Yi. So Ying was suddenly in a good mood, and she was one step closer to the day of her retirement. "Guo Guo, I will give you a raise this month." Guo Guo. Chapter 23. Do you really get at good with Mr. Guo? Rong Yi lay on the bed and opened his eyes in a daze, and his vision changed from blurry to clear. Looking at the familiar ceiling above, Rong Yi was stunned. How did she get home yesterday? The pictures of the traffic flashed through his mind one by one. Rong Yi only remembered eating, drinking red wine and dancing with Guo Yi last night. Thinking of the intimate picture of dancing with Guo Yi, Rong Yi hooked his lips and lowered his eyes and smiled. Her memory only stayed after she got back and got on the bus, and then she couldn't remember. In the living room. After eating the cat food, Guo Guo took a look at the time and asked So Ying, "Sister Ying, it's noon, haven't you got up yet?" So Ying stood in front of the semi-open kitchen bar, with a bag of nut coffee substitute cereal in her hand. Hearing the voice, she said, "Doesn't she sleep until she wakes up naturally, every day? Let her sleep." "All right." When Guo Guo saw what So Ying said, she was no longer worried. Ro Yi came out of the bedroom and heard their conversation. He said in a resentful tone, "Sister Ying, how can I sleep until I wake up naturally, every day?" So Ying heard the words and said without raising her head, "Are you awake?" Rong Yi stretched out as he walked, When Fa Cai saw Rong Yi come out, he ran to Rong Yi's side with his short legs, and Guogala didn't hold him. Meow to Rong Yi looked at the cutie at his feet, bent down to pick it up and said, "Do you miss me when you get rich?" Meow to Rong Yi smiled and turbed its back and went to the bar to sit down. Seeing this, Guo Guo sat next to Rong Yi and just formed a circle with Su Ying, surrounding Rong Yi in the middle. Su Ying put the soaked cereal in her hand in front of Rong Yi and drank some to nourish her stomach. "Thank you, Sister Ying. You don't drink too much. You don't drink 2 glasses of red wine, do you?" Seeing Su Ying ask about what happened yesterday, Rong Yi came to her senses and looked at Su Ying and asked, "Sister Ying, was it Guo Yi who sent me back yesterday? Otherwise, who else?" Su Ying paused and said, "One by one, Guo Yi's appearance is really unmatched by anyone in the entertainment industry." Guo Guo nodded with the crazy agreedness beside him. Ro Yi raised his eyes slightly and said proudly, "Of course. How can the man she like be bad?" Guo Guo asked with a gossipy face, "Sister, do you really get along with Mr. Guo?" Rong Yi smiled. "Although this is something your sister has dreamed of, I still regret to tell you that it has not yet." Su Ying took a sip of coffee, squeezed her lips and said with a smile, "I think it's almost time." Rong Yi raised his eyebrows. "How do you say this, Sister Ying?" Su Ying told Rong Yi what Guo Yi said to them last night. "Really? Su Ying, there is still a fake." Guo Guo is listening to it. Guo Guo nodded and said positively, That's what Mr. Gu said. "Sister, I still helped you remove the makeup on your face." Rong Yi smiled after hearing this, just like a woman soaked in a honey jar. "TSK, Guo Guo, if you fall in love in the future, you can't be like her." This must mean that Rong Yi is right. Guo Guo blushed with shame and said shyly, "Sister Ying, what are you talking about?" Guo Guo is a very simple girl. She has never been in love so far. Hearing Su Ying say this, she was naturally a little shy. Su Ying looked at Guo Guo's blushing face and couldn't help shaking her head with a smile. Suddenly thinking of something, Soo-Ying said to Rong Yi, by the way, when I was reading the email this morning, I found that Aaron, the vice president of Daisy, sent me an email saying that he invited you to shoot Daisy's lipstick advertisement. Rong Yi frowned. Daisy? Yes, it is the first-line brand of F-Country Daisy, which includes a series of international brands such as clothing, beauty, makeup, etc. Guoguo listened and said that this brand is very famous, and I use his lipstick. Rong Yi knows Daisy's reputation and has occupied the local market for many years in Country F. Then pick it up, Sister Ying. I haven't filmed an advertisement for a long time. It's my first job since my foot injury. Soo-Ying nodded in agreement. Taking over this advertisement, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. With the help of Daisy's advertisement, it can further improve Rong Yi's popularity. Okay, then I'll reply. Rong Yi hooked his lips. To celebrate, shall we have hot pot tonight? Guoguo is happy, clap your hands and cheer. Good. I'm going to buy ingredients. Soo-Ying reached out and knocked on the table, interrupting them in a soft voice. No, Guoguo's disappointment is obvious. Why, Sister Ying? Soo-Ying stood opposite them and hugged their chests and said that eating hot pot will only gain weight. In order to welcome the shooting of the advertisement, from now on, she must control her diet. Sister Ying, to don't spoil the fun to Rong Yi, blinked her poor fox eyes and tried to melt Soo-Ying's heart. Soo-Ying was unmoved and still said firmly, no, I've already opened the net. Don't even think about eating hot pot. When Rong Yi heard this, he didn't dare to make it again. He lay on the table and drank his cereal obediently. Guoguo raised her hand carefully and said, Can I eat it? Soo-Ying smiled slightly. Of course, my good fruit. Guoguo's happy expression overflowed, and he excitedly made a gesture of yes in front of him. Rong Yi, are you really so happy? When you eat hot pot, can you not let me see it, or I won't be able to hold on? Rong Yi pleaded silently. All right. Soo-Ying is happy to agree to her request. Rong Yi just wants to say that there is no need. He stretched out his slender white fingers and touched the head of the fortune. Wealth, do you know how pitiful Mom is, huh? With his big round eyes open, he sat in Rong Yi's arms and licked his claws. Meow. Rong Yi remembered the small clothes she had ordered for Fortune online before and asked Guoguo. Guoguo, have you had my express in the past 2 days? Yes, a courier came to deliver a big bag yesterday afternoon, but it hasn't been opened yet. Then you help me take it apart. It should be the clothes bought for Fortune. Guoguo also likes to dress up pets, so she immediately went to unpack the express. It's so cute to Guoguo came over with a pink princess dress and wanted to put it on to make a fortune. Rong Yi helped Guoguo take off the little blue vest on Fartai and let Guoguo put on the skirt for Fartai. Seeing that Fartai was more exquisite and cute than the model kitten on the internet, Rong Yi nodded with great satisfaction. It's so beautiful and cute. Guoguo picked up his mobile phone with itchy hands and took a slam at Fartai for a while. Almost everyone was very good. Rong Yi looked over and looked at the cuteness of the fortune in the photo. Guoguo, send me a copy of the photo. Okay. Rong Yi received the photo and sent it to his Weibo. Copywriter, cute? Picture, a photo of the 9 palaces that made a fortune. Chapter 24 Extremely Possessive. Rong Yi is browsing the comments of netizens under Weibo. Almost all of them are praising that they are so cute to get rich. I miss Rua to some people also ask if this is a new kitten raised by my wife's family. Rong Yi picked a few and replied to them one by one. Get rich, your internet sisters all like you very much to Rong Yi rubbed the head of making a fortune intimately. Meow, I know that this meow is very popular. The mobile phone popped up and clicked reflexively. GY, are you awake? Rose, Mr. Go, you asked a little late till you woke up early. GY, I thought you drank a good amount. Why did you drink a little wine and sleep like that? Rose. I just think that Go is always praising me. GY, if you were a different person, you would have been sold by now. Rose, you slept like this when you were around Mr. Go, if you were a different person, I would definitely be nervous and I would never doze off. GY, flower words Rose, realer than pearls. Rose, swear.jpg. After a few words of chatting, Go Yi still had something to go to G and Y to deal with, so he ended the chat. Rong Yi put down his mobile phone at will and turned his head to comb his rich hair. He muttered, get rich, when do you think Mom will catch up with your father? Turn your head to one side, meow. He didn't know that the master's mind was too difficult to guess. Just as Rong Yi was thinking about what to do, Soo-Ying suddenly pulled her lips and said that Aaron, the vice president of Daisy, asked us to meet at 3 p.m. to talk about shooting advertisements. Rong Yi frowned slightly. Now it's less than 2 hours before 3 o'clock. So you go and pack up quickly, and we'll set off right away. Aaron replied to Soo-Ying's email. She just received it. Time is tight, so she can only prepare it immediately. The sudden work, Rong Yi was caught off guard, so he could only immediately put on makeup and change clothes. While Rong Yi was putting on makeup and changing clothes, Guoguo asked Soo-Ying, Sister Ying, should I also follow her? It's not the shooting day. According to reason, Guoguo doesn't have to accompany them this afternoon. However, why did Guoguo suddenly ask this question? What's wrong, Guoguo? Don't you want to go? Guoguo shook his head and looked at the fortune who was addicted to playing hairballs and said, we are all out. What should we do if we get rich? Su Ying put down the coffee cup in her hand, but she forgot to make a fortune. After thinking about it, Su Ying curled her lips and said, then you can stay at home to take care of yourself and make a fortune. Fortunately, there is no big deal. Today, we are just going to talk about the shooting schedule. Okay. Inside the cafe, Aaron raised his hand to take a sip of coffee and apologized to Guo Yi in front of him. Guo, I made an appointment with Miss Raw to come over for an interview about the shooting. I think you and Miss Raw also know each other, and we just want to communicate about the shooting plan. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth became deeper and deeper. It was okay. I don't know how the woman will react when she sees him later. Rong Yi and Su Ying almost stepped on the point. There was a little traffic jam on the road, and the time was too short. Rong Yi took a little time to put on makeup. Because she was going to have an interview for work, Rong Yi deliberately put on a retro makeup, and the lipstick was still the classic color of the last series of Daisy. With a light brown windbreaker jacket, a black hip-wrapped skirt inside, and black stockings perfectly set off the woman's sexy. In order to better match this dress, Rong Yi ignored that his feet were still in the final stage of the recovery period. Disobediently stepped on a pair of black, pointed thin high heels. Under Su Ying's persuasion, he chose a pair of slightly lower heels. Aaron was afraid of being crowded, so he deliberately chose a relatively hidden position, with a light-colored screen blocking them. Rong Yi was wearing a mask and sunglasses, followed by Su Ying. Fearing that they couldn't find it, Aaron specially ordered his assistant to wait outside. Although Rong Yi blocked very tightly, Aaron's assistant still recognized Rong Yi at a glance. So he came forward and said, Miss Raw, I'm Aaron's assistant. Aaron always told me to wait for you two here, please follow me. Okay. Su Ying crossed the light-colored screen, and Rong Yi followed closely. Su Ying first looked around. When she saw Guo Yi, she was stunned for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect Guo Yi to be here. Rong Yi, who was standing behind Su Ying's side, saw a calm and leisurely man sitting in a chair through her black sunglasses. What's more surprising is that Guo Yi told her that she went to G&Y magazine. How could she appear here? With doubts in his heart, Rong Yi withdrew his eyes and looked at Guo Yi. Su Ying leaned slightly and stretched out her hand to Aaron and said respectfully, Good morning, Aaron, I've heard of you for a long time. I'm Su Ying, Rong Yi's agent. Aaron got up, held Su Ying's hand and said, Hello. Rong Yi took off his mask and sunglasses and hung a business smile on his beautiful face. Hello, Mr. Aaron. I'm Rong Yi. It's an honor to meet you. He also reached out and held Aaron's hand to show his respect. Oh, my god, I thought Miss Raw in the photo was already beautiful, but I didn't expect that I was even better. Aaron was a little surprised by Rong Yi's beauty. Rong Yi curled his lips and smiled lightly, thanking Mr. Aaron for his praise. Please take a seat. Guo Yi sat aside, with a faint smile on his lips, and looked at Rong Yi lazily. The table in front of them is a table for 6 people. Aaron and Guo Yi sit face to face. There is a chair next to each of them, and the remaining 2 are on both sides of the long table. Seeing this, Su Ying did not hesitate to pull away the chair on one side and sit down. Rong Yi looked at the seat reserved for her by Su Ying. She couldn't sit next to Mr. Aaron, so she sat. Aaron looked at Rong Yi sitting next to Guo Yi and smiled. If you know me, I won't introduce myself. Rong Yi's eyebrows moved slightly. How did Aaron know that she knew Guo Yi? What Rong Yi didn't realize was that after she sat down, her body subconsciously tilted in the direction of Guo Yi. Obviously, Guo Yi also realized this. He pulled the corners of his lips slightly and said slowly, Aaron began to talk about what you talked about. After saying that, Guo Yi leaned back lazily and was very possessive. He put his hand on the chair behind Rong Yi, presenting an illusion of holding Rong Yi in his arms. Rong Yi didn't think there was anything wrong. She was looking for Guo Yi to be closer to her, but she didn't notice anything. Su Ying looked sideways slightly and sighed in the bottom of her heart. This feeling of controlling everything will not come to the end. Their family's intention is the sheep into the tiger's mouth, right? Aaron knew that they were friends and didn't feel anything. After all, in their country, the meeting between friends was a face-to-face gift. Chapter 25 Global Spokesperson. Then, I will directly indicate the purpose of coming to Miss Wrong today. It's not just about discussing the shooting date, but I'd like to invite you to be the global spokesperson for Daisy's full range of lipsticks. When Su Ying heard the words, she looked at Eam and was not surprised. When Su Ying received the email from Aaron, she probably guessed that it would not only shoot advertisements. Generally, the official brand would only arrange the relevant shooting after receiving the endorsement. Rong Yi was quite surprised. Her accident was not to ask Daisy to endorse, but Aaron to let her be the global spokesperson. After all, many people should compete for this kind of thing. What a matter of all, it won't fall on her as a model. Dai frowned slightly, and then thought of something. The fox's eyes glanced at the big Buddha beside him. No, this endorsement was obtained by this master, right? It can only be said that Rong Yi only guessed half of it correctly. In fact, Aaron has been carefully selected. Rong Yi not only has no stains in private, but also can do business, not to mention his appearance. Although Rong Yi is a model, she is a well-known supermodel in the industry, and her international influence should not be underestimated. She is just a show in Country F. After so many years, she has not been less than 100 shows. I'm honored. Rong Yi hooked his lips and smiled, and his eyes flowed. He was so beautiful. Aaron smiled openly when he heard Rong Yi's answer. Daisy also expressed her honor to cooperate with Miss Rong. I think Miss Raw's own image is very consistent with Daisy, and Guo also thinks so. Aaron asked. Guo Yi hooked his lips. Since Miss Raw has agreed to endorse Daisy, let's sign the contract today. I also brought the contract. Aaron's assistant took out 2 contracts from the brief sage at the right time, one in front of Aaron and the other in Rong Yi's hand. Raw's opinion was not in a hurry to sign the contract, but glanced at So Ying. Seeing her nod slightly, Rong Yi was ready to sign the contract. This is not only a personal matter, but also about the company and the broker. Aaron took out the pen he was carrying and quickly signed his name. Rong Yi and the others came out in a hurry, so they really didn't bring their pens. So Ying pursed her lips. This was her dereliction of duty as an agent. Rong Yi had to turn his eyes to Guo Yi beside him, and turned his head to look at Guo Yi. Rong Yi was stunned. She didn't expect that Guo Yi would keep staring at her. He calmly lifted the curly hair in his ear, revealing exquisite earrings, and a soft tone. Mr. Guo, can I borrow a pen? Guo Yi raised his eyebrows, and his tone was leisurely and meaningful. Miss Raw didn't even bring a pen when she went out to talk about things. Rong Yi Jiao said, she forgot to bring it when she went out in a hurry to Aaron said when she heard the sound, did Miss Raw bring a pen? I have it here. No need, Aaron. Guo Yi is usually not a person who likes to wear a pen, but today he happened to have one on the side of the suit pocket on his chest. I have one here. The black shirt on his wrist was slightly rolled up, which made his fingers more and more white and slender, with distinct joints. He pinched the end of the pen with his fingertips and handed it to Rong Yi beside him. After Rong Yi took it over, he immediately signed the contract. 2 contracts, one for each person is kept. The big stone in Aaron's heart was finally solved, and he said happily that the shooting can be carried out at any time. He has been in Kyoto for the past month. Let's see if Miss Raw has time in the past month. On the way, So Ying also told Rong Yi about the next arrangements. Previously, because of Rong Yi's foot injury and some unimportant work, So Ying had pushed her off. She has no job except for going abroad for a fashion show at the end of next month. Yes, I have no problem within this month. The shooting time is scheduled for next Monday, and the venue is in G&Y magazine. Aaron, our series of lipsticks is a concept of twin flowers. At that time, another girl will shoot with Miss Rong. Rong Yi, okay. In addition, the photos taken will be published in the Wildera magazine, and Miss Raw and another girl will be the cover figures of the magazine. Raw Yi's question was answered, and she said why Guo Yi was here, and he also cooperated with Daisy. Unexpectedly, I received a big order this time, not only signed an endorsement, but also appeared on a magazine cover. So Ying was happy when she heard the words, but she didn't expect that there was an unexpected harvest. Aaron has finished what he wants to say, and the contract has been signed. He has other things to do in the evening, so he will take a step forward. As soon as Aaron left, Rong Yi put away his signature smile and looked sideways at Guo Yi. Guo Yi couldn't help laughing and said, what's the matter? Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. I borrowed your pen just now, and people looked at me like this as soon as they left. Rong Yi's face was aggrieved and said strangely, you said, didn't you say that you had something to deal with in the magazine? I have something to do. Rong Yi didn't believe it and asked doubtfully, how did Aaron know that we knew each other? My endorsement should be based on my own strength, right? I'm not confident about Rong Yi. Guo Yi's eyebrows moved slightly, his thin lips raised slightly, and he whispered with a narrow voice. Don't worry, you must have come by your strength. Rong Yi exhaled gently and raised his hand to caress his heart. It's okay. It's not based on relationships, otherwise she won't be able to get through the gate in her heart. So Yung, who was watching from the side, really didn't know whether to leave or stay. She felt that she was a light bulb. Thinking of something, Rong Yi raised his head and said, you haven't answered my first question yet. Guo Yi played with a wisp of Rong Yi's curly hair in his hand and lowered his eyes to answer. Before Aaron asked you to be your spokesperson, he showed me your photo. Rong Yi nodded clearly. That should be it. Looking down, he caught a glimpse of the black pen on the table. Rong Yi reached out and picked it up and leaned slightly in front of Guo Yi. Reseat the pen in its original position. The sweet smell of roses came to his face. Guo Yi did not dodge. He lowered his eyes and stared at the woman's long eyelashes, and the faint arc raised by the corners of his mouth had never come down. The eyes inadvertently looked at the woman's half-open windbreaker, and the black low V neckline showed the woman's white softness silently in front of her eyes. Go Ye's dark eyes paused, his eyes sank slightly, and a restlessness surged in his heart. All right. Su Ying clenched her hands and put her fists on her lips and coughed lightly. Remind them that there are still people next to them. It seemed that Su Ying's reminder had worked. Rong Yi's ears were hot, and she sat up slightly straight. Seeing that the woman was a little embarrassed, Gu Yi felt quite fresh, and a faint smile came to his lips. Rong Yi cleared his throat and pretended to be serious. In order to thank Mr. Guo for his pen, I invited Mr. Guo to dinner in the evening. I don't know if Mr. Guo appreciates his face. Chapter 26. You are seducing me. Su Ying was afraid that she would stay any longer. She was not well. While Rong Yi and Gu Yi went to dinner, Su Ying and Rong Yi said something, and she immediately slipped away. Rong Yi sat in the co-pilotess seat, fastened his seatbelt and asked, "Why didn't you see Assistant Zhou today?" Usually, Zhou Yi is by Gu Yi's side almost every day, but today he didn't see it, which made Rong Yi a little surprised. Gu Yi, he works overtime at G&Y. Assistant Zhou is so pitiful. Rong Yi sobbed and felt sorry for him. Gu Yi raised his eyes and glanced at the woman beside him, and said in a light voice, "Can't I be your driver? Do you have to let Zhou Yi come?" Rong Yi retorted, "Of course not. I just think Zhou Suke is very hard. He is paid 3 times the salary. It's not a loss to work hard. What's more, there are other subsidies for overtime, and he enjoys it. Isn't Zhou Suke also with an annual salary of 1 million? Hearing Rong Yi's question, Gu Yi raised his eyebrows and said no. Zhou Yi is a talented student who graduated from a well-known foreign university. And his annual salary of 1 million is not uncommon. What's more, he works as the chief special assistant beside Gu Yi, and his annual salary is only 1 million. Rong Yi looked sideways at Gu Yi and found that his eyebrows were raised, and he looked meaningful. He frowned slightly and said puzzledly, "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" You look up at Zhou Yi. How to say this? Rong Yi then asked. The salary and annual income I give to Zhou Yi is not much less than that of 3rd and 4th tier stars. I'm going. Rong Yi was surprised and said dirty words. When he realized that Gu Yi was still there, he immediately covered his little mouth with his hand and tried to cover his ears and steal the bell. Gu Yi glanced at her with a smile. What's wrong? Rong Yi put down his hand. He really didn't expect Zhou Yi's salary to be so high, but when he thought about it, how could his income be low as a special assistant with Gu Yi? It's okay. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect Zhou Yi's salary to be so high. Gu Yi, a well-known supermodel, won't be surprised by this salary, will he? Rong Yi blinked his fox eyes and said softly. Mr. Guo looked up at me. Gu Yi turned the steering wheel freely and smiled faintly at Rong Yi's answer. After a while, I changed the topic. Where are you going to eat? Rong Yi lifted her curly hair, and the delicate earrings were hidden inside. Mr. Guo said he would go wherever he went. I'll treat him, and Mr. Guo chose the place. Gu Yi, don't be afraid that I will take the opportunity to kill you. Rong Yi bent his eyes and smiled, and raised his red lips. Although my income is not enough compared with Mr. Guo, it is more than enough to invite Mr. Guo for a meal. In this case, I'll be the master. Okay. Gu Yi took Rong Yi to a famous hot pot restaurant. Rong Yi looked at the sign that lit up not far away and couldn't help whispering, "Hot pot restaurant." Gu Yi was driving the car into the designated position. Hearing the words, he said, "Can't it be?" Of course not. I thought that people like Mr. Guo would not come to eat hot pot. Gu Yi unfastened his seatbelt and smiled in a low voice, as if he were not a mortal. Rong Yiyan smiled and laughed sweetly. This was what Mr. Guo said himself, but I didn't say it. Gu Yi responded, looked at her, raised her eyebrows and asked, "Won't you get out of the car?" "No, my seatbelt seems to be stuck." Rong Yi bowed his head and competed with the seatbelt. Seeing this, Gu Yi leaned forward in a low and powerful voice. "I'll do it." Hearing the sound, Rong Yi raised his head, and his red lips brushed Gu Yi's sexy and prominent throat knot. I couldn't help but purse my lips slightly, and the tender touch made Gu Yi's throat roll up and down, and his voice was extremely hoarse. "If it goes on like this, I suspect that you are seducing me. Will Guo always be seduced by me too? I don't like women who are too glamorous." Gu Yi didn't blink his eyes and said something wrong. In fact, only he knows it in his heart. Now that he has come to this, Rong Yi is even more unlikely to let him go. Instead of moving her lips, she opened her mouth slightly and gently sucked Gu Yi's throat knot. Too. Gu Yi couldn't help humming in a low voice, and his voice was sexy and charming. When Rong Yi heard Gu Yi's slight gasp, his ears were hot, and he began to think about whether he should not bite this bite. "Are you all right? What do you think?" Gu Yi's thin lips pressed against Rong Yi's ear and whispered. His lips were a little cold, which just neutralized the tips of her slightly hot ears. Narrow vice in the driving, the thin air is more and more ambiguous, which makes people want to get up. There was a soft sound. Guo Yi untied Ro Yi's seatbelt for her. Get out of the car. After Guo Yi made a sound, he pushed the door first and got out of the car. He needs to stand outside and blow the cold wind for a while to calm down the hot mood in his heart. Seeing that he pushed the door down without hesitation, Rong Yi raised the corners of his lips uncontrollably and laughed loudly in the co-pilot. She really thought that Guo Yi was inviolate, but she didn't expect to see him out of control one day. A moment later, Rong Yi got out of the car and walked to the other side and saw Guo Yi standing aside smoking. Is Mr. Guo very addicted to smoking? Guo Yi raised his eyes and glanced at her, and his hoarse voice sounded. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just want to remind Mr. Guo that smoking is harmful to health. Guo Yi's hand was inserted into the windbreaker, and his fox eyes looked at Guo Yi's side face. Women's words are easy to understand. Guo Yi threw the cigarette that was still burning between his fingers on the ground and stepped out. Go in for dinner. Just a few steps away, Guo Yi inadvertently looked at the woman's charming face and suddenly said, Don't you wear a mask? Hearing Guo Yi's reminder, Rong Yi just remembered. He screamed secretly and frowned. What should I do? I put the mask and sunglasses on the storage platform on the co-pilot. Go back and put it on. It's still quite troublesome for Rong Yi to be recognized if he doesn't wear a mask. After all, he is also a public figure. It's also a gossip to go out to eat with a man alone. Guo Yi opened the co-pilot's door, took out the mask and sunglasses that Rong Yi had placed on one side, and turned into a black cap from nowhere. Come here. Hearing the man's order, Rong Yi obediently stepped forward. Where did this hat come from? Rong Yi said doubtfully. Mine. Guo Yi answered the woman's question and stretched out his hand to put a mask and a hat on the woman. Don't wear sunglasses. It will be more eye-catching to wear sunglasses at night. Guo Yi's words are very reasonable. Rong Yi's face, hidden under the brim of the hat, nodded gently. Let's go. With that, Guo Yi turned around, grabbed Rong Yi's wrist and walked forward, walking slowly and steadily. Under the mask, Rong Yi's red lips were gently raised, and the fox's eyes were curved, as if hiding the stars all over the sky. Chapter 27. In case you are hooked away by other vixens. A week before the shooting time, Rong Yi couldn't stay at home. For nothing else, just because she hasn't seen Guo Yi for several days. Guo Yi has been very busy these days. He just flew to Country H on a business trip a few days ago. Because of the time difference, they didn't chat much on their mobile phones. Guo Yi's plane landed this morning. After landing, he went straight to G&Y magazine. With this news, Rong Yi also wants to go to G&Y anyway. Seeing that she didn't look like this, Su Ying shook her head and said, Love brain, love brain. Rong Yi was applying lipstick, and his fox eyes stared at the mirror and said vaguely, Sister Ying, haven't you thought about your brother-in-law without thinking about tea or food? When Su Ying heard the words, she really stopped to think about it. She and her husband went from campus to wedding dress. After work, they got together less and left more often. However, they had a good relationship. To say that they didn't want to be fake at all, but it was not to the point of not thinking about tea and food. After listening to Su Ying's words, Rong Yi closed the shell of lipstick elegantly and slowly. The red lips opened slightly, because Sister Ying, you have been with your brother-in-law for so many years, and your relationship is very stable. Guo Yi and I haven't been together for so long. Of course, I miss him very much, in case he is hooked away by another vixen. Then who is the fox in your family? Su Ying suddenly realized that what she said was reasonable. She also expects Rong Yi to let her retire early. Then you get out of the way. We're going there right away. Rong Yi sighed for the speed of changing his face. However, is your makeup not charming enough today? How about changing it? Su Ying paused and looked at the delicate and gentle fairy makeup on her face and said, When it comes to this, we still have to talk about the last time in the car. Guo Yi said that he didn't like glamorous women. Rong Yi is really difficult to judge whether what he said is true or not. After all, she can see that Guo Yi must have feelings for her, and what she says to him is half-hearted. Who let the one who was moved first lose? Since Guo Yi said he didn't like glamorous, she changed his taste. It's okay. Today's intention is gentle to show Mr. Guo a fresh one. Su Ying stopped talking when she heard the words. This may be the interest of other people's little couple. It was almost hot. Rong Yi and Su Ying drove to G&Y magazine. Rong Yi stepped on nude high heels and wore a pair of large sunglasses, almost covering half of her small face. As soon as Rong Yi came in, she attracted countless eyes. Who doesn't love her fair skin, beautiful and long legs? Moreover, people who work in G&Y magazine meet stars every day, and paying attention to fashion messages is one of their jobs. Rong Yi's face was extremely recognizable. They recognized it at a glance, but Rong Yi had never taken a cover with them. They were all guessing whether Rong Yi was here to shoot a magazine. Hello, do you have an appointment? The receptionist looked at the two with a smile. It is worthy of a person who works in a magazine. No matter who you are facing, you can't lose your professional ethics. Make an appointment? It should not be. So-yoon's eyes for help glanced at Ro-yi, who was standing aside. Ro-yi took off his sunglasses with a calm expression. In fact, he was a little confused and forgot to make an appointment in advance when he came here. Wait a minute. There was no other way. Ro-yi could only send a message for help. Rose, Mr. Go, I'm at the front desk of G&Y magazine now, and I can't enter without an appointment, Rose, cried JPG. GY, wait, seeing Go-yi replying to wait, Ro-yi was no longer worried, but it was a pity that her surprise was gone. I was going to give him a big surprise. In a moment. Jo-yi quickly walked out of it and came to Ro-yi and So-yoon. He said that I was having a meeting inside and ordered me to pick up Miss Ro-in. Okay. Ro-yi raised his eyebrows. It turned out that he was in a meeting. After Ro-yi and So-yoon followed Jo-yi in, the staff outside began to talk one after another. Staff A, is this the supermodel Ro-yi? Oh, my god, look at his legs, they are longer than me. Staff B is also beautiful and white. Sure enough, the cat orc goblin is not called for nothing. Staff C, hey, is this Ro-yi very good? Unexpectedly, Special Assistant Joe came out to greet him in person. Staff A, I only know that she is an internationally renowned supermodel, and I don't know anything else. I guess he came to shoot a magazine. Staff B shook his head and retorted, no, you have seen Joe Tsuka come out to take over the star artist. Isn't the editor-in-chief responsible? Joe Tsuka is a person around Mr. Gore, and he usually receives the president's customers. Staff C, I smell an unusual smell. GY, wait for me in the lounge and finish the meeting soon. Rose, although I'm in a hurry to see Mr. Gore, I still have to focus on work to GY, do you miss me so much? Isn't it because of something else? Rose, of course, I don't think about tea and food every day. Rose, although I also want to see who my photographer is, it is definitely not important to see Mr. Gore, GY, slippery mouth GY, wait for me obediently, tell Joey what do you want to drink Rose, don't worry, I won't be polite to Mr. Gore, Jo Yeon is waiting for you. What do Miss Ro and Agent Soo want to drink? American food does not add sugar. Rong-yi turned his head and asked So-yoon, Sister Yin, where are you? Just be the same as yours. Then 2 cups of Americano without sugar, thank you Joe special help. Rong-yi raised his head and said to Jo-yi, Miss Ro, you're welcome. This is my business. Sit down for a while. I'm going to send the coffee. Okay. So-yoon casually took the magazine booklet on the coffee table and looked at it while flipping through it. G&Y is worthy of being the #1 fashion magazine every year. Look at the typesetting and level of this magazine. Hearing the sound, Rong-yi leaned forward and stared at the content of the magazine. It's really good. Didn't the foreign fashion magazine FS still learn from the shooting style of G&Y in the magazine before? Yes, FS is a super first-line magazine. Rong-yi nodded in agreement. Not long after, Jo-ye came in with 2 cups of coffee. As soon as Jo-ye put down the coffee in his hand, his mobile phone rang. Excuse me, I'll go out to answer the phone. Okay, you can go. Rong-yi's white fingers picked up the cup and sniffed it. The coffee smelled very strong. It should be freshly ground coffee. In less than a cup of coffee, Jo-ye came back. Rong-yi asked curiously, does Jo Suka have a job? Miss Warm, who was shooting Daisy's advertisement with Miss Rong, is about to arrive. I just talked to her photographer and asked him to bring Miss Wen to the living room. Warm. Seeing that she was puzzled, Jo-ye said, yes, it's the Wen lady in Kyoto, Warm. She has appeared on the cover of G&Y magazine several times. So-yoon said with interest. Miss Wen from Kyoto has heard of it a little. Why did she come to shoot a magazine? This is her personal hobby. Miss Wen likes photography very much. So-yoon nodded clearly, no wonder. Chapter 28 Like a Wildflower Stone. In the living room. Rong-yi sat boredly on the retro leather sofa, waiting for Go-yi to come out after the meeting. So-yoon teased her when she saw this. It's okay. You are like a wildflower stone. Rong-yi pouted his red lips and said, as the saying goes, one day is like 3 autumns. So-yoon must have nodded after hearing it, which is vividly reflected in you. Rong-yi was not angry either. If it hadn't been for coming to see Go-yi, she wouldn't have come over. In a moment, the glass door of the reception room was pushed open from the outside. The man's handsome face slowly appeared in front of him. He was wearing a black silk shirt. The satin fabric was very soft. Between walking and breathing, the man's smooth abdominal muscles could be vaguely seen. It's really perfect with a man's divine face like a god. The black English tattoo exposed under the man's collarbone makes him extremely sexy and wild. When Rong-yi saw Go-yi like this, his fox eyes were bright, his red lips were raised, and he unconsciously said coquettishly, Mr. Gore is really busy to Go-yi sat opposite Rong-yi with lazy and casual steps. Hearing the woman's teasing, he was not angry. Not as good as Miss Rong. Rong-yi squeezed his lips and smiled. I have nothing to do all day, unlike Mr. Gore, who is so busy every day. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. Miss Roll broke me. Miss Roll didn't just sign a global endorsement. Roll Yi wrapped around the strand of curly hair in his hand and looked at Guo Yi with charming eyes. Isn't it the blessing of Mr. Gore? Otherwise, how could such a good thing fall on me? Your strength is there. It's not your style to be arrogant. Rong Yi likes to listen to this sentence, which really tells her heart. Mr. Gore's words are really comfortable to hear. Guo Yi raised his lips and smiled. Don't you want to see who the photographer is? I promise you a privilege. G&Y's gold medal photographer is up to you. Rong Yi came to his senses as soon as he heard this. Really? Once a word comes out, it's hard to catch up with a horse. Rong Yi said without thinking about it, then I want Mr. Gore to take pictures for me. Guo Yi, I'm not one of the gold medal photographers of G&Y. When Rong Yi heard the words, he pouted his red lips. Mr. Gore just told me to choose casually, but he regretted it after a while. The cost of my shooting is worth the cost of your endorsement for Daisy. I'm afraid you will regret it. Gore Ambition said to her calmly. Rong Yi elegantly raised his hand and put the broken hair behind his ear. It's okay. For Mr. Gore, what about an endorsement fee? Guo Yi smiled, but you are generous. Rong Yi raised the corners of his lips and said, I have always been generous to Mr. Gore. Mr. Gore can say whatever he wants. It's just that Mr. Gore lacks nothing and doesn't need my given. Before Guo Yi could speak, Rong Yi finished the words by himself. Haha, how do you know I don't need it if you don't? Rong Yi, my whole amount of the is less than Mr. Gore's finger, and Mr. Gore doesn't like my drizzle. Guo Yi said without humility, but he was right. Rong Yi said angrily that only Mr. Gore said these words. Guo Yi smiled without a word. Then he changed the topic and said that Miss Wen, who will shoot with you later, will also come to sign the contract. Say hello when you meet, and then we will shoot together. When she came, So Ying had already instructed her, and Rong Yi knew what to do. Before Rong Yi could open his mouth, the door of the living room was pushed open. The one who comes is warm. It was the first time for Rong Yi to see her. She was really beautiful and worthy of being raised by a rich family. Whether it's appearance or temperament, it's the best. No wonder Ji Yan, the young master of the Ji family, fell in love with her at first sight and was famous for spoiling her. When they were still in high school, he surrounded her early. Hello, I'm Rong Yi. Rong Yi got up and greeted her with a smile. Wen is still a fan of Rong Yi's face. She is also very happy to see Rong Yi. In response, he gave her a smile, stretched out his hand and held Rong Yi's hand and said, Hello, I'm warm. After saying hello, Guo Yi asked them all to sit down and waited for Aaron, the vice president of Daisy, to come over and ask Wen to sign the contract. After sitting for a while, Rong Yi suddenly felt something wrong with his stomach, as if it was a sign of a menstrual leave, and his lower abdomen was a little painful. In recent months, the menstrual leave has always been inaccurate. Rong Yi almost forgot what day it was, and he didn't prepare in advance. Now, it's so threatening that she can't stand it. The gentle makeup on Rong Yi's face now looks a little pale. While the situation was not too serious, Rong Yi bit his lip and got up and said, Mr. Gore, excuse me for a moment. I'll go to the bathroom. So Ying saw that she didn't look very good, so she immediately helped her and went to the toilet at the end of the corridor. Guo Yi looked at her graceful figure, and a trace of imperceptible worry flashed in his dark eyes. So Ying asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? My menstrual leave seems to be coming. Rong Yi frowned and covered his stomach, biting the soft flesh in his red lips and whispered, Sister Ying, do you have a sanitary napkin in your bag? I didn't bring it. So Ying helped her walk inside and said, I brought it. It's in the bag. I'll bring it to you. Okay. So Ying waited outside for Rong Yi and glanced at the toilet from time to time. Not long after, Rong Yi sorted out his clothes and came out of it. Sure enough, the menstrual leave really came. Although she had irregular menstruation before, she had never had pain. Why did it hurt so much this time? Rong Yi came out to ask So Ying for advice. So Ying said helplessly, It's not that every time you come on menstrual leave, you are greedy for cold and eat some ice. No matter how good the foundation is, it will also be ruined by you. Rong Yi touched her nose with a guilty heart. It's okay. It's just a few times. Every time So Ying said that, Rong Yi always felt that her mother was talking to her. I won't be busy later. I'll find an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor to treat you and try to drink traditional Chinese medicine for a few days. Stop it. Rong Yi immediately refused. Compared with drinking bitter and hard to ugly Chinese medicine, she can bear the pain at this moment. So Ying. Before Rong Yi and So Ying walked back to the reception room, they met Guo Yi, who came out. Standing still in front of Rong Yi, his thin lips opened slightly. What's wrong? You didn't look right when you went out just now. Rong Yi was asked by Guo Yi at this moment, but he was a little twisted. It's nothing. Guo Yi frowned unhappily. Huh? Rong Yi's face was hot, and he was quite ashamed and annoyed. Oh, it's a woman's thing. As smart as Guo Yi, he thought of it as soon as he turned his brain a little. He looked at him and couldn't see anything on his face. He held his hand to his lips and cleared his throat. But in the invisible place, no one noticed. Guo Yi's ears quietly blushed. Chapter 29. Miss you, what I want to see is you. Guo Yi's foot injury has healed, and the work is about to be put on the agenda. If you make a fortune, you will definitely not be able to live with her anymore. Thinking about Guo Yi, he is a little reluctant. Get rich, Mom is going to return you to your father today. Follow your father and be obedient. Guo Yi sat on the sofa, lowered his eyes and patted the back of the fortune, and lay on her lap. He was so good. Meow to maybe he sensed the reluctance of Guo Yi, and he lowered his head and licked the back of her hand. Guo stayed next to Guo Yi and ate a slice of oranges, saying vaguely, Sister, in fact, we can stay to get rich and work, and I can take care of it. It's not that you don't know that I often run around at home and abroad, and it's definitely not good to follow me when I get rich. Guo Yi rejected her words, and she also thought about what Guo said, but considering the nature of her work, she still didn't do it. Well, then we can only send the fortune back. Guo suddenly thought of something and asked, Sister, which friend's cat is rich? I'll send it there in the afternoon. Oh no. Guo Yi turbed the cat's hand and blinked her fox eyes twice. She seemed to forget to tell Guo that it was Guo Yi's cat who made a fortune. She told Su Ying about this matter, as if she forgot to tell Guo. Guo Yi looked up at Guo, squeezed his lips and smiled dryly. Guo, didn't I tell you whose cat to get rich? Guo shook his head and made it clear that he didn't. Well, it seems that he really didn't say it. In fact, it is Guo Yi's cat to get rich. Really? Guo was so excited that the orange in her mouth choked herself. Cough cough cough, slow down and drink your saliva. When Guo Yi saw Guo's appearance, he quickly handed her the water cup on the table. After drinking saliva, I finally suppressed the cough. Guo slowed down and complained to Guo Yi, Sister, why didn't you tell me earlier? I forgot. It's really unreasonable and strong. Guo thinks about it carefully and has traces to follow. A rich little cat eats and wears better than her. There is also a super pink princess cat nest. Why didn't she doubt it before? Really? No wonder you get rich and eat top cat food and canned cat food. Last time I opened a box of canned cat food I bought for it, it didn't eat a bite. Guo pouted and said resentfully. She also said that she was too picky about wealth, but she didn't know that people were used to eating good food and didn't like this kind of low-grade canned cat food. When Guo Yi heard the words, he raised his hand and touched the head of the rich man and said, You can't be picky about food when you are rich. Aunt Guo bought it for you. At least take 2 bites. Meow meow, I'm not used to eating it. Although Guo doesn't understand what it means to make a fortune, it must not be agreeing with Guo Yi's words. Otherwise, the wealth would not have glanced at her as arrogantly as it is now. Guo Yi almost laughed out loud when she saw the little appearance of the fortune, but for the sake of Guo's mood, she still held back. Guo, go and pack up the things that make you rich. We'll leave after packing. Okay. Guo got up and went to pack the luggage to make a fortune. Not to mention that the fortune didn't stay here for long, there were a lot of things to bring back. There were 2 big bags of clothes that Guo Yi bought for him alone, not to mention the others. The phone rang at the bar. Guo Yi went to seek prestige and put down the fortune from his lap. When he made a fortune, his mother answered the phone, and you played for a while. Meow he obediently stepped on his short legs and ran to his cat's nest. Guo Yi stretched out her slender white hand to pick up her mobile phone, and what caught her eye was the name that made her happy. Hey, to the woman's sweet and delicate voice came from her mobile phone. Guo Yi couldn't help lifting the corners of his lips and extinguishing the unfinished cigarette between his fingers in the ashtray. When will you send the fortune back? Guo Yi casually pulled a chair and sat down. He pouted his red lips and said displeasedly, What? Mr. Guo is so afraid that I will hide my wealth. The man laughed softly. Haha, I didn't say that. It's all your imagination. Humph, if the woman hums delicately, you can wait at home. If you get rich, I will send it to you soon. That's right, Guo Yi did it on purpose. She wanted to hear what Guo Yi would say. Listening to the meaning of the woman's words, Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and said, Why don't you come here by yourself? I will send you my own wealth. The amint is that you have to send the fortune back by yourself. What Mr. Guo wants to see is to get rich, not me. What am I going to do? The woman looks like you come to coax me. If you make me happy, I will reluctantly go, which made Guo Yi laugh. After a time, Guo Yi's thin lips slowly said to his mobile phone, Missing you, what I want to see is you. The man's voice is magnetic and gentle, with a little horse smell, which is extremely seductive. When Guo Yi heard the words, his fair face instantly turned a little red, fluttering red, and he wanted to make people take a bite. Unexpectedly, Guo Yi would say it so bluntly, but Guo Yi's army made her not know what to say. There was no woman's voice on the other end of the mobile phone, only the shallow breathing sound. Guo Yi changed his posture and held the mobile phone. Open your lips and say, are you stupid? You are stupid. To Rong Yi came to his senses and retorted. She cleared her throat a little arrogantly and said to her mobile phone, since Mr. Guo has asked me so sincerely, I will reluctantly go to send a fortune to. In fact, Rong Yi originally planned to send a fortune in person. Even if Guo Yi doesn't say so, she will go. It's just that Guo Yi happened to talk about Rong Yi's heart. No matter what she said, she would go in person. Oh, be careful on the road and wait for you to come over. After hanging up the phone, Rong Yi raised his hand to touch his slightly hot face, squeezed his lips and smiled. Whose man is this? He is getting more and more talkative. To Guo. Hurry up and clean up. Let's set off right away. Rong Yi said excitedly. Guo. Sister, what's the stimulation again? Chapter 30. It's like meeting parents. In a hurry, he finally arrived at the royal garden where Guo Yi was located before lunch. Since arriving at the royal garden, Rong Yi was amazed, and his fox eyes had never been taken back from the window. Rong Yi felt that she and Grandma Liu were almost in the Grand View Garden. It's really popular. She originally thought that her Shifor begonia was quite comfortable to live in, but after watching Yijing Garden, she honestly said that she wanted to change to a big house. Yijing Garden is a detached manor-type villa with a total area of more than 1,000 square meters. The villa has 3 floors, and the negative floor is a private garage, which is full of limited sports cars. There is a backyard in the villa. There is a pond in the backyard. If you have nothing to do, you can fish for self-cultivation. This is specially set up by Guo Yi, who said that when he is old, he will fish in the backyard to eat. Meow Meow Tutu came to a familiar place, began to shout excitedly, and walked around with his head in Rong Yi's arms. Guo looked up at the magnificent building in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Sister, shall we go in? To be honest, Guo was a little afraid. She felt that she didn't deserve it. Rong Yi raised his hand and patted Guo on the shoulder, and nodded seriously. Zhou Ye was ordered by Guo Yi early and waited at the door. Seeing the 2 people not far away, Zhou Ye squinted and recognized that it was Rong Yi and her little assistant, and immediately stepped forward to greet them. Miss Rong. Rong Yi looked up and saw that the person who came was Zhou Ye, so he greeted him, Zhou Shuo. I told you to wait for you here and come with me. Zhou Ye bent down slightly and raised his hand to make a please gesture. Rong Yi said in response, okay, I'm sorry to bother you. Guo obediently followed Rong Yi in, carrying the luggage of wealth in his hand. Seeing this, Zhou Yu picked up the heaviest bag from Guo's hand and whispered, I'll do it. Guo didn't say no, because it was really heavy. Guo Yi seemed to be sitting leisurely on the sofa in the living room, drinking coffee one sip, but his eyes often glanced at the wall clock on the wall. It's almost time. The woman should have arrived. Why haven't you seen anyone yet? And Zhou Ye asked him to pick him up. Where did he take him? Aunt Song looked at Guo's absent-mindedness and smiled gently. She hadn't seen the young master for a long time. Young master, the cherries and strawberries have been washed. Do you want to eat them now? Wait a Monday, wait for someone to come and then bit, Aunt Song. It turned out that someone was here. Aunt Song responded with a smile, oh, good. Say Cao Cao will arrive. Please come in. It is a modern minimalist style, but it is not difficult to see the low-key luxury in it, which is very suitable for Guo Yi's style. Rong Yi withdrew his gaze, stopped looking at the design around him, and looked around in other people's homes, which was also impolite. After changing his slippers at the door, Guo Yi turned from the living room to the door. Why are you here so late? Hearing the sound, Rong Yi looked up and saw a straight man a few steps away. Guo Yi was wearing comfortable and simple black home clothes, standing there with his hands in his pockets, and his hair was combed up, revealing his white forehead. What is rare is that he wears a pair of golden glasses on the bridge of his tall nose, which adds a different kind of charm and looks more like a scum. Rong Yi raised his eyebrows, and his red lips opened slightly and said in a delicate voice, why does Mr. Guo dress up so flowery at home? Of course. Rong Yi stepped on his slippers and walked to him, looked down and said, hey, fortune has been sent to Mr. Guo. He is intact and as healthy as when he came. As Rong Yi looked over, he lay at Guo Yi's feet, and 2 cat paws tried to grab Guo Yi's trouser legs. Meow to Guo Yi looked down at full thigh, and his thin lips opened slightly. Is it fat? Hearing Guo Yi's words, Rong Yi raised his red lips and raised his head proudly and said, I gained almost a catty of weight. I just gave my fortune this morning, and I found that it was 1 catty heavier than when I came. The corners of Guo Yi's mouth rose, and this is really a ball. What are you talking about? The rich figure is still perfectly maintained. Wealth is now a small ball, Snow White, wearing an exclusive little skirt, properly a little princess in the cat world. Normal cats only grow 1 catty a month. Rong Yi should have fed it a lot of cat food, otherwise it would not grow so fast. Guo Yi raised his eyes and whispered to Rong Yi's fox eyes. Go to the living room. Don't chat here. Save a while when you say I'm not well hospital. TSK, how to say, I feel that he predicted my prediction. Go fruit. Rong Yi looked back at Guo and couldn't forget Guo. Okay, sister. Guo Yi, sit down as you like. As soon as Rong Yi and Guo Guo sat down, Aunt Song heard the sound of talking and came out with the fruit. This is Aunt Song, who usually takes care of my life here. Rong Yi smiled, his eyes bent up, and said softly, hello, Aunt Song, I'm Ro Yi. Aunt Song looked at Ro Yi, who was sitting on one side of the sofa. Her face was so beautiful, and her flexible fox eyes were a symbol. She was beautiful and generous, and she was very satisfied. Guo Yi has never brought a woman into the royal garden. Seeing that he is in his 30s and has no girlfriend, not to mention that Guo Qingyi is anxious, Aunt Song is worried for him. Now it's okay. Aunt Song can't wait to call Guo Qingyi about this matter now. After all, Aunt Song saw Guo Yi waiting in the living room just now, and she couldn't fake it. Rong Yi looked at Guo Guo and said, this is my assistant, Guo Guo. Guo Guo, hello, Aunt Song. Aunt Song responded with a smile on her face. Well, you can eat some fruit first. Just tell me what you want to drink. Thank you, Aunt Song. Aunt Song, make a cup of freshly ground coffee. Guo Yi knows that Rong Yi likes to drink coffee. Immediately, the black eyes looked at Guo Guo. Guo Guo received the signal and said, I'll just drink juice. Thank you, Aunt Song. Aunt Song said hell and went down to prepare. Master, I'm going to pack up the things that make money. Zhou Ye whispered beside Guo Yi. Guo Guo looked at Rong Yi, got up and immediately said, I'm going to help. She still doesn't make light bulbs here. Mr. Guo's eyes are really terrible. Aunt Song looks so young. She should not be very old. Hearing Rong Yi's words, Guo Yi lowered his eyes and took a sip of coffee and replied, Aunt Song grew up watching me. She is 52 years old this year. After my sister got married, she stayed in Yujing Garden to take care of me. Hearing the words, Rong Yi nodded thoughtfully, and his waistboard straightened up unconsciously. She wants to song my aunt should always maintain a good posture in front of her, and she can't make any mistakes. It's as if she was seeing her parents, which made Rong Yi almost nervous. After all, Aunt Song grew up watching Guo Yi since she was a child. For Guo Yi, she must be like his relatives. She can't be humiliated in front of Aunt Song. To chapter 31. The whole royal garden is hers. Guo Yi looked up and saw the woman's as if facing a great enemy. She raised the corners of her lips and joked, what are you thinking? Huh. Rong Yi came back to his senses and waved his hand. It's okay. Don't let Guo Yi know what she's thinking, or she won't be laughed at by him. At this time, Aunt Song came over with coffee and 2 cups of juice and put the coffee on the table in front of Rong Yi. Thank you, Aunt Song. Aunt Song said with a smile, you're welcome. Where is the little girl just now? Rong Yi looked sideways at Guo Guo's direction and said, Guo Guo and Zhou Suke went to pack up the things to make a fortune. Then I'll send it to them. Aunt Song thought of something and then asked, Miss Rong, are you having dinner here at noon? Rong Yi lowered his eyes and looked at the time. It was time for lunch. No wonder Guo Yi just said that she came too late. Rong Yi was about to speak when he was interrupted by Guo Yi's words. Aunt Song is very skillful, and you are blessed. Oh, listening to Guo Yi's meaning, she has to stay even if she doesn't want to. Rong Yi raised his red lips and said sweetly to Aunt Song, then I'm sorry to trouble Aunt Song to no trouble, I'm going to get ready. Aunt Song responded with a smile. She just caught a fish from the backyard. Guo Yi, well, thank you for your hard work, Aunt Song. Oh, after Aunt Song served the juice to Zhou Ye and Guo Guo, she hurried to the kitchen to make lunch. Rong Yi took a sip of coffee, and the taste was mellow and rich. The coffee beans should be top-notch. How can Guo Yi's things be poor? After all, this guy is notoriously picky. I heard from Aunt Song that the fish was caught in the backyard. Are there still fish in the back? Guo Yi nodded. There was a pond behind him, and there were several fish in it. Rong Yi is really curious. He can't imagine that Guo Yi can also raise fish. Isn't this something that only older people can do? Where is it? Can Mr. Guo take me to have a look? She said that Guo Yi had to take her to have a look anyway. Go. Several servants are responsible for the chores in the backyard, including repairing plants, feeding fish and changing water for the pond, cleaning the yard and so on. It is said to be a backyard, but in fact it is very large. What's more, there is also a grassland for playing golf. TSK, Mr. Guo's life is really colorful. Hearing these words in Guo Yi's ears, he felt a little sour. Envy? Rong Yi. You don't have to be so straightforward. She admitted that she was envious, and not only that, she was also a little jealous. Sure enough, a capitalist is a capitalist. When will she be able to live such a life? Alas, so what if I envy you? Mr. Guo can give me the house. Rong Yi said resentfully. Guo Yi nodded seriously, not impossible to consider. Rong Yi raised his eyebrows and his eyes shit up, really? When I'm tired of living. Rong Yi couldn't help it. He rolled his eyes and said in a delicate voice, then how long should I wait? There will be a chance for you to live. In the future, she will be with him. She can live as long as she wants. The whole royal garden is hers. Then I'll wait. If she is with Guo Yi in the future, she will move here immediately. Don't you want to see the fish? Rong Yi almost forgot the business. Oh, yes, where is the fish? Guo Yi walked in front of Rong Yi with a reserved step. Seeing this, Rong Yi stepped on his slippers and stepped on his long legs to follow him. Turning to the left was a big pond. Rong Yi walked leisurely on the edge of the pond with his hands behind his back. Why was the middle of the pond still separated by a rockery? The fish on both sides are different. One is edible and the other is edible. Rong Yi nodded. No wonder. Guo Yi saw that Rong Yi was very fresh, so he brought fish food from one side of the case for her to feed. I guess I haven't fed it yet. I'll leave it to you. Mister. Guo is not afraid that I will feed all the fish to death. He said so, but Rong Yi still took the fish food from Guo Yi's hand. He grabbed it with his bare hands and sprinkled it into the pond. It's true that the fish haven't been fed yet. The fish in the pond are scrambled to grab the fish food, stirring up a small splash in the pond. When Rong was seeing this scene, he couldn't help laughing. In the sun, Rong Yi's black lazy curly hair has a slight sense of luster, and the skin looks more white and delicate in the sunshine. A pair of fox eyes are charming and extremely enchanting. At this moment, there is a smile on the lips, which is even more charming and bright. Guo Yi secretly rolled his throat knot, and his eyes were slightly dark. He felt that he was addicted to smoking. You feed me slowly. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Rong Yi looked back at him. Mr. Guo was very addicted to smoking till he only smoked one. If he doesn't smoke a cigarette again, he is afraid that he can't help it. Seeing that Guo Yi went not far away to smoke, Rong Yi withdrew his gaze and reinvested in the joy of feeding fish. Eat slowly and don't grab it. Rong Yi was talking to himself by the pond alone. He didn't know that Guo Yi didn't give you food every day. Fish cubs. Rong Yi has finished feeding the fish food, and Guo Yi hasn't finished smoking the cigarette yet. Rong Yi suspected that Guo Yi smoked more than one, but at least two. Mr. Guo to Guo Yi, who had just lit the second cigarette. Looking at Rong Yi walking towards him step by step, Guo Yi silently extinguished the cigarette in his hand in the ashtray. Are you done feeding? Rong Yi nodded. The fox's eyes turned and he happened to catch a glimpse of two cigarette butts in the ashtray. Didn't Mr. Guo say that he would only smoke one? Guo Yi felt a little guilty and whispered, I did only smoke one. As soon as the second one was clicked, she saw it before she could smoke it. The second one hasn't had time to smoke yet, has it? Well, Guo Yi lowered his eyes and cleared his throat. When did this woman's eyes become so good? In order to avoid the collapse of his image, Guo Yi pulled her wrist and walked forward to eat. Aunt Song should have cooked. Rong Yi Jiao hummed, but he couldn't hold him to Guo Yi, and Rong Yi sat face to face, and Zhou Yu and Guo Guo sat next to them respectively. In fact, Zhou Yu and Guo Guo were resisting in their hearts, because they didn't want to make light bulbs, but Rong Yi asked them to eat together, so they went to the table. Aunt Song's movements are really fast. She cooked a table of dishes in a long time. Guo Yi opened his lips and said, let's eat and taste Aunt Song's craftsmanship. You didn't have a chance to drink the pig's trotter soup last time, but you can eat it now. Was the last soup made by Aunt Song? Otherwise. Rong Yi squeezed his lips and smiled flatteringly, and said coquettishly, wasn't there a reason for what happened last time? I will definitely taste it today. Zhou Yu eats the dishes cooked by Aunt Song from time to time. For Aunt Song's craftsmanship, he is clear in his heart, not to mention how delicious the food is. Guo Guo has been busy all morning until now, and now he is also hungry. Seeing that Zhou Ye's food is so delicious, he also picked up a piece of spare ribs and ate it. What about making a fortune? It's time for it to eat. Rong Yi looked around and didn't see the shadow of wealth. Aunt Song went to feed her when she became rich. With that, Guo Yi picked up his chopsticks and gave Rong Yi a piece of fish. Try the fish from the backyard. I don't know if I went to feed the fish in the backyard in person just now, and now I feel a little guilty about eating their kind. Thinking so in his heart, Rong Yi didn't hesitate to take down his chopsticks. It's delicious and fresh. Guo Yi's thin lips are slightly hooked. If it's delicious, you should eat more. Don't say that you are not full later. Don't worry, Mr. Guo, I won't say anything if I'm not full. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. This woman. Chapter 32 Mr. Guo's feeding. In a blink of an eye, it came to the day of shooting advertisements. Rong Yi got into his nanny car and followed Suying and Guo Guo to G&Y early. Because he had to shoot advertisements and magazines, Rong Yi didn't wear makeup and wore a big mask on his face. Mr. Guo to the voice came out through the mask, buzzing. Guo Yi was wearing a black shirt with a slightly open neckline. He habitually did not tie a tie, and matched with his handsome and evil face, adding an unruly and wild taste. Let's put on makeup first when you arrive. Rong Yi blinked pitifully and said, but she hasn't eaten yet. Guo Yi stretched out his hand and gently flicked her fair forehead, and said pamperingly, I'll send you to the dressing room later. After hearing this, Rong Yi hooked up his lips hidden under the mask. Then I'll wait for Mr. Gu's breakfast to got it. The staff next to them are already stupid. What did they see? When did the president become so close to the supermodel Rong Yi? Is he in love? So Yoon walked in front to lead the way and soon came to the dressing room. This is not a separate dressing room, because considering the warmth of shooting with Rong Yi, a dressing room for two is arranged. When Rong Yi arrived at the dressing room, the makeup artist was already waiting inside. He was a man from country M. Rong Yi went in and bent down slightly to greet him. Hello, I'm Rong Yi. Hi, I'm Neil, your makeup artist today. Rong Yi sat down in front of the makeup mirror and raised his hand to take off his mask. At this time, I heard an exclamation from behind. Wow, you're so beautiful. Rong Yi raised his eyes and saw Neil behind her in the mirror with a surprised expression. Thank you. Rong Yi squeezed his lips and smiled at him. The beauty of Rong Yi is obvious to everyone. Even if she doesn't wear makeup now, her facial features are very resistant. Her skin is very white and delicate, and there are no flaws. Neil was really surprised to see her face under the mask. He had seen Rong Yi's show and seen her photos before, but the photos were not very real, and Rong Yi was more beautiful than he expected. Yi, your skin base is so good that I think I can save a lot of foundation. Rong Yi smiled and said, I'm proud of you. I have to rely on Mr. Neil today. Okay, I will do my best to give full play to my skills. Ha ha ha, Neil, you are so funny. In this way, makeup will not be so boring. Neil said with a smile. It makes sense. Then Neil said, shall we start now? Although Rong Yi is thinking about her breakfast, she can't delay her work. Okay, you need to change into the clothes for shooting first, otherwise it will be a little troublesome after putting on makeup. No problem. So Ying ordered Guoguo to go to the clothing group in advance and brought the clothes taken by Rong Yi. The clothes are hanging next to each other, and Rong Yi can change them at any time. After Rong Yi changed her clothes, Neil began to put on makeup for her. During the primer, Neil gave her foundation and sighed at her beauty. And Rong Yi's breakfast came late after Neil finished applying her foundation. Guo Yi carried a paper bag with Yu Shanjai printed on it and pushed the door in. Mr. Guo, I'm going to have lunch a little later, to Rong Yi teased him. Guo Yi put his handbag in front of her, which was a little far away. Rong Yi caught a glimpse of the paper bag on the table and knew that Guo Yi had gone to Yu Shanjai to buy her breakfast. Yu Shanjai is an old breakfast shop for decades. The taste is excellent. Every day, there are many people queuing up. The supply is limited every day. Even if you have money, you may not be able to eat it. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Guo. To how did Mr. Guo buy Yu Shanjai's breakfast? Usually, this point should have been sold out long ago. Guo Yi casually pulled away the chair beside him, sat down lazily and explained that Yu Shanjai was opened by a friend of mine. When Guo Yi went, I called him by the way. Rong Yi nodded clearly, no wonder. When Guo Yi came in, Neil had already stopped the movement in his hand. Listening to the familiarity between Guo Yi and Rong Yi's conversation, Neil couldn't help guessing the relationship between them. The most important thing is that when Guo Yi came in just now, his black eyes glanced faintly at his hand on Rong Yi's face. At this glance, Neil's hands trembled, afraid of ruining Rong Yi's makeup, so he quickly let go of his hand. Eat it quickly. It doesn't taste good when it's cold. With that, Guo Yi stretched out his hand, took out the breakfast in the bag one by one, opened it, and put it on the table. Rong Yi nodded and was about to take a bite. Suddenly remembering that she was still wearing makeup, he asked Neil, can I have breakfast and then makeup? When Rong Yi's words fell, Guo Yi's cold black eyes looked over. The stem is multifaceted fat txt plus v1, 3588451110. Neil shivered and said in a busy voice, of course. Then I'll have breakfast first, and please wait a moment. Okay, no problem. Guo Yi's eyes swept away from him, and Neil swallowed his saliva with a lingering heart. After Rong Yi finished breakfast, Guo Yi left the dressing room. As soon as Guo Yi left, not only Neil, but also So Ying and Guoguo breathed a sigh of relief. Rong Yi laughed. What are you doing? Is Guo Yi so terrible? Guoguo pouted and said, sister, you are now a person who is properly immersed in that. Of course, you don't feel terrible. After Guoguo finished speaking, So Ying pounded Guoguo's body with her elbow. Guoguo realized that he had said too much and quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, full of guilt. So Ying frowned. Guoguo was a newcomer. She didn't know that rumors were scary, but she couldn't be so open-mouthed. Moreover, although Rong Yi and Guo Yi are very close, they have not been sure to be together, so they can't be said yet. Neil smiled indifferently and said, don't worry, in this circle, I know what to say and what not to say. As soon as Guo Yi entered the door just now, he rushed to Rong Yi, which can be seen by a clear-sighted person. Of course, he won't talk nonsense and offend Guo Yi. Not to mention that his job is not guaranteed, it is difficult for him to hang out in this circle anymore. Chapter 33. Can Mr. Guo palm the mirror for me? After Rong Yi had breakfast, Neil began to make up the rest of her face. In the last part of the makeup, the warmth of shooting with Rong Yi rushed over. Rong Yi heard the sound of pushing the door and looked sideways. Seeing that it was warm, he opened his mouth and said hello to her. Hello to Wen saw Rong Yi, who was putting on makeup. Just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by someone. My god. Amazing. Neil got off the high stool excitedly and looked around the warmth. He is a makeup artist. When he sees a beautiful person, he always looks at the proportion and structure of other people's faces, but the girl in front of him makes people unable to find a trace of fault. He feels that makeup on her face is a superfluous thing. Her facial features are very delicate and standard, and Neil has already thought about what kind of makeup to put on her. Raw's warm face looked at a loss. He couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth and laughing. Mr. Neil is like this. He is more excited to see a beautiful person. This sentence made Wen laugh. She had never seen such an interesting makeup artist. Perhaps realizing that his behavior was indeed a gentleman, Neil said to Warmth, I'm sorry for my behavior just now. Wen shook his head and said with a smile, it's okay, it's understandable. Raw got up and said, it happened that you came over. And I also finished it. Let Mr. Neil do it for you. Nod warmly, okay? Rong Yi sorted out his makeup and went out with Guo after confirming that there was no problem. She gently swayed her waist and walked out to find the man with an elegant cat step. Rong Yi came out of the dressing room and went to the shooting site. She knew that Guo Yi would be there. Sure enough, he sat in front of the computer monitor and waited to see the original film taken by the photographer. Mr. Guo, to listening to this delicate and seductive voice, Guo Yi knew that the goblin was coming. Guo Yi turned sideways and looked at Rong Yi, gently twisting his waist and walking towards him, and his dark eyes gradually deepened. The black slim-up clothes better highlight Rong Yi's proud advantages as a woman, and the extremely charming makeup makes Rong Yi more attractive. Get ready and start. Guo Yi said in a hoarse voice. Rong Yi gently raised his red lips and said, of course. When working, Rong Yi will never be lazy and slippery. But she has a bold idea. Mr. Guo, can you take the palm of the mirror for me? Guo Yi raised his eyes and looked at her fox eyes. This woman would make demands. Do you remember what I told you last time? The cost of my shooting is worth your endorsement fee for Daisy. Of course, Rong Yi didn't forget it. It was because she remembered that she wanted him to take pictures. She really wanted to see it. Guo Yi's photography skills are the second in the circle. No one dares to be the first in the circle. He won the gold award in the international photography competition. The staff around are busy with their own work. Even Zhou Ye is not with Guo Yi and is busy with other things. Rong Yi took his mind and pulled out the chair next to Guo Yi and sat down. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows with interest, not knowing what Rong Yi wanted to do. Mr. Guo to Rong Yi's voice is sweet and greasy, and his voice is long and coquettish. He slowly leaned towards Guo Yi, and his white and tender little hand quietly reached out to Guo Yi's legs. Guo saw the situation and quickly turned his head to cover Rong Yi. It is her job to protect the boss's privacy. Guo Yi's throat tightened, and he felt the woman's soft and boneless little hand touching his body, and his body became hotter and hotter. The fingertips slowly slid up, feeling Guo Yi's well-blocked abdominal muscles until his slightly open neck. The cool fingers gently touched the man's warm skin, and Guo Yi's uncontrollable muscles tightened. The fox's eyes caught a glimpse of Guo Yi's neck, revealing a little black tattoo. He was curious and wanted to find out, but Guo Yi grabbed his wrist. Rong Yi raised his eyes to meet Guo Yi's dark eyes. His fingers shrank and swallowed his saliva. I thought to himself, is it a big game this time, but there are so many people here that Guo Yi won't do anything to her. Guo Yi moved his throat knot up and down, and his thin lips came close to Rong Yi's ear. His voice was hoarse and low. You were getting bolder and bolder. The cool thin lips touched the tip of her ear as if nothing had happened, causing Rong Yi to tremble, and a small bump between the neck reflexively. My courage came all from Mr. Guo. Rong Yi pouted his lips and said that the movements on his hands were not free, and he poked the back of Guo Yi's hand one by one. Even if Guo Yi's hand held her wrist, it did not prevent her fingertips from touching. Guo Yi smiled softly. This is the truth. Not for his indulgence, Rong Yi could not even touch the corners of his clothes. The thin lips slightly opened and bit the tip of the woman's red ear, and whispered, how do I get paid? Seeing that Guo Yi changed the topic, Rong Yi thought for a moment and understood the meaning of Guo Yi's words. What does Mr. Guo want? Rong Yi asked him the question. What does he want? Guo Yi's eyes stopped from the woman's beautiful eyebrows to her seductive and full red lips. After a term, Guo Yi put down Rong Yi's wrist and got up to tidy up his underwear. I owe it first, and I'll talk about it when I think about it. Rong Yi looked up at the man's side face in a daze. After all, he got up. Isn't the atmosphere good? However, after hearing the man's words, Rong Yi knew that he had agreed to shoot for her. Joy overcovered the doubts just now and was soon left behind by her. Then let's start, Mr. Guo Yi took a reserved step and stood in the position of the camera first. Rong Yi smiled, got up and walked to the camera set and sat down on the chair behind the white table. When the previous photographer saw that Rong Yi was ready, he went back to the camera to prepare for shooting. Unexpectedly, there was already someone in front of the camera, or Mr. Go, who hasn't taken pictures for a long time. Mr. Go, I'll do it. The photographer knew that he had sealed it now and should not shoot an advertisement. He thought he just wanted to check the camera. Unexpectedly, Goyi reached out to pick up the camera and whispered to him, "No, I'll do it." Check the original film in front of the computer. Before the photographer could digest what Goyi was going to shoot, he was stunned by the new news. This is a great benefit. How much can he learn from watching the original film shot by Goyi? Okay, Mr. Go, the photographer responded sharply and immediately ran to sit in front of the computer. The staff next to him were also shocked to see Goyi picking up the camera. I don't know what happened, but I can ask Goyi to pick up the camera again to shoot. In the past, there were also super first-line advertising shootings, which were not inferior to Dai at all, and even more famous than Deus in the super first line. But Goyi didn't pick up the camera like today, and he didn't even come to G and Y to monitor their work progress. So Goyi's outing today made them confused. Adhering to the working atmosphere of conscientious, responsible and dedicated, they are all busy with the work at hand, but few people pay attention to their shooting. In G and Y Wilderness magazine, the rewards and punishments are clear. All the staff are very strict, as if someone has given a silence fee. Don't worry about any gossip, unless you don't want to do it anymore. Chapter 34 I won't forget the reward you owe me. After being ready, Go-yi began to shoot for Rong-yi. Neil gave Rong-yi a fox makeup that was very suitable for her. It was beautiful, extremely charming, full and seductive red lips, which was eye-catching. With Daisy's new red velvet lipstick, it can be said to be the finishing touch. Rong-yi's plasticity and expressiveness are very strong, and it is effortless to cooperate with Go-yi. After Go-yi's little pic, Rong-yi quickly understood the feeling that Go-yi wanted and what he wanted to express, and then made the reaction that Go-yi wanted. Go-yi's posture holding the camera is so standard that it can almost be written in the photography textbook. Yes, turn your face a little, 45-degree angle. Very good, face me. Eyes. Change your posture. With the tacit cooperation of Rong-yi and Go-yi, almost everyone is a blockbuster and does not need to be repaired at all. The photographer sitting in front of the computer sighed that the great god was indeed a great god. Go-yi took pictures for Rong-yi for nearly an hour and checked the material in his hand. Go-yi shouted to Rong-yi to stop and asked her to rest for a while and take another group later. How is it going, Mr. Go? Is my performance still satisfactory? Rong-yi still held the limited lipstick in his hand, stepped on his long legs and walked in the direction of Go-yi. Go-yi's dark eyes turned from the camera to Rong-yi, and he nodded with satisfaction. His voice was sexy and magnetic, which was quite satisfactory. Hearing the words, Rong-yi hooked his lips and said, "I will work hard to make Mr. Go more satisfied." Rong-yi said and stretched out his hand to gently brush Go-yi's chest, like a feather sweeping over it, which was seductive and itchy. Go-yi wanted to grab her hand, but Rong-yi saw through and dodged it first, making Go-yi fall into the air. "Mr. Go, see you later." To Rong-yi stepped on the cat's steps and swayed away. Go-yi laughed. The woman seemed to have slowly seen through what he wanted to do. Go-yi ordered all the staff to rest for 10 minutes before starting work. Rong-yi came back to the dressing room and asked Neil to change her makeup before the next shooting. It happened that Wen also put on makeup and has been watching Rong-yi's shooting. Rong-yi walked to the dressing room, just passing by the warm place. Wen saw her finish shooting, got up and spoke to her. Every picture just now was so beautiful. You are so awesome. Rong-yi smiled on her lips. Thank you. You are so beautiful that the photogenic effect must not be bad, and you have taken the cover of G and Y's magazine, so you should be very familiar with it. Wen heard what she said, and he whispered with a smile on his lips. That's it. It's your turn to shoot. I'll ask Mr. Neil to change my makeup. Okay. After talking to Wen for a few words, Rong-yi went to the back to find Neil. When it came to warm shooting, it was changed to warm exclusive photographer, Loser. Wen and Loser also have several years of cooperation, and their shooting is also very smooth. During the shooting, Aaron, the vice president of Daisy, came to supervise the shooting process on the spot and took a look at the shaping ability of the spokesperson he chose. Fortunately, Rong-yi and Warmth performed very well. Aaron was very satisfied and immediately said that he would treat them to dinner, which was a treat for their hard work today. Unfortunately, Rong-yi just asked Go-yi to have dinner at night, so he refused Aaron's kindness. Warm also had other plans for the evening, and also refused the invitation to have dinner together. They and Aaron apologized and said that we could have dinner together next time. Fortunately, Aaron is also a person who is not limited to small matter and does not care about it. Rong-yi agreed to invite Go-yi to dinner, so he asked Suying and Guogua to go back first. She also offered to eat together, but they waved their hands repeatedly and did not intend to participate in their two-person world. Mr. Go, shall we go? Rong-yi came to Go-yi's office with full arms. Just now, Go-yi said that he wanted to deal with a job and asked her to wait for him for a while. Rong-yi couldn't stand it and ran to him. Guo Yi sat in the office chair, and Zhou Yi, who was reporting the process, stood opposite the desk. Zhou Yi, that's the way it is. Country M said that it would sign a strategic contract by tomorrow night at the latest. When Guo Yi Yuguang saw Rong Yi's figure, he raised his hand and hooked his finger at her, signaling her to come over. Then book a ticket to Country M tomorrow morning. Receiving Guo Yi's order, Zhou Yi nodded in response, okay. If it's okay, just get off work and pick me up at Yujing Garden tomorrow morning. Yes, my master. After saying that, Zhou Yi left. Zhou Yi was so excited that he got off work early again. He was so happy. Rong Yi walked to Guo Yi with both hands in his pockets. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, he couldn't help asking, are you going on a business trip tomorrow? Rong Yi asked again, how long have you been on the business trip? Guo Yi thought about it for a moment. They will probably arrive in Country M tomorrow night. After signing the contract, they will have to stay for another 2 days to deal with other things. 3 days. For so long. Rong Yi muttered. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Compared with the previous business trip for a month, this is short. Don't worry, I won't forget the reward you owe me. This is what Rong Yi cares about. Anyway, she has nothing, and she is not afraid that he will ask her for any compensation. I won't forget Mr. Guo. Rong Yi took off his sunglasses and played with them in his hand. Mr. Guo, have you finished your work? We can have you gone to eat. I'm starving to death. Guo Yi raised his lips and got up, tidied up his cuffs and said, yes, let's go. As soon as he walked out of the gate of G&Y, Rong Yi thought of something and said in a delicate voice, my car was driven away by Sister Ying and Guoguo, Mr. Guo. Rong Yi's fox eyes looked at Guo Yi, and the meaning was obvious that he was going to drive his car. Guo Yi, Miss Rong invited someone to dinner and didn't drive by herself. I forgot to. Besides, do I dare to drive, Mr. Guo? Dare to sit? She is a famous road killer. Neither Su Ying nor Guoguo dared to let her drive on the road, and basically didn't let her hit the car. Su Ying often teases how she got her driver's license. In this regard, Rong Yi can only say that God blesses. What's the matter? Are you a road killer? Rong Yi. How to say, you're right. With a smile in Guo Yi's eyes, it seems that he is right. Mr. Guo, don't make fun of me. If you don't go to dinner, it's time to have breakfast tomorrow morning. Guo Yi stretched out his hand and pinched the woman's soft face, exaggerating. Following Guo Yi to the underground parking lot of G&Y, Rong Yi found that there was Guo Yi's exclusive parking space here, and the whole row was Guo Yi's cars parked. Mr. Guo, is this all yours? Guo Yi nodded indifferently. Which one to drive? In the face of so many luxury cars, Rong Yi was in an extremely complicated mood. He swallowed silently and pointed to one car at will. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows, opened the door of the black Rolls-Royce and said, get in the car. Rong Yi raised her hand and pushed the sunglasses on her face. Her hand was too accurate. Chapter 35. Mr. Guo likes sweets. The black Rolls-Royce was on the road. Rong Yi turned to Guo Yi, who was driving, and said, why do you park so many cars in the parking lot of G&Y? Usually, when Guo Yi travels, Zhou Yi drives the low-key black Cayenne. Rong Yi didn't expect that Guo Yi had so many cars to leave. Collecting sports cars and famous cars is one of Guo Yi's hobbies. You can imagine how much money he has burned. But with Guo Yi's value, he doesn't care about these drizzles. Sure enough, Guo Yi whispered as usual, and he couldn't let go at home. Rong Yi. Excuse me. It's because she doesn't understand the hobbies of rich people. Guo Yi drove the car to stop next to the Chinese restaurant, as Rong Yi said. Here. Rong Yi nodded. Yes, that's it. Let's get out of the car. This is a very old Chinese restaurant. It is a small courtyard with some moss on the walls outside. On the green tiles that have been baptized by the years, there are vines hanging down from above. There is a plaque hanging on the gate, which says For You Mentang. The tension between the words of the brush is moderate, strong and powerful, and thick. Guo Yi took a look at the plaque on the door. This kind of calligraphy can't be written without more than 10 years of skill. When I walked into the yard, I found that there was something different in it. Antique mahogany tables and chairs are placed in the yard. A circle of boxes outside surrounds the middle, and festive red lanterns are hung outside the curtains of each box, which is classical and elegant. Guo Yi didn't know that there was such a place in Kyoto. It's really a remote location of this Chinese restaurant, and there are no scenic spots around, so few people know about it. Most of the guests who usually come are his repeat customers. Rong Yi also happened to come to this place and found that the Chinese restaurant was not only in a hidden location, but also served excellent food. Rong Yi fell in love with it at once, and today he wanted to bring Guo Yi here to taste it. She felt that no matter how picky Guo Yi was, she would not say that it was not delicious after tasting the food cooked in this Chinese restaurant. Boss, is there still a box? The boss is in his 40s. The man is simple and kind. Although the profit of this Chinese restaurant is not very considerable, it is enough to feed 5 people in the family. Yes, there is. The boss was taking stock of the accounts, and when he heard the sound, he looked up and saw Rong Yi. So it's you. girl. The boss knows Rong Yi and knows that Rong Yi will come here for dinner from time to time. Yes, I also brought a friend here today. Do you want a 20% discount for old customers? Rong Yi raised his lips and said playfully. After hearing this, the boss smiled and said, it's okay, and it's okay to get a 60% discount. The boss took them to an elegant room and pointed to the menu on the table and said, the menu is over there. See what you want to eat. Okay. After sitting down, Rong Yi handed the menu to Guo Yi. Mr. Guo took a look at what he wanted to eat. You're welcome. Guo Yi was not polite to her. He reached out to take the menu and ordered a few dishes. Sweet and sour carp, dried grilled shark fin, Longjing shrimp, crab powder lion's head, xiqiao dim sum, lotus leaf soup. That's all. Boss, that's all we want. Rong Yi didn't look at what Guo Yi ordered, so he turned around and gave it to the boss. Okay, you sit down first, and it will be ready soon. Rong Yi stretched out his hand to take the teapot beside him and poured 2 cups of red date tea. One of the cups was pushed to Guo Yi, and Mr. Guo tasted it. Although it was not as good as the tea that Mr. Guo drank, it also tasted different. The sweet smell of red dates came to his face. Guo Yi squeezed the teacup and took a sip. Well, red dates are very sweet. Rong Yi smiled and suddenly remembered something in a delicate voice. Mr. Guo likes sweets very much, right? Guo Yi put down the finished teacup, raised his eyes to her and said, where did this start? Rong Yi recalled that when they first met, didn't they know each other because of a strawberry cake? Does Mr. Guo still remember the first time we met? With that, Rong Yi continued the teacup that Guo Yi had drunk again. Suddenly, the corners of Guo Yi's lips raised a beautiful arc, and his voice was low. Speaking of which, you divided half of my cake. Rong Yi pouted his red lips and said dissatisfiedly, what? That's obviously what I saw first. Seeing that Mr. Guo wanted to eat, I generously gave you half of it. If it were someone else, I wouldn't give it to you. Really? Of course. If it hadn't been for the lust at that time, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. Guo Yi smiled and said, then I would like to thank Miss Rong more. Rong Yi waved his hand, easy to say to Guo Yi's dark eyes looked at Rong Yi's delicate appearance, slowly curled up his thin lips, picked up the teacup and took another sip. Rong Yi gracefully raised his legs under the table, folded his hands on the table, and looked at Guo Yi jokingly. He really didn't see that Guo is always a person who likes sweets. To Guo Yi hooked his lips. What? Is it a bad thing to like sweets? Rong Yi shook his head. He said softly, no, it's just that Mr. Guo's appearance is deceptive. At first glance, he is not a person who likes sweets. Therefore, don't judge others by their appearance. Indeed, Mr. Guo is a good example. Guo Yi raised his hand to untie the cufflinks, and raised his thin lips to change the topic. How did he find this place? When I came home from work a few years ago, my car broke down on a road not far from here. I wanted to come here to see if there was a repair shop. Unexpectedly, I didn't find a place to repair the car, but I saw this Chinese restaurant instead. Then, I had a meal here. I didn't expect that the food cooked here was delicious, and I had an unexpected harvest. In the end, my boss helped me fix my car, so that I could stumble home. So far, I will come here for dinner from time to time. Guo Yi nodded. So that's it. Rong Yi raised a light smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Except for Sister Ying and Guo, Guo was the first man I brought here. Guo Yi raised his thin lips and voiced in a low voice. It's my pleasure. A moment later. The boss pushed the dining car over, put the dishes one by one, and said, the dishes are all available. If you need anything, call me again. All right. Rong Yi stretched out his hand to Guo Yi and made a pleased gesture. Mr. Guo, try it first to see if what I said is really delicious. Guo Yi picked up his chopsticks and put the shrimp in his mouth. The shrimp meat is very fresh and delicious. It is peeled by picking the shrimp line. The meat is full and smooth, which is extremely delicious. Well, it's true and it's really delicious. Guo Yi gave an evaluation. Rong Yi smiled slightly and said that Mr. Guo said so, which I thought it was a high evaluation. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and said no. Chapter 36 Fate Can't Stop It. The next day, Guo Yi boarded the plane at 7 a.m. and flew to Country M on time. Rong Yi also got a job this morning. Should I say it or not, fate can't stop it. Alas, I still miss it after sending away the fortune. Guo held a pillow in his arms and pouted. So Yoon, who was replying to the computer email, picked up the coffee and took a sip without raising her head. When it comes to sadness, the one inside is even sadder. Why? You don't want to think about whose cat made you rich. Guo suddenly realized that it was like this. No wonder she went to call me for breakfast just now. My sister looked listless, as if all her energy had been sucked out by the monster. However, you can also go to make a fortune when you are free. You can also take her with you. So Yoon shook her head helplessly. She didn't have time to make a fortune recently. Guo was puzzled. Why? Because I just got a few jobs for her. You are going to travel around the world again. Ah. Guo Guo knew as soon as she heard it that they were going on a business trip to the show again. She used to like to fly. Since she went to work, she was scared when she saw the plane. After a long time, Guo Guo finally accepted the truth and asked in a low interest, "Where is the first stop, Sister Ying?" Country Mo Guo Guo put his hands on his cheeks and took an orange to peel and eat it. Su Ying raised her wrist and glanced at the time. She said to Guo Guo, who was eating oranges on the sofa, "Guo Guo," and went to wake up. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and Rong Yi was still in bed and couldn't get up. Tell her to go to the M country to walk the show. Okay. After receiving the instructions, Guo Guo got up from the sofa and went to Rong Yi's bedroom to wake her up. "Dong dong dong sister, I'm coming in." Guo Guo knocked on the door and listened to the movement with his ears pressed against the door. Without hearing the sound, Guo Guo pressed his hand and pushed the door in. Rong Yi lay on her round bed, showing only a hairy head. Guo Guo walked over and stretched out her hand to pat Rong Yi's long legs under the quilt. "Sister, get up." Rong Yi opened his hazy sleeping eyes in a daze. He caught a glimpse of Guo Guo by the bed and muttered, "What's wrong?" Guo Guo to Sister Ying. "Sister Ying said that you were going to the M country to walk the show and asked you to get up quickly and clean up." Rong Yi closed his fox eyes again and listened to Guo Guo's words into his ears. He reflexively replied, okay. Wait. Country M. Rong Yi opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. The suspender of the nightgown slipped down from the shoulder, and the sleepiness was gone at all. Rong Yi suddenly sat up, which shocked Guo Guo. "Sister, what are you doing? Hurry up. We are ready to let Sister Ying book the plane ticket quickly." After saying that, Rong Yi lifted the quilt, and her white and seductive long legs were exposed in an instant. "Step on your slippers and walk quickly to the bathroom." The action was so fast that Guo Guo was dumbfounded. After a while, he came back to his senses. "Sister Ying, I told you to book a plane ticket as soon as possible." Guo Guo calmly came out of the bedroom, sat back on the sofa and said to Su Ying. Su Ying frowned slightly. "Hurry up. Does Rong Yi think she is dreaming?" Usually, when she hears the news that she is going on a business trip, doesn't the girl cry and howl? Doesn't she want to work? Is it the sun coming out from the west today? Until Rong Yi's luggage was packed and she got on the plane, Su Ying still couldn't make it out. Su Ying adjusted the back of the seat on the plane, glanced at Rong Yi and said, "What's wrong with you today? Not only did you get up from the bed so fast, but also so actively." Rong Yi wore a black fisherman's hat on his head and a mask on his face, which can be said to be fully armed. Hearing Su Ying's words, Rong Yi smiled and gave her a sloppy look. Isn't I very positive every time?" Su Ying's expression was pale, and she glanced at her and said, "Don't give me this set. What's going on? Otherwise, I won't let you leave the hotel." Su Ying grabbed Rong Yi's handle this time, and Rong Yi had to confess to her. In fact, Guo Yi was also on a business trip to Country M. Su Ying looked sideways at Rong Yi, and she knew that the girl was plotting wrongly. "I just said why the sun came out in the west today. It turns out that the power of love is the greatest." Rong Yi lowered his eyes and squeezed his lips and smiled. He flattered Su Ying. It happened. I don't care if you go to see Mr. Guo or not, there is only one thing, don't be photographed." Su Ying reminded her in advance. Although she was also worried in Kyoto before, she was always in her own territory. If something happens, she can find someone to help her set with it. Now abroad, she has nothing to do. "I got it, Sister Ying. Don't worry." Su Ying was really worried when she saw her charge for love. Guo Guo sat beside Rong Yi and was sleepy since he got on the plane. Once again, he missed their conversation perfectly. The plane flew in the air for more than 10 hours before landing. When it arrived at Country M, it happened to be the afternoon of Country M. Guo Guo pushed her luggage and walked diagonally behind Rong Yi. She had just woken up from her sleep. "Let's go to the hotel provided by the organizer first." Su Ying turned on her mobile phone and looked at the address. Rong Yi pushed the sunglasses on her face and looked around to see if there was a coffee shop or something. She had just slept on the plane, and now she urgently needed a cup of coffee to relieve her swelling. "There is a coffee shop not far away." Rong Yi turned around and said to Su Ying, "Sister Ying, I'm going to buy a cup of coffee. Wait for me for a while." Su Ying was booking a car on her mobile phone. When she heard her words, she told her, "Okay, be careful." "Got it." Rong Yi stepped on his thin high heels to the coffee shop and stopped at the front desk. The blonde waiter said to her, "What would you like to drink?" "What do you want to drink?" After a while, Su Ying likes to drink mocha, but Guo Guo doesn't like too bitter coffee. Rong Yi ordered a cup of mocha and cappuccino, and asked himself for an American cup. "Okay, just a moment, please." Rong Yi sat on the bar and waited, thinking about how to tell Guo Yi later that she also came to Country M. At this time, someone pushed the door in and ordered food in fluent and pure American English. Rong Yi looked up curiously and found that she was a very beautiful woman. The long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and a silver diamond hairpin was pinned to one side of the hair. The white small fragrant skirt was tightly attached to the waist, pinching out the unbearable waist and revealing her slender legs. The palm-sized little face was covered by wide sunglasses, revealing only a slightly squeezed red lip. The skin was better than snow, and it was beautiful, as if it didn't eat fireworks in the world. It was really beautiful and extremely cold, which made people look away. Rong Yi hid his fox eyes under his sunglasses and looked at the beauty in front of him wantonly. It's a pity that the beauty left after ordering coffee without any stay, otherwise Rong Yi would have to see through the person. Chapter 37. What do you think? Rong Yi went back with 3 cups of coffee. After handing them all the coffee, Rong Yi said, I just saw a cold beauty in the coffee shop, with a temperament like a rich family. Su Yung teased as she drank coffee and said that Bao Boji is really a young lady. Guo Guo took a sip of coffee and instantly refreshed his mind. Who invented coffee? After a time, the car Su Yung booked arrived, and the 3 of them set off for the hotel. After the hotel arranged by the organizer to settle down, it was already dusk. Su Yung and Guo Guo were going to go out for something to eat. Rong Yi kept his body in advance and refused to have dinner for the sake of the evening show. Su Yung was very happy to see this, but she didn't have to remind her again. When the 2 of them were about to leave, Guo Guo asked again and again that she really didn't need to bring her some boiled vegetables or something. Rong Yi said, no, you go and eat. Guo Guo saw that Rong Yi was determined, so he didn't ask any more questions. He admired Rong Yi's willpower from the bottom of his heart. If it's her, it won't work. It's very uncomfortable if she doesn't eat a meal, and the fat can't be reduced at all. Sure enough, she deserved to be fat. As soon as Su Ying and Guo Guo left, Rong Yi looked particularly lonely in the hotel room. When Rong Yi was thinking about how to send a message to Guo Yi and tell her that she was also in country M, Guo Yi's message came. Rong Yi hooked his lips and smiled. Is this a heart and soul? GY, are you awake? Guo Yi thought she was in Kyoto. According to the time difference, it was indeed morning in Kyoto now. It's just 7 o'clock in the morning. Did Guo Yi misunderstand her? If she didn't have work at 7 a.m., she would definitely not be able to get up. Rong Yi lowered his eyes and stared at his mobile phone, biting his lip and typing on the screen with his fingers. Rose, well. Mr. Guo, have you started your work? Guo Yi only left a few hours earlier than Rong Yi. Rong Yi listened to Zhou Yi's words yesterday. Guo Yi should have signed the contract at night. GY, not yet. There will be a social gathering later in the evening. Rose, oh. Guo Yi frowned slightly and looked at Rong Yi and replied to his few words of oh, which was not the style of the goblin at all. Last time he was on a business trip, the goblin couldn't wait to send her dozens of messages a day. The meaning of the words was that he wanted him to come back quickly. What's wrong this time? It's so unusual. In fact, Guo Yi is too worried. Rong Yi just didn't know how to tell Guo Yi about her coming to country M. When he said it to him, it seemed that Rong Yi deliberately chased him for him. Although this is the case, but Rong Yi still doesn't want Guo Yi to think so. She also has her own dignity, okay? GY, are you working? Guo Yi could only think that Rong Yi was working, so he was so cold to him. As for the new love and old love, this kind of thing will never happen to him. He believes that Rong Yi is not a person who has different opinions. Rong Yi's fingers paused slightly and raised her eyes to think. She was indeed working, but the work had not started yet. Rose, well, I took over a temporary show. Staring at the end of the mobile phone, the cold words that came from Guo Yi suddenly felt a little unhappy. Emotions have taken over reason. Guo Yi's brain has not yet reacted, and his fingers have clicked the video call. Guo Yi. He is definitely not because he doesn't trust Rong Yi. He just wants to know where Rong Yi works. Well, that's it. The video call screen suddenly popped up on the mobile phone, which shocked Rong Yi. She was already a little guilty. When she answered the phone, she really couldn't guarantee that she would be able to live in front of Guo Yi. The picture of the mobile phone paused to invite the call. Guo Yi's eyes stared at the mobile phone he had been dialing, and his face became more and more gloomy. His unwavering belief just now has a vague crack. Guo Yi knew that Rong Yi had been chatting with him just now, and it was impossible to put down his mobile phone immediately. He would rather believe that Rong Yi's mobile phone was out of power. Seeing that the video invitation was about to be hung up, Rong Yi accepted Guo Yi's video invitation even though he was a little scared. The video call was picked up, and the picture of the mobile phone turned into Rong Yi's extremely beautiful little face. Guo Yi's face finally improved a little. However, the deep black eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of the hotel background behind Rong Yi, and a trace of imperceptible emotions flashed. It seems to be inadvertently mentioned, aren't you working? Why does the background look like you are in a hotel? Guo Yi's dark eyes stared straight at Rong Yi's face without blinking, trying to see something from Rong Yi's little face. As expected, Rong Yi's fox eyes were slightly low, trying to avoid the eyes of Guo Yi. The more Rong Yi was like this, the more Guo Yi felt haunted. What's the matter? Why don't you say anything? Guo Yejing's cold and hoarse voice came from the receiver. Although his face did not change at all, Rong Yi still heard a trace of displeasure from his tone. Rong said that she was not good at disguising herself in front of him, so she simply told him the purpose of her coming. It doesn't matter what Guo Yi thinks. He just broke the jar and fell. Well, I'll tell the truth. Rong Yi closed his eyes and said softly, in fact, I'm also in Country M now. Tonight in the art hall of Country M, there is a fashion show for me to go. When Guo Yi heard Rong Yi's words, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He never thought that Rong Yi would come to Country M. But one thing he can be sure of now is that his speculations just now are all wrong. This recognition made Guo Yi inexplicably happy. Which hotel are you in now? Rong Yi was stunned when asked and said in a daze that the International Hotel was next to the art hall. Guo Yi thought for a while that it was not far from the hotel he was living in now, about 20 minutes by car. So Guo Yi whispered, wait for me in the hotel, and I'll be right there. Before Rong Yi came back to his senses, Guo Yi had already hung up the phone. I don't have time for Rong Yi to say a word. Rong Yi looked at the darkened mobile phone screen in her hand and blinked blankly. Guo Yi is coming to her. She hasn't said anything yet. Originally, I wanted to tell Guo Yi on my mobile phone that she would make the final appearance in tonight's show. I asked him what time he would finish work and if he could come and have a look. Who knew that he would come to find her when he heard that she was in Country M? This is more or less different from what Rong Yi thought. However, when she thought back, she was quite happy. Since Guo Yi came to see her, she told him in person that it happened to do more with less effort to chapter 38 thumb kiss. 20 minutes away, it was forcibly compressed to 10 minutes by Guo Yi. Dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Rong Yi tidied up his clothes in front of the mirror before running to open the door. Come on to Rong Yi stretched out his hand to open the door, and standing outside the door was Guo Yi with an excellent figure. There was a beautiful arc on his lips, and his voice was soft and charming. Mr. Guo came so fast to Guo Yi didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He stretched out his long legs and stepped into the door. He changed into slippers before saying, afraid you would wait too long. Guo Yi said as he unbuttoned the collar, and then walked into the living room. Rong Yi looked at his back, raised the corners of his lips slightly, closed the door and followed him in. I thought Guo always couldn't wait to see me. Guo Yi sat lazily on the sofa, put one hand on the sofa, and hooked his lips to Rong Yi and said, maybe. Guo Yi's answer came to his ear. Rong Yi smiled and turned to the bar to pour a cup of lemon black tea for Guo Yi. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Guo. With that, the white hand took the cup and sent it to Guo Yi. When Guo Yi reached out and took it, Rong Yi's fingers gently scratched his palm as if they were flirting. The feeling of crispness has been spreading to the bottom of my heart. Guo Yi's eyes darkened, and he silently took a sip of tea handed over by Rong Yi. Rong Yi hooked his lips and said, Mr. Guo is not afraid that I will put medicine in the cup and plot against you. Guo Yi held the water cup, stroked the edge of the cup with his fingertips, and said with a free expression, then I can only admit it. Besides, it's never a man who suffers a disadvantage in this kind of thing. Guo Yi was telling the truth. Originally, he wanted to tease Guo Yi, but he didn't expect to be rebelled again. Rong sat down on the sofa in discouragement, casually grabbed the pillow beside him and pouted his lips. It seems that Guo always wants this kind of thing to happen. Guo Yi smiled and retorted, I didn't say that. Rong Yi turned his head and hummed. Guo Yi looked at her delicate appearance and gently opened his lips and said, this kind of thing can only happen to you, and others will not have this opportunity. Rong Yi took a sip of the water in the cup arrogantly. Don't think that Mr. Guo would believe it. Having said that, Rong Yi's attitude has softened. Of course, Guo Yi could hear it and said with a smile, so what else do you want? Do you need me to prove it with practical actions? When Rong Yi heard the words, he looked at Guo Yi's eyes and said provocatively, let's see if Mr. Guo dared. Guo Yi pressed his teeth, and the emotion in his dark eyes was not clear. Does this woman think he dares not? There is really nothing in the world that Guo Yi dares not do. Guo Yi got up, stood in front of Rong Yi and bent down. He put his hands on both sides of the sofa where Rong Yi was sitting, and locked Rong Yi firmly in his arms. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. The deep and mysterious black eyes met Rong Yi's bright fox eyes. Under Rong Yi's gaze, he gently pressed his thumb on Rong Yi's red lips, and then the thin lips were gently printed on it. Rong Yi felt the cool touch on his lips and the breath close to Guo Yi, and his heart kept beating. He could only open his eyes and stare at Guo Yi's beautiful eyebrows blankly. A moment later, Guo Yi withdrew his lips and looked at her with a smile in his black eyes. His thumb rubbed her red lips ambiguously and gently. What about this time? Listening to the man's magnetic and hoarse voice, Rong Yi's ears blushed. She really didn't expect Guo Yi to really kiss. Although it was through his fingers, his action was real. Rong Yi shook his long eyelashes slightly and muttered, kiss you can kiss if you want to kiss. He also separated his fingers, which made people feel painless and itchy. Guo Yi laughed helplessly when he heard it. She usually looked quite smart. Why did she get stupid now? They don't know each other now. If they really kiss each other, won't he be forced to kiss? No matter what, he has to have a reputation. Besides, he won't be polite about his welfare. At that time, I'm afraid the goblin can't stand it. He stretched out his finger and flicked Rong Yi's white forehead in a gentle tone. Do you know how lethal this sentence is to me? Rong Yi covered his forehead and said coquettishly, why did he still move his hand? Guo Yi didn't hurt when he played it. He held back his strength and said, it depends on whether you have a long memory. Rong Yi said resentfully that I was telling the truth. Then I won't be polite next time. Guo Yi withdrew his hands and sat back in his original position. The cold smell of cedar belonging to Guo Yi's body withdrew, which made Rong Yi's heart empty and lost a sense of security. Rong Yi adjusted his posture and drank the cold water on the table to cool down for himself. Isn't she going to invite Guo Yi to see her show? How did things develop into what they are now? Being so contrited, Rong Yi almost forgot the main thing. Mr. Guo, can you come to see the show tonight? Turn round and look. Yi originally wanted to stay for a while and leave, because he still had something to deal with at night. I didn't know that Rong Yi was going to walk the show tonight. At this moment, listening to Rong Yi's words, Guo Yi can't guarantee that he will definitely go, but he will deal with the matter as soon as possible. What time is the show in the evening? It starts at 9 o'clock. Are you the finale? Rong Yi nodded and appeared as the finale. She would probably come out around 11 o'clock. I will try my best to go there. Rong Yi knew that this was the maximum Guo Yi could guarantee, so he took out a black silver invitation from his bag and handed it to Guo Yi. This is the invitation to the show. Mr. Guo can take this invitation and go in at that time. Guo Yi took a look at it calmly and found that the invitation was a little familiar. It seems that Zhou Ye gave him several invitations, one of them. Because of Guo Yi's reputation abroad, G&Y magazine is also famous overseas. After learning that Guo Yi came to Country M on a business trip, those major shows and brand events that received the news sent their own invitations, one after another. However, Guo Yi didn't have time to participate in those activities, so he asked Zhou Ye to push them all. Unexpectedly, the invitation came to him again. At all. Guo Yi played with the invitation in his hand, looked up at Rong Yi and said, and behaved well at night. This still needs Mr. Guo to say to even if Guo Yi doesn't say it, she will definitely finish every show well. The name Catwalk Goblin is not for nothing. Guo Yi hooked his lips. I'm too talkative. I forgot that Miss Rong is a famous supermodel, and her business ability is naturally out of the question. Rong Yi's delicate red lips evoked a smile. It was really a little flattered to be praised by Mr. Guo like this. To Guo Yi laughed when he heard the voice, and it seems that I will say it often in the future. If you say it often, you won't be so much. This kind of praise is still credible if you listen to it occasionally. If you say too much, the credibility will not be strong. Guo Yi laughed. Are you so not confident in your ability? Of course, she is very confident, but listening to too much praise will prevent her progress. She needs to be stimulated. Chapter 39 Catwalk. The front foot sent Guo Yi away, and the back foot Su Ying and Guo Guo came back from outside. Su Ying Yu Guang caught a glimpse of the 2 cups of tea on the table and asked inadvertently, has anyone been here? Rong Yi nodded, stood up and stretched out. Well, it was Guo Yi who came over. Guo Guo poked his head out and said, Mr. Guo, is Mr. Guo also on a business trip to Country M? What a coincidence. I didn't expect Mr. Guo to be in Country M. Then you can ask Mr. Guo to come to see your catwalk. Rong Yi smiled and said, I've already told you, sister. Su Ying sat on the sofa and said, isn't Mr. Guo here to work in Country M specifically? Do you have time to watch the fashion show? He said he would try his best to come over. When Guo Guo heard this, he immediately said with starry eyes, wow, it's so romantic to for the sake of the person in his heart, Mr. Guo will definitely catch up. Rong Yi couldn't help laughing and said, why, Guo Guo, you believe him so much? Guo Guo said for sure, Mr. Guo said as much as possible, which should be certain. What's more, I'm a CP fan of your too. Of course, I have to stand up to Mr. Guo, shouldn't you stand on my side? Rong Yi said to her with a smile. Guo Guo realized that something was wrong and smiled flatteringly. Hee, both of you stood up to. After saying that, he immediately picked up the dried fruit on the table and stuffed his mouth, afraid that she would say something. Su Ying looked at the 2 of them and shook her head helplessly. Well, stop it. Get ready to go to the art hall. When Su Ying spoke, Guo Guo and Rong Yi stopped making trouble. At 9 p.m., the fashion show opened on time. Models are on the stage one after another. As the saying goes, 1 minute on the stage, 10 years off the stage. Even if it's just a few minutes, they put in places that others can't see. Day after day practice is to ensure that they can never make mistakes when they take the stage. Rong Yi is the senior of this model. She has worked hard in the modeling circle for 10 years. In the past 10 years, she has gone from a little transparent to the world step by step, becoming one of the internationally renowned supermodels. Of course, Rong Yi appeared as the finale, and enjoyed a separate dressing room and changing room. The models waiting outside actually want to take photos with Rongyi. Many of them are fans of Rongyi and take her as a role model. But they were afraid of disturbing Rongyi, so no one knocked on the door of Rongyi's dressing room. Rongyi closed her eyes and was smeared on her face by the makeup artist. Although So-ying is her agent, she also wants to socialize in front, and Guoguo is by Rongyi's side in the backstage. The catwalk was going on in an orderly manner. It seemed that Rongyi was about to appear, but he still didn't receive any news from Guoyi. The staff in front came to the backstage to urge, and Guoguo said to the sitting Rongyi, "Sister, it's time for you to appear." Rongyi put down the mobile phone in his hand, picked up his skirt and said, "Let's go." Zhou Ye raised the speed of the car to the extreme and drove a car into a sports car. Even so, the master behind him was still not satisfied. His black eyes looked at the watch frequently and told Zhou Ye in a cold voice to hurry up. Zhou Ye held the steering wheel in unspeakable pain. "Master, this is already the fastest." He didn't understand why Guoyi was so anxious to go to see the fashion show. Obviously, when he gave Guoyi an invitation letter last time, Guoyi ordered him to deal with it, and it was clear that he did not intend to go. "I don't know why it will go there again, so I gave several percentage points to Country M. When he came, Guoyi looked like he didn't want me to let go of anything. As a result, before a few rounds, Guoyi gave up 3 percentage points so that they could sign the contract as soon as possible. As soon as the partner heard that the net profit was 3 percentage points, he immediately signed the contract. This is cheap and not profitable. They inquired about Guoyi himself before, who was very unruly, and it was difficult to take advantage of him. They really didn't expect it to be so easy, which made them wonder if the information was wrong. Zhou Ye was about to vomit blood at that time. The old man said he would give in. "Can you stand still a little and make it clear that he is going to send money?" In the end, the partner was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. As soon as the contract was signed, Guoyi asked Zhou Ye to drive to the art hall quickly. Zhou Ye thought for a moment that the art hall was not going to hold a fashion week tonight. He didn't want to go before, but now he couldn't wait to fly there immediately. After thinking about it, Zhou Ye didn't understand. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Could it be that person will also walk here tonight? The more he thinks about it, the more likely it is. Otherwise, Zhou Ye really can't think of who has such a great charm that he can make this man sacrifice his own interests. Near 11 o'clock, Guoyi arrived at the art hall. Before Zhou Ye parked the car, he had already pushed the door to get out of the car and walked quickly into the hall. Zhou Ye was stunned by the speed. Rongyi put on a chest skirt. The fabric is made of shiny dark glass water satin, which looks full of mystery and fluidity, and there is an elegant luster flowing under the light from every angle. She half-tied her long hair, and her delicate and charming face was lightly put on light makeup. She was not noisy, but her appearance was too high, and her face and the skirt on her body reflected each other. When Guoyi stepped into the dark show, he saw such a picture. The woman's slender and fair arms were exposed, and her slender collarbone was obvious. Her fingers slightly raised her skirt. She raised her red lips elegantly and confidently. She stepped on high heels and came out from behind. She walked steadily on the white catwalk, slowly and calmly. Guoyi looked at Rongyi not far away and was stunned. Her every smile was reflected in his eyes and deeply engraved in his mind. Rongyi had a standard business smile on his face, until his fox eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of Guoyi, who was standing not far away. His lips stiffened at first, and then a charming smile bloomed. As the final appearance, Rongyi's ability to control the field is needless to say. As soon as she came out, the eyes of the whole audience fell on her, either attracted by her appearance or by the skirt on her body. Walking at the front end of the catwalk, Rongyi raised his red lips, raised his hand and put it to his lips, and made a flying kiss in the direction of Guoyi. Outsiders can't see it, because there are also models who design their own small movements on the catwalk, and flying kisses are a very common one, and they don't doubt anything. But Guoyi stared at the woman on the catch and blatantly did this action to him. His thin lips suddenly raised a smile, which did not dissipate for a long time. Rongyi compared his heart to the camera. It was really taken care of by both sides, and then he fell from the other side. After the end, all the models in the audience had to return to show their clothes again. After going around the catwalk, they left one after another. Guoyi saw that Rongyi went to the backstage and thought that she still had to change her clothes, so he sent her a message first, telling her that he was waiting for her in the lobby. Let her take her time. Don't worry. Chapter 40. Do I still need to leave the door for you tonight? Rongyi walked to the backstage with her skirt, and her work ended perfectly. Thinking of Guoyi's arrival when she appeared, her raised lips had never fallen. Sister, why are you so happy? Guoguo can't figure it out. After the usual work, Rongyi just wants to change his clothes quickly and go back to the hotel to rest. It's really rare to be so happy like today. Guoguo didn't see Guoyi's figure, so she didn't understand why Rongyi was so happy. But Su Ying clearly saw Guoyi in the audience in front of her. Why else? Of course, the person she longed for came over. Su Ying came over from the front and teased Rongyi. Guo Guo was clear when he heard the words. I said why my sister was so unusual. Rong Yi stretched out his hand and pinched Guo Guo's round little face. Well, you actually made fun of your sister. Guo Guo stuck out his tongue and blinked his eyes mischievously. If I don't tell you, you don't understand. To Rong Yi looks so taboo. Rong Yi went back to his changing room, changed the expensive dress on his body into his private clothes, gave the skirt in his hand to Guo Guo, and asked Guo Guo to give it to the staff who came to collect it later. Okay. Rong Yi picked up the bag, put on a mask, said hello to Su Ying, and wanted to find Guo Yi. Seeing that she was fully equipped, Su Ying said with a smile, do you still need to leave a door for you tonight? Rong Yi's ears were hot, and a trace of suspicious red floated on her face. She said in a delicate voice, what are you talking about, Sister Ying? They are not doing yet. Of course, they go back to their respective hotels to sleep. Su Ying pointed to the time on her watch and reminded her that it's past 11 o'clock now. Are you sure you can come back? Anyway, Su Ying thinks that she may not come back tonight. With the person you like, time flies like a white foal. Hearing Su Ying's words, Rong Yi hesitated for a moment and hesitated, then, don't leave me a door. Su Ying immediately looked at her with a joking look of I know. Rong Yi was uncomfortable by her, found a reason, and immediately slipped away. Not yet walking out of the gate of the art hall, as soon as I walked into the lobby of the art hall, I received a call from Gu Yi. Hello? Where are you? The man's clear and low voice sounded in his ear, looking back. Rong Yi turned his head and looked back to see Gu Yi holding his mobile phone, standing less than 10 meters behind her. Rong Yi's lips instantly raised a beautiful curve, and he trotted to Gu Yi in high heels. Where have you been? Why didn't I see you just now? Gu Yi looked down at the little woman and hooked her lips. There were many people in the backstage, thinking of waiting for you in the lobby. All right. Rong Yi gave Qian Qian 8 points for this answer. Should I take Miss Rong to dinner to celebrate the perfect end of work, or find a place to have fun? When Rong Yi heard Gu Yi's proposal, he wholeheartedly agreed with the first suggestion. She has been working until now, and her stomach is almost flat. She urgently needs energy to replenish her body. If it weren't for the sake of seeing Gu Yi, she would drag herself back to the hotel to order takeaway, and then take a shower and go to bed. But these are different in front of Gu Yi. Let's go to dinner. I'm starving to death. Seeing this, Gu Yi took Rong Yi to a Michelin restaurant. After sitting down, Gu Yi called the waiter to order. There were not many people eating at this time, and the dishes were served quickly. The first dish is salty and fragrant fermented milk rice pulp eagle beak tofu puree, with sour and spicy ice bamboo shoots rolls. The delicacy of hummus collides with the solidity of the crushed oats, and the sense of hierarchy comes out at once. The ice bamboo shoots are marinated in traditional Chinese style, with fried white sesame seeds and baked crispy burrito skin, which wraps the teeth and cheeks with fragrance, and the aftertaste is endless. The second dish is yellow mushroom snow ear green wheat kernel clear soup. Use shiitake mushrooms first. Apricot abalone mushrooms, tripe mushrooms, chicken matsutake mushrooms, etc. are used as auxiliary hanging soup, and then steamed with a large number of yellow mushrooms, which shows the ingenuity of cooking. The third dish is grilled white asparagus and grey tree mushrooms, and mixed with butter juice. The light and elegant preparation of the clear soup is laid in front of this dish, which makes people appetizing. The white asparagus is delicious and juicy, and the grey tree mushroom has a contrasting taste with a tender taste at the crunchy front end and the tail end. Supplemented with butter juice, it is more unique. The fourth dish is green onion flavored tender tofu with mushroom crisps. Tofu made of green onion juice and eggs mixed with soy milk, with a smooth mouth of eggs, drizzled with camellia oil, and the aroma is compelling. The 4 pieces of crispy skin at the top are mixed with various mushrooms and rice pulp after natural fermentation and drying. Then it is fried until golden and crispy. It tastes crispy but not greasy, and it is really delicious. The 5th dish is Brittany shortbread with vanilla ice cream. The golden cake is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a golden oily light, exuding a sweet taste. When you take a bite, it is crispy and soft, and the sweetness is moderate. Vanilla ice cream adds a strong milky fragrance and silky taste. This time, Rong Yi satisfied his appetite and shouted delicious food. It's delicious. It's worthy of being a Michelin restaurant. Rong Yi narrowed his fox eyes and said with satisfaction. Gu Yi's white fingers held a glass of champagne, tasted it slowly, and gently raised the corners of his lips. Didn't you find anything else? Other discoveries? Rong Yi looked down and saw a flash of light. He suddenly realized that these dishes were all vegetarian and made of vegetables. Gu Yi nodded, which was not too stupid. Rong Yi held back his impulse to roll his eyes. Can't you tell at a glance? Why don't you order meat? Rong Yi is actually a person who doesn't like meat, but in order to keep fit, he can only eat some lean meat occasionally. Gu Yi took a sip of champagne and said, didn't you say that it's easy to gain weight after eating late-night snacks at night? I specially brought you to this vegetable Michelin restaurant to guarantee that you won't gain weight. Rong Yi pinched the handle of the spoon and took a bite of ice cream and said, won't you eat ice cream? It's a calorie bomb. It's cool. There's no heat. Rong Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at him with disbelief. Guo Yi smiled and teased you. I told the chef that ice cream is made of low-fat cream. Rong Yi nodded with satisfaction. That's right. To Guo Yi slowly shook the wine glass in his hand, but smiled without a word. Rong Yi looked up at him with a little melted milky white ice cream on his lips. But Mr. Guo, don't you really want to eat some? Hearing the words, Guo Yi's eyes fixed on her lips. His dark eyes deepened and his voice was low. I'll eat later. I'm puzzled. I won't eat now. What should I eat later? Chapter 41 Minutes Sneak Attack. Guo Yi. Rong Yi was full of food and drink, and wiped the corners of his lips with a white tablecloth. What's Mr. Guo's next plan? Guo Yi put down his wine glass and said to her, what do you want to do? Has Mr. Guo finished his work? Rong Yi didn't respond to his words, but asked him another question. Tonight's work is over. Guo Yi's imagining is that he still has work tomorrow. Rong Yi then asked, when will Mr. Guo's work be completely finished? Guo Yi said in a lazy tone, 2 days later. Rong Yi nodded as if he had something to think about. Buzzing. Guo Yi's mobile phone vibrated twice. He stretched out his hand to pick up the mobile phone next to the wine glass and looked down. He suddenly said that he will take you to a fun place in 2 days. Rong Yi was interested and asked curiously, where is it? Keep it confidential. Rong Yi looked at him suspiciously. What else needs to be kept so secret? However, Rong Yi thought of something and said to Guo Yi, I don't know what other plans there are in the next few days. When I go back and ask Sister Yung, I will tell you whether it's okay or not. To Guo Yi, it's up to you. Rong Yi smiled, and her slender white fingers raised the wine beside her. The cup tilted in his direction and tilted his head slightly. Mr. Guo. To Guo Yi hooked his lips clearly and picked up the wine glass and touched her. Ding makes a pleasant sound, making people indulge in an intoxicating environment. After Guo Yi and Rong Yi finished their meal, it was very late. Rong Yi remembered what Su Ying said to her when she was about to leave, and felt a little hot on her face for a moment. Guo Yi lowered his eyes and raised his hand to look at his watch. It's not early. Let's take you back to the hotel. Huh? Rong Yi looked at him in surprise and said. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Rong Yi shook his head quickly and said, it's nothing. She couldn't tell Guo Yi that she was thinking about something inappropriate for children just now. Although she didn't want it to happen so soon, she heard Guo Yi say so calmly to send her back. Why is she a little upset? She is so unattractive to him. Rong Yi's face was a little unhappy. Guo Yi thought about it a little and knew that she was thinking about something in her little head. Guo Yi deliberately mocked her and said that she didn't want to go back to the hotel. Rong Yi looked up and found that there was still a joke in Guo Yi's eyes, that there was still time to take back. He pouted and retorted, I didn't have it. I just went back to the hotel to rest. Guo Yi's thin lips raised a bad smile. I thought Miss Rong wanted to stay with me all night. It seems that I misunderstood. Rong Yi was choked by his words and couldn't refute what he had said before. Ha ha. Guo always misunderstood. God knows how disobedient she said this sentence. In this way, Rong Yi was honestly sent back to the hotel by Guo Yi. Guo Yi looked sideways and looked at the co-pilot woman's unhappy appearance. He couldn't help laughing. She looked like she had been bullied. The thin lips are slightly open. If you want to leave in the future, I won't let you go. Hearing the words, Rong Yi raised her eyes and met his unkind eyes, which made her feel as if there was nothing to hide in front of him. What's more, the meaning of Guo Yi's words really makes people have to think about it. The man stretched out his hand and put it on the woman's palm-sided face and gently rubbed it twice with his thumb. He said in a low voice, go up obediently and be obedient. The man's gentle voice seems to be demagoguery, intoxicating and unable to extricate himself. Rong Yi's face turned slightly red. Maybe the wine just now gradually made her look more attractive. Rong Yi's voice is as soft as honey. Well, you should be safe on the road. Guo Yi reluctantly withdrew his hand and whispered, I see. Rong Yi's fox eyes seemed to look at Guo Yi shyly, and his little hand unfastened his seat belt. Before getting out of the car, he suddenly leaned over and kissed Guo Yi's side face unexpectedly. Then, Rong Yi immediately pushed the door and got out of the car without a trace of hesitation. Goodbye, Mr. Guo. To Guo Yi is indeed I was stunned by Rong Yi's sneak attack, and it was not until Rong Yi got out of the car. However, I only saw Rong Yi's slender fall back from the car window. Guo Yi touched his face with his fingers. As expected, his fingertips were dyed red. It's the lip print left by Rong Yi. A trace of a different emotion flashed in Guo Yi's black eyes, and then he turned his head to look at the hotel where Rong Yi was. I thought to himself that it seemed that matter would be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Otherwise, he really can't guarantee that he will let her leave so easily next time. On this side, Rong Yi walked back to the lobby of the hotel, with a blush on his face that had not yet dissipated. Rong Yi reached out and patted his slightly hot cheek, stroked his beating heart, trying to get it back on track. It's really hot-headed. Why did she come forward and kiss Guo Yi? That's all right. How will she face him next time? Guo Yi should not be the kind of scrupulous person, is he? Rong Yi shook his head. Forget it, don't think about it. The soldiers will block the water and cover the soil. Rong Yi walked to the door of the room and rang the doorbell. She didn't have a room card, so she could only ask Su Ying or Guo to open the door for her. I don't know if they are asleep now. Su Ying was busy all night today. When she returned to the hotel, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she went back to her room to sleep. And Guo didn't know what was going on. Obviously, he was very sleepy when he was in the show, but now he is suddenly no longer sleepy and not sleepy. After struggling for a long time, she decided to get up and have a late-night snack. Now, she is cooking instant noodles in the kitchen. Hearing the bell, Guo was still a little scared. Who else would ring the doorbell in the middle of the night? She didn't call anything. Guo didn't expect that Rong Yi came back because Su Ying told her that there was an 80% chance that Rong Yi would not come back tonight, so she didn't think about it. Guo walked to the door timidly and caught a glimpse of a disinfectant spray next to him. Hold it in your hand in case of emergency. I carefully opened the cat's eye and found that Rong Yi was standing at the door. With a sigh of relief, he quickly opened the door. Sister, why are you back? Rong Yi walked into the room, bent down and changed his slippers and said, it's not your sister, but who else? She straightened up and looked at the disinfectant spray in Guo's hand. She wondered, what are you doing with this in your hand? Guo patted his head and put the thing back in its original position. I'm holding this thing for self-defense. I thought there were bad guys outside. Rong Yi sat on the sofa and said to her with her head. Unexpectedly, Guo, you are quite cautious. Guo smiled and was about to speak. I saw Rong Yi sniffing the smell in the air, and then said, why is there a burning smell? Guo opened her eyes in an instant and said loudly, no. Her face. Chapter 42 Iced American Style. Guo came out with his instant noodles without tears, and said in a crying tone, sister, the noodles are sticky. Rong Yi looked at the black noodles in the fruit bowl and couldn't help laughing. It's okay. I'll order you something more delicious. Guo's moist eyes suddenly lit up, and her tone was surprised. Really? When did I lie to you, sister? After saying that, Rong Yi picked up his mobile phone and played drums for a while, and then handed it to Guo. You can order whatever you want. Don't be polite to me. Guo shouted, long live, and took over the mobile phone in Rong Yi's hand as if he got the treasure. At this time, Su Ying came out of the room in grey-striped pajamas, yawning and complaining, what are you doing? Rong Yi looked sideways at Su Ying and said, Guo wants to have a late-night snack. Sister Ying, would you like some? Give me some chicken soup noodles. Su Ying said unceremoniously. If they hadn't woken her up, she could have slept until dawn. Fortunately, Rong Yi just found a Chinese restaurant that was still open in the early morning, otherwise Guo really couldn't find the chicken soup noodles. Su Ying covered her mouth and yawned again and said, why are you back? When Rong Yi heard Su Ying's question, she said helplessly, Sister Ying, do you really think I won't come back? Su Ying nodded positively under Rong Yi's eyes. Guo and I said the same thing. Rong Yi had an epiphany. No wonder Guo was so scared just now. He didn't expect that she would come back at all. You overestimate me? Su Ying joked curiously, what's wrong? Mr. Guo didn't say that he would take you to other places to spend the world together. Guo raised his ears and looked like he was listening to gossip. Rong Yi was speechless by them. What should I say? Guo Yi didn't mean this at all. If you say it, will it look like she is very faceless? Don't think about it. Guo Yi took me to dinner and sent me back without saying anything else. Su Ying frowned and said in surprise, you shouldn't. She could see that Guo Yi was not boring to Rong Yi. On the contrary, he obviously liked Rong Yi very much. How could it be so easy to send her back? Su Ying really couldn't figure it out. Sure enough, the boss's idea is not what these mortals can speculate. Guo opened his mouth and asked an irrelevant question. Where did Mr. Guo take his sister to eat? Rong Yi, the Michelin restaurant next to the golden statue. Guo's eyes are full of longing. It must be delicious, right? Su Ying. Rong Yi. Su Ying held her forehead and said helplessly, Guo, are we off topic? Oh. Guo said in a daze. Su Ying sorted out her thoughts and said, maybe Guo always felt that she hadn't confessed to you yet, so it's not good to spend the night outside. At this point, Rong Yi has to think so. However, Rong Yi was not in a hurry to spend the night or something. Although she was very greedy for Guo Yi's body, she was not so urgent. But Su Ying felt that she was very urgent. Because there were few people ordering meals in the early morning, the food ordered by Rong Yi was soon delivered to the hotel. Guo put the skewers and 2 noodles on the table in the living room. The reason why I ordered 2 servings of noodles was that Rong Yi had just finished the meal. However, at this time, she still wants this kind of high-calorie thing. Rong Yi won't eat it anyway, unless she wants to go running at night. Guo held a string of grilled chicken wings in his hand and said, Sister, are you really not going to eat any more? Rong Yi just told her that the Michelin food she went to was full of vegetables, and Guogua was worried that Rong Yi was not full. I won't eat. You can eat. She is afraid of gaining weight. Su Ying sat cross-legged on the carpet, opened a pair of disposable chopsticks and said, it's better if she doesn't eat, she should gain weight after eating. Guogua stuck out her tongue. She forgot that Sister Ying was still there. Where Su Ying is, Rong Yi dares not eat too much, especially this kind of high-calorie food. Rong Yi hooked his lips and smiled, poured himself a glass of boiled water. Suddenly thinking of something, I asked Su Ying, Sister Ying, do I have any other work these 2 days? Su Ying ate noodles and is going to attend the opening event of a brand tomorrow, and there is no other job after that. Well, then she can go to play with Guo Yi. 2 days later, Guo Yi came to pick up Rong Yi at dawn in the morning. With his strong willpower, Rong Yi finally persuaded himself to get out of bed. Afraid that Guo Yi would wait downstairs for too long, he packed himself up and went downstairs with his oversized tote bag. The bag contains the clothes and toiletries she has changed these days. The night before, she told Su Ying and Guogua in advance that she was going out with Guo Yi today and might come back in 2 days, so that they could return to China in advance without waiting for her. For this reason, Rong Yi was sieged by the two of them again. Rong Yi walked with long legs and soon came to Guo Yi's car. Unlike in China, Guo Yi often rides the Cayenne driven by Zhou Yi. Today, he drives a black Bugatti supercar. Guo Yi was waiting for her in front of the car at this moment. When he saw her coming out of the hotel, he opened the door for her in a gentlemanly way. Miss Rong, please. Rong Yi sat in the co-pilot of the car, and it was difficult for Mr. Guo to wait for me. It's good that you know. Guo Yi smiled, put his hand on the car door, and looked down at her. Shall I compensate Mr. Guo later? I want double. Rong Yi's eyes were raised, his red lips were raised, and he listened to Mr. Guo Yi raised his thin lips, raised his hand to close the door, and went around to the other side to start the car. Black Bugatti was driving on the road. Rong Yi looked sideways at Guo Yi and asked, is the place we are going far away? Last night, Guo Yi only told her that he was going to a distant place for 2 days, asked her to bring what she needed, and come to the hotel to pick her up at 7 o'clock this morning, and didn't say anything else. No matter what Rong Yi asked, Guo Yi couldn't ask half a word. Guo Yi's big hand held the steering wheel, and his black eyes stared at the road ahead. Well, he arrived in about 2 hours. Rong Yi raised his eyebrows, then he was not in the urban area of Country M. There is breakfast in the storage room in front of you. You should put your stomach on your stomach first. Guo Yi knew that it was not easy for Rong Yi to get up so early. She must not have time for breakfast, so she prepared breakfast for her in advance. Rong Yi reached out and opened the square in front of her. Sure enough, there was a breakfast in it. Not only that, there was also a cup of iced Americano. She liked to drink American in the morning to relieve swelling. However, how did Guo Yi know about her habit? In fact, it is not difficult to find that several times before, they woke up in the morning and made video calls to Rong Yi. Each time, Rong Yi either had a cup of coffee next to him or held a cup in his hand. With Guo Yi's observation, I knew her preferences after a few times. Chapter 43 Resort Villa. Rong Yi took off the straw and took a sip, which was the taste she was familiar with. Has Mr. Guo had breakfast? Courtesy, Rong Yi also asked by the way. Unexpectedly, Guo Yi said that he didn't eat. Hearing the words, Rong Yi looked at him in surprise. She thought Guo Yi had breakfast. Rong Yi opened the food box in his hand, took out a piece of Osmonbus muffin from it and handed it to Guo Yi's mouth. Mr. Guo opened his mouth. Guo Yi looked ahead, and Yu Guang caught a glimpse of the woman's hand. When he opened his mouth to eat, he inadvertently sucked the woman's fingertips. Rong Yi said, Mr. Guo to Guo Yi looked innocent and puzzled. What's the matter? Now, Rong Yi couldn't say anything else. She didn't know that Guo Yi was a little cheeky. It's nothing. I just got to know Mr. Guo again. Hearing Rong Yi's words, Guo Yi hooked his lips and smiled. Why, don't you like it? Guo Yi's undisguised words came into Rong Yi's ears, and she didn't dodge anything. I only saw Rong Yi whispering generously, I like it. No matter what Guo Yi looks like, her feelings for Guo Yi will not change. The woman's gentle words slid over the tip of his heart like a feather, crisp and numb. Guo Yi couldn't tell what it felt like. After living for 30 years, he felt for the first time that he had completely fallen into the woman around him. Your throat is tight, but you are honest. I have always been honest with Mr. Guo too. It can be seen that Guo Yi's eyes and eyebrows are faintly smiling, showing Guo Yi's mood at this time. As Guo Yi said, the car drove for 2 hours to reach the destination. After arriving at the destination, Rong Yi finally knew where Guo Yi was going to take her. It's a big resort. Rong Yi's eyelashes moved, the villa. Guo Yi unfastened his seat belt, raised his hand to the steering wheel casually, and said to her, well, we will live here these 2 days. Rong Yi was in the car and looked up at the scenery outside. Guo Yi looked at her, probing her head and brain, and couldn't help but feel funny. If you want to see it, you can go down and have a look. If you have time, you can watch it. Rong Yi glared at him strangely. She was just a little curious. Let's go down. There are still people waiting for us. Rong Yi listened to the meaning of Guo Yi's words. It seems that they are not the only ones here these 2 days. He didn't ask who it was. Rong Yi obediently followed Guo Yi to the villa. After entering, a housekeeper received them and ordered others to take their luggage to the room and take them to the lobby in person. Before I arrived at the lobby, I faintly heard the conversation between a man and a woman in the corridor. The housekeeper took them to the door and went down. Rong Yi stepped in with Guo Yi's footsteps, and what caught his eye was the spacious sofa. A man and a woman were sitting on one side, but the distance between them was a little far away. The man on the sofa, seeing Guo Yi coming, said in a low voice, "You're late. The appointment is at 9 o'clock. How can I be late?" Only then did Rong Yi see the face of the man on the sofa. He wore the comfortable black casual clothes. The temperament was restrained and deep. The diamond watch exposed on the white wrist was even more expensive. The most eye-catching thing is his appearance. There is some sharpness in the deep eyebrows, the shallow in a double, the pupil color is high purity black, the lips are thin, and the curve is straight, which looks a little indifferent. And the woman sitting beside her is more familiar. Isn't this the beautiful woman she saw in the cafe at the airport a few days ago? The world is so small. I didn't expect that she would meet her again so soon. Guo Yi sat lazily on the sofa on the other side with Rong Yi, raised his watch and glanced at it. It's just past 9 o'clock, and there are only 2 more minutes. It's past 9 o'clock. The man's meaning is obvious. Guo Yi is late. Guo Yi pulled his lower lip and said, "Okay, what if I'm late?" Agreed. After returning to China, I will choose the car in your garage. The man poured a cup of tea carelessly. You know, the car in Guo Yi's garage, whatever pick out one, the price is not less than 10 million, not to mention some of Guo Yi's favorite, which he spent a lot of money to modify. As a result, the smile on Guo Yi's lips froze for a moment, but after a moment, Guo Yi opened his lips and said, "I will never break my word." I don't feel happy in his tone. The man seemed to realize this, and the corners of his mouth rippled slightly. Don't you want to introduce it? The man looked at Rong Yi beside Guo Yi and said, "Forgent." Guo Yi didn't introduce too much, thinking that when Rong Yi became his girlfriend, he would change his name to Zheng Yansheng. This is the president of Shangguan Group and the eldest son of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yao. The familiar name made Rong Yi raise his eyes and looked at Shangguan Yao a few more times. Not for anything else, it is precisely because the name Shangguan Yao is really familiar. Her friend Shangguan Yu is his own brother. Shangguan Yu also mentioned to her that he was a reserved and introverted elder brother, but Rong Yi only heard his voice and did not see him. Speaking of which, this is the first time she has seen Shangguan Yao. Hello. Rong Yi raised his red lips and said. The man's deep black eyes looked at Rong Yi's charming little face and glanced at Guo Yi again. Isn't this the supermodel? He may not know other people, but he knows Rong Yi quite well. Because Rong Yi often walks for the fashion show held by Shangguan Group, Shangguan Yao is no stranger to her. Withdrawing his gaze, Shangguan Yao whispered, "Hello." Thinking of something, Shangguan Yao and Guyi Rong Yi introduced that this was the second lady of the Nangong family, Nangong Wangye. Nangong Wangye curled the corners of her lips slightly, and her voice was clear. "Hello." Her eyebrows were clear, her eyes were like stars, and her face was cold and gorgeous. Just like that day, Raw's opinion of her, her long hair was black and straight behind her, making her skin more and more cold and white. Raw Yi responded and gave her a smile. She likes beautiful women the most. Guo Yi's eyebrows moved gently and raised his thin lips inexplicably. As far as he knows, it seems that Shangguan Group has recently reported that it is going to marry the Nangong family. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Yao went on vacation with the second lady of the Nangong family so soon. Guo Yi leaned lazily on the sofa and said to Shangguan Yao, "What to do later?" This resort villa is actually Shangguan Yao's industry in Country M. Guo Yi has invested some capital in it, and some individual shares are in his hands. If Shangguan Yao hadn't sent him a message and asked him to come and play, he would have almost forgotten the existence of this villa. Originally, he thought that Shangguan Yao sincerely invited him here, but now it seems that he may think too much of Shangguan Yao. Obviously, this guy was ordered to cultivate a relationship with Miss Nangong. He didn't want to be too embarrassed, so he called him here. He also specially told him that he could bring his girlfriend here. Chapter 44 Picking Strawberries. Hearing the words, Shangguan Yao narrowed his eyes and said, "The fruits in the orchard behind Zhuangzi are ripe. I will pick them later," which can be regarded as experiencing life. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, turned sideways and said to Rong Yi, "Do you want to go?" Rong Yi raised her eyes to look at Guo Yi and nodded gently. She really wanted to go. She had never been to the orchard except for picking strawberries. On one side, Nangong Wangye looked pale towards everything, as if nothing could stir her up the waves. Seeing that Rong Yi wanted to go, Guo Yi opened his mouth and said to Shangguan Yao, "Let's go and have a look." When Shangguan Yao saw this scene, he found it very interesting. Guo Yi has always been used to being arrogant and has never seen him obey a woman. It seems that this Guo Yi is not an ordinary person. The four of them sat together and drank tea for a while, and then went to the orchard to pick fruit. After arriving at the place, the housekeeper brought them for small baskets so that they could pick and put them in the basket. Guo Yi carried the basket, and it was very fresh all the way. A pair of agile fox eyes looked around. Guo Yi looked at her excited appearance and couldn't help raising his thin lips, and his black eyes had been watching her every move behind her. After entering the orchard, Guo Yi found that there were all kinds of fruits in the orchard, and there was a row of greenhouses growing fruits. There should be strawberries here, right? Guo Yi looked at the shed not far away and said, Shang Guanyao, yes, it's in the third shed over there. Looking along Shang Guanyao's line of sight, he found that it was the greenhouse that Guo Yi wanted to go to. So Guo Yi and Rong Yi went to the strawberry shed to pick strawberries. Shang Guanyao stayed and accompanied Nangong Wanyi to pick grapes. Nangong Wanyi walked into the vine shelf and stretched out her hand to reach for the crystal clear grapes on the vine. However, the vine frame is so high that Nangong Wanyi can only touch the bottom of the grape on tiptoe, and there is no way to pick it from the root. Shang Guanyao looked at the woman's trembling calf, stepped forward, raised his hand to pick the grapes above Nangong Wanyi's head, and put them in her basket. Nangong Wanyi's apricot eyes moved slightly. She looked at the grapes above being picked and looked back to say thank you to him. She never thought that the man was too close. As soon as she turned around, the tip of her upturned nose hit the man's hard chest. Nangong Wanyi snorted, and her white and tender hand touched her nose. I feel a little sore in front of my nose. Shang Guanyao was a little at a loss because of the situation in front of him. He didn't know that Nangong Wanyi would suddenly turn around. And he has never coaxed women. He has only seen Nangong Wanyi a few times, and he is not very familiar with him. Let him open his mouth to coax the woman in front of him. He really doesn't know how to say it to a relatively strange woman. Are you all right? Nangong Wanyi listened to the man's slightly apologetic voice and shook her head at him. I'm fine. There is a trace of softness in her cold voice. Anyway, she is also a spoiled Miss Tianjing. She really hurts a little when she bumps into her like this. Shang Guanyao looked down at the woman's moist apricot eyes and said in a low voice, taking his hand down for me to have a look. The man's words made Nangong Wanyi feel a little surprised, and then she was stunned. Shang Guanyao looked at the woman's stunned appearance at this moment, which was much cuter than her usual appearance. Slowing down, Shang Guanyao said again, let me see if your nose is red. Nangong Wanyi came back to her senses. Hearing his words, she hesitated to put down her hand. Shang Guanyao lowered his black eyes and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a small piece of red on the tip of the woman's nose. Nangong Wanyi's complexion is very fair. At this moment, the tip of her nose seems to be pink, which is so moving. Shang Guanyao was stunned for a moment. His throat rolled up and down, and his voice was hoarse, but a little red, which didn't get in the way. Nangong Wanyi was a little uncomposed by his undisguised gaze. She could only nod and walk to the other side with the basket. Shang Guanyao stood in place with his hands in his pockets, staring at her slender and graceful back, and fell into meditation. On this side, Guo Yi and Rong Yi bent down and walked into the strawberry shed. Rong Yi narrowed his fox eyes and looked at the bright red and shiny strawberries tied on the vine below. He was in a good mood, with a smile on his lips. Mr. Guo, look at the strawberries here that grow well to Guo Yi follows the reputation. It's really good. All of them are big and red, full and attractive. He bent down and took one casually to taste. It was quite sweet. Rong Yi watched Guo Yi eat one and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She also wanted to eat it. Guo Yi caught a glimpse of the woman's greedy appearance and secretly smiled in his heart. He bent down and reached out to pick another one, handed it to her lips, and opened his mouth. Rong Yi opened his small mouth and took a bite of the strawberry. It was really sweet and sour, and it was delicious. It's so sweet too. After Guo Yi ate the strawberry that the woman had bitten, he said seriously that it was quite sweet. Rong Yi looked at the man's movements and blushed slightly. Is this an indirect kiss? Guo Yi is becoming more and more wanton now. Rong Yi feels that now is his nature. The previous abstinence was all pretended. How can Mr. Guo eat what I have eaten? I want to take another bite. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and said in a somewhat arrogant and wanton voice, I'm willing. Rong Yi laughed, and Guo Yi's expression was quite funny. I grabbed strawberries with a weak woman to eat. Mr. Guo is not afraid of humiliating when he said it. I'll give it back to you. Guo Yi carried the basket and soon picked a basket of strawberries for her. That's enough. Rong Yi held a basket of strawberries, and there was a smile in his bright fox eyes. Mr. Guo really said that. I do what I say. Rong Yi picked strawberries for her with Guo Yi in one hand, and the other with his own empty basket in his hand. Let her experience the joy of picking strawberries anyway. Mr. Guo, can you help me hold it first? I also want to pick strawberries. Rong Yi blinked his fox eyes, and the basket full of strawberries in his hand had been handed to Guo Yi. Guo Yiyan took it and asked Rong Yi to carry her own basket to pick strawberries, while she followed her, eating strawberries in a basket from time to time. Not long after, Rong Yi's basket was filled with her. There was a smile on her face, her fox eyes bent, and there was a little starlight in her eyes. Let's go, Mr. Guo, let's pick other fruits. I have to say that this can make Rong Yi's fun come out. The more she picks it, the more she wants to pick it, and she can't stop. Guo Yi stood behind her with his lips hooked, holding her flot in his hand. He was happy to accompany her. As long as she wanted to, let alone pick fruit, he would also hold the stars in the sky in front of her. Chapter 45. Do you two live in the same room? After picking fruit, the four of them had a meal together in the restaurant. Eat the fruit after the meal, the fruit picked in the orchard just now. Then, Shang Guan Yao took them to the room to have a look. They took the elevator to the 4th floor, which was full of luxury suites. It's here. After Shang Guan Yao finished speaking, his eyes paused on Guo Yi and Rong Yi, and his eyebrows moved slightly. Then he joked at Guo Yi, do you two live in one room? Rong Yi's ears were hot. Fortunately, she didn't show anything on her face. She felt that her cheekiness was about to come out. But Guo Yi nodded thoughtfully, turned his head and asked Rong Yi in a low voice. What do you think? He felt very good about Shang Guan Yao's proposal, but he was afraid that Rong Yi could not hold it. Guo Yi identified a person and wanted to be with her all the time. He didn't want to waste time. Procrastination was not his style. As for the matter of confessing to Rong Yi, he has been preparing as soon as possible, and it depends on Zhou Yi's efficiency. Rong Yi glanced at him delicately. Fortunately, he dared to say that this was outside, and she also wanted to be good at the image. Regardless of the look of expectation in Guo Yi's eyes, Rong Yi smiled and said to Shang Guan Yao, it's better for two. One room. She is now afraid that Guo Yi can't control it. Why did you come to Country M? Guo Yi is like a peacock opening the screen. The message of courtship is emitted anytime and anywhere. Hearing Rong Yi's words, Shang Guan Yao glanced at Guo Yi unexpectedly. He thought that Guo Yi had taken down the person long ago, but it turned out that he hadn't. Of course, Guo Yi was right to see the sneer that flashed in Shang Guan Yao's eyes. His face turned black. How could Shang Guan Yao have the face to laugh at him? His own emotional problem has not been solved yet. Is he good at it? All right, let's have one room for each person. Shang Guan Yao has created opportunities for Guo Yi. If he didn't seize it himself, he couldn't blame him. Fortunately, Shang Guan Yao prepared 2 room cards in advance, but he didn't expect them to come into use. Here, this is your room card. If you need anything, just call the housekeeper. Shang Guan Yao handed the room card in his hand to the two. Then you should have a rest first. Remember to prepare for the hot spring in the evening. After saying that, Shang Guan Yao went down. Rong Yi pinched the room card in his hand and looked up at Guo Yi. His voice was soft and sweet. Mr. Guo, a suite is still not necessary. I'm afraid that I will sleepwalk to your room at night. Guo Yi hummed softly and said, I specialize in sleepwalking. Rong Yi raised his red lips. Why didn't I know that, Mr. Guo still has this special ability? There are still many things you don't know. In the future, there will be opportunities for you to discover slowly. Guo Yi said and narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and pinched Rong Yi's smooth face. Rong Yi said SH and raised his hand to remove Guo Yi's hand. She recently found that Guo Yi liked to pinch her face and did it at any time. In fact, there is another point that Rong Yi didn't notice, that is, she became more and more delicate in front of Guo Yi, like a delicate little woman. Mr. Guo, you are making my face bigger. How can I work in the future? Rong Yi stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Guo Yi's pinched cheek, and his tone was inevitably a little strange. Guo Yi raised his thin lips and smiled. How could he use so much strength? If he really tried hard, her delicate little face would not leave a mark. It's really coquettish. He likes it so much. It's also a ghost. It's not so exaggerated. Rong Yi curled his lips. Of course, the more times, it will become bigger. At that time, I will talk to someone. Guo Yi raised the corners of his lips, put his hands in his pockets and looked at her. Looking for me, I'll be in charge. Rong Yi squeezed his lips and smiled. It's almost the same to with Mr. Guo's words, I don't have to worry about it. Rong Yi waved the room card in Guo Yi's hand with a crisp voice. He would see Mr. Guo later. Guo Yi stood in place, watched the woman turn around and leave without hesitation, and raised the corners of his lips helplessly. After staying in the room for a few minutes, Guo Yi came out and went to the smoking room downstairs to smoke. I happened to meet Shang Guan Yao inside. He was sitting alone on the sofa with a lit cigarette in his hand and staring at a place, not knowing what he was thinking. Guo Yi stepped forward and sat down lazily opposite him. What was he thinking about? He was so distracted. Hearing the words, Shang Guan Yao's thoughts gradually returned to the cage. He narrowed his dark eyes and raised his hand to smoke a cigarette. The strong smell of nicotine filled his internal organs, making him forget a little troubles. It's nothing. Shang Guan Yao didn't want to say too much. But Guo Yi is not a fuel-saving lamp. How can Shangguan Yao dodge like this? He smiled in a low voice and said leisurely, for the sake of your fiancé. Shangguan Yao raised his eyes. He couldn't see what emotion was in the depths of his eyes, and he didn't make a sound. Guo Yi was clear. It seemed that it was for the marriage of the Shangguan group and the Nangong family. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lighted it. He tapped the edge of the table with his fingertips and said leisurely, "What do you think? Don't you want to get married?" Guo Yi has always rejected family marriage. It is better not to get married if he spends his whole life with a woman he doesn't love. In fact, if you think about it from another angle, it's quite comfortable to be alone. No one cares about it and no one asks. It's free and unrestrained. If he hadn't met the goblin, Guo Yi would have really thought so. But who knows, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Love came like this, and he can't resist. The charm of the goblin is too great. Hearing what Guo Yi said, Shangguan Yao was silent for a moment and slowly said, "I have no feelings for this kind of marriage. For me, whether to get married or not is just a matter of words. Anyway, he has to live a lifetime. There is no difference between more women and fewer women for him." The marriage between the Shangguan group and the Nangong family was decided by Shangguan Yao's grandfather a long time ago, which can be regarded as a baby kiss. The older generation attaches more importance to this kind of agreement and wants him to marry a woman of suitable age in the Nangong family. Well, the only suitable age for Shangguan Yao is the second lady of the Nangong family, Nangong Wanyo. They are only 1 year apart. This year, Nangong Wanyo just came back from studying abroad, and Mr. Shangguan couldn't wait to let him when the two met. Shangguan Yao hadn't seen each other yet. The old man was very satisfied and immediately recognized the granddaughter-in-law. Whatever they say, they should set a wedding date as soon as possible and choose a date to hold it. Chapter 46 Sexy Swimsuit. Marriage has always been a parent's order and matchmaker. There is no like or dislike. After marriage, it is already a good thing to respect each other like guests. As a friend, Guo Yi wants to let Shangguan Yao get his own happiness. He pulled his lower lip and said, "If you don't like Miss Nangor, you can beg the old man. You don't have to force you to be together, which will delay each other." Guo Yi has also heard a little about the marriage between the two families and knows something about it. Shangguan Yao's hand trembled gently, and the ash fell into the ashtray in front of him. He said in a low voice, "If only it was really that easy. It's not that he hasn't told the old man, but the old man is stubborn and doesn't listen to him at all." Shangguan Yao is not satisfied or dissatisfied with this marriage. In a word, he doesn't reject Nangong Wangye now. Guo Yesan raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "It seems that you can only obey the arrangement. When is the wedding date? I will definitely have a big gift at that time." Shangguan Yao glanced at him and said indifferently that in the middle of next month. The old man just asked someone to check the 8 characters of their birthdays 2 days ago, and he personally set this good day. It is estimated that the wedding invitations should be sent out one after another in the past few days. Guo Yi put one arm on the table, holding his smooth chin, and said with a faint smile, "The movement is really fast." Unexpectedly, the old man Shangguan moved so fast. It seems that he is in a hurry to be in the same hall. Shangguan Yao's expression did not change. He spit out smoke casually and changed the topic. "What about you? Are you moved?" Although Shangguan Yao did not name his surname, it was very clear who he was referring to. He looked relaxed, looked down and smiled carelessly, and moved thoroughly. It is difficult to hide the tenderness in the tone, as if Guo Yi will show a different softness to others when he thinks of her. Shangguan Yao looked at him leisurely. He thought that Guo Yi should like him a little, but when he heard his frank confession, he was still a little distracted. Unexpectedly, "You also fell on a woman one day." Hearing the joke in Shangguan Yao's words, Guo Yi smiled indifferently, not to mention others, he had never even thought about it before. "I haven't met her before. Otherwise, he may be married now, and maybe he has a son." Thinking of having a child with Rongyi, Guo Yi is looking forward to the process of creating a child. Shangguan Yao looked at him disdainfully. The smile on Guo Yi's face made him a little unhappy. "Does Rongyi attract you like this?" Shangguan Yao couldn't help but be curious when he saw his appearance. Rongyi is very beautiful, with snowy skin and dark hair, a charming and beautiful face. Those fox eyes are even more captivating and extremely seductive. She is tall and bumpy. It's a stunning appearance at first sight. However, Guo Yi has never seen such a woman. She is beautiful, sexy, cold, gentle, pure, etc., and there are many of them who are too tolerant. However, Guo Yi only fell in love with Rongyi, which really made Shangguan Yao uncomprehend. Guo Yi tapped his fingertips and fell into his thoughts. If you are moved, you like it, you will like it. How can there be so many reasons? If you have to ask him to say why he likes Rongyi. He thought that Rongyi was probably bolder than those women. When they first met, the undisguised in her eyes made him feel interesting. Later, in getting along with Rongyi, he slowly lost his heart, and his whole body fell on her. Shangguan Yao looked at Guo Yi thinking and laughed, and suddenly felt a little strange. Are men in love so scary? You don't have to be so happy. I didn't know what was wrong. Guo Yi came back to his senses, restrained the smile on his lips, and said to Shang Guanyao, you can't experience this feeling. Get along well with Miss Nangong. I'm waiting for your wedding invitation. Shang Guanyao. Why can't you open the pot? He just hoped that Nangong Wangyi would not be arrogant like other young ladies. However, at present, it seems that Nangong Wangyi's temper and character have made him a little more fond of her. I looked at Miss Ro's performance. You two should not be together yet. Mr. Guo, you'd better worry about yourself first. Shang Guanyao retorted unceremoniously and did not leave any affection for Guo Yi. Although we have been friends for so many years, when it's time to fight each other, we are not soft at all. The smile on Guo Yi's lips faded by 2 points, but he was not angry. Instead, he said, then don't bother the young master Shang Guan. I have my own arrangements. Shang Guanyao hooked his lips and said, then congratulations in advance. It's not early. Ask them to come out to soak in the hot spring. Guo Yi, let's call each wife. Shang Guanyao said that he entered the role quite quickly. Guo Yi came to the door of Ro Yi's room and raised his hand to knock on the door. Here we go. The woman's voice came from far to near. The next moment, Ro Yi opened the door inside. Mr. Guo, what's the matter? Guo Yi looked down at the woman and said, and went to soak in the hot spring. Okay, Mr. Guo, come in and wait for me. It will be ready soon. After saying that, Ro Yi turned around and walked to the room, leaving Guo Yi alone outside the door. Guo Yi looked at Ro Yi's hot appearance, hooked his lips in, and opened the door by the way. What are you doing? After Guo Yi went in, he sat lazily on the sofa in the living room, looking at Ro Yi's bedroom. In fact, Ro Yi was preparing the clothes to wear in the hot spring. Just now, while she was in her room, she called the front desk, by the way, to ask if she sold swimsuits or something. After all, if you want to soak in a hot spring, you have to show your arms and legs. Of course, Ro Yi wants to wear more beautiful clothes. When she came earlier, she didn't know where Guo Yi was going to take her, so she didn't prepare these. If she had told her in advance, she would have brought the sexiest bikini. It is guaranteed to make Guo Yi fascinated and dizzy but at this point, Ro Yi can only pin his hope in the front desk. I never thought that the villa really sells it here, because hot springs are one of the characteristics of this villa. Guests who come to visit will also soak in the hot spring to relax, so swimsuits are sold for guests. Ro immediately asked the front desk to send her a photo of the swimsuit, and she wanted to choose the sexiest one. If you don't look at it, you don't know. Ro Yi didn't expect that the swimsuits in this villa were all luxury brands. Ro Yi had one of them, but he didn't carry them with him. It can only be said that after all, it is a villa opened by the great prince of Shanghai. Everything must come according to the highest specifications, and it must not be bad. Ro agreed and directly asked for a pure lust-style black swimsuit and asked the front desk to deliver it to her room. Well, the front desk just sent it over. Before she could take a look, Guo Yi followed closely. Chapter 47 Soak in the Hot Spring. Ro Yi opened the box on the bed and took out the swimsuit inside and looked at it. Sure enough, it was lustful and hot, integrating pure lust and sexy. Guo Yi's words spread from the living room to the bedroom, and Ro Yi said to him loudly, no, Mr. Guo, I'll be fine right away. She needs to find a bag to pack it and change it later. Guo Yi, who was sitting in the living room, sensed something was wrong. He raised his eyebrows, got up and walked to the room where Ro Yi lived. Ro Yi was looking for the bag in the cloakroom. Naturally, he didn't see Guo Yi enter the bedroom. Guo Yi stepped in and saw the black sexy swimsuit on the bed at a glance. His black eyes darkened for a moment, and his steps walked uncontrollably towards the big bed, as if something was attracting him. The closer he got, the clearer the swimsuit became in Guo Yi's eyes, which made it difficult for him not to imagine the appearance of Ro Yi wearing it. After a few minutes, Ro Yi finally found something for a swimsuit in his bag. Walking back to the bedroom, he saw Guo Yi standing in front of her bed with a slender figure, looking at her big bed. Ro Yi said that he was not good. He stepped forward quickly in 2 or 3 steps and put his swimsuit into the box. Mr. Guo, why did you come in without saying a word? Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. The door was not closed, so I came in naturally. Who knew? I saw this. It really surprised him. It's okay if he doesn't mention this. Ro Yi can cover it up with another topic, just as if he doesn't know. But Guo Yi said it so proudly that Ro Yi couldn't change the topic. Originally, I wanted to give him a surprise, but now it's okay. She doesn't know whether there is a surprise or not. Anyway, she was quite scared. Guo Yi stepped forward and approached Ro Yi. He had to get up inch by inch. He leaned and put his thin lips next to her ear and said, Black, you must be very beautiful when you wear it. Ro Yi's face turned red and he hurriedly pushed Guo Yi out. Mr. Guo, you'd better go out and wait. Bang. The sound of closing the door is very loud. Guo Yi put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head slightly and smiled. This time, he had other expectations for the hot spring at night. After Ro Yi drove Guo Yi out, he fanned the wind with his hand, trying to blow away his rosy face. It's all Guo Yi's fault. If it weren't for him, her face wouldn't be so hot. Originally, she wanted to surprise him with it. Who knew that it would be so shameful to say it from his mouth? Guo Yi bit his lower lip gently and glanced at the box containing the swimsuit beside him. I bought it all. Why don't you wear it? Guo Yi packed all the things he needed to bring in a bag, opened the door and went out as if nothing had happened. At this time, Guo Yi was slowly drinking tea on the sofa in the living room. Are you willing to come out? Guo Yi cleared his throat, glanced at it with fox eyes, and muttered with red lips. After cleaning up, of course he was going to come out. Guo Yi raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was almost time. Let's go. Shang Guanyao should come and call us later. Okay. The place to soak in the hot spring is not far away, in the pavilion behind their accommodation. The hot springs here are all private baths. Shang Guanyao asked the housekeeper to give them 2 signs and ask for 2 soup baths. As a result, of course, men and men have sex together, and women. The plans of Rong Yi and Guo Yi obviously failed. Your bath is on the left, and we are on the right, changing clothes inside. Shang Guanyao said to the 2 of them. Nangong Wanyu nodded, turned to Rong Yi and said, then let's go in. Rong Yi said in response, okay. After saying that, Rong Yi raised his eyes and looked at Guo Yi, who was standing aside. Guo Yi smiled at her, reached out and shook the mobile phone in his hand, signaling Rong Yi to look at the mobile phone. After following Nangong Wanyu in, Rong Yi turned on his mobile phone and took a look. There is a new message from Guo Yi. GY, I don't have a chance this time. Wear it separately for me next time. Rong Yi raised his red lips and raised his hand to type on his mobile phone. Rose, received too. After replying to the message, Rong Yi put down her mobile phone and began to change into the swimsuit she brought. Nangong Wanyu has begun to change clothes. There is a separate changing room here, so you don't have to worry about embarrassment. The clothes and mobile phones were put in the storage cabinet by Rong Yi. Come out and get them later. Opening the door of the changing room, she saw Nangong Wanyu in a white swimsuit waiting for her outside. I have to say that Nangong Wanyu's body is slender. The white bikini-style swimsuit outlines her snow-like breasts, and her waist is soft and slender. A long black hair was pulled up tall and tied behind the head, revealing a fair swan neck, which made her noble and colder. He is worthy of being the gold of the Nangong family. It is really beautiful. Miss Nangong. Hearing the words, Nangong Wanyu looked back and saw that the woman was wearing a black sexy swimsuit. Under the slender jade neck, her white and seductive breasts were half exposed, her beautiful buttocks and thin waist, and her bumpy figure made people unable to take their eyes off. Just call me Wanyu. Miss Nangong is an outsider's name. Nangong Wanyu smiled brightly and touchingly, dispersing a trace of coldness of rejecting thousands of miles. Rong Yi smiled and said to Nangong Wanyu that there is still time to introduce herself. I am Rong Yi. Wanyu can call me by her nickname, Yi. Nangong Wanyu responded with a smile. She is familiar with the name. Moreover, Rong Yi's face is very recognizable among international supermodels. Nangong Wanyu has seen several of her shows and has a good impression of her. Then, let's go to the hot spring. Okay. Then, they stepped into the hot spring. The warm and smooth spring water soaked into the skin, the tight muscles relaxed, and the fatigue on the body disappeared without a trace. Rong Yi leaned back against the smooth rock platform and let out a sigh of great enjoyment. She hasn't bathed in such a comfortable hot spring for a long time, and her skin seems to be breathing. The lingering heat evaporated in the hot spring, making people's faces red and shiny. Nangong Wanyu closed her eyes relaxedly and enjoyed the comfort of this moment. Don't think about the things that bother her anymore. On the shelf in the hot spring, Shang Guanyao asked people to prepare fruits and red wine, which can be said to be very thoughtful. Rong Yi walked over and poured 2 glasses of red wine in his hand, and then handed a glass to Nangong Wanyu. How can you not get red wine when soaking in a hot spring, Wanyu? Rong Yi motioned her to continue. Nangong Wanyu opened her eyes, took it by words, hooked her lips and said, it seems that Yi's wine is good. When Rong Yi heard Nangong Wanyu's words, he smiled and occasionally drank a little. Since she fell asleep in his car after drinking with Guo Yi last time, Rong Yi no longer dared to say that her drinking was okay. I feel ashamed to say it out. Chapter 48 Business praises each other. Nangong Wanyu smiled and took a sip of the red wine in her hand. Rong Yi only took a small sip and didn't dare to drink more. How does it taste? Hearing Nangong Wanyu's words, Rong Yi tasted the taste. This wine is now a little warm, the fragrance is quite unique, and the taste is also very delicate. The red wine stayed in the steaming hot spring for a long time and became a little hot. Nangong Wanyu gently shook the glass in her hand, and the aroma of hot red wine was stronger. Rong Yi nodded clearly and turned his face to Nangong Wanyu and said, do you also like drinking red wine? I'm studying abroad. When I have nothing to do, I get together with my friends. Of course, red wine is indispensable. I think so. The second lady of the Nangong family should have been familiar with these things since she was a child. When Rong Yi heard that Nangong Wangye said that she was studying abroad, she asked, "Are you studying in M country?" "I only heard Nangong Wangye say that I don't study in country M. I study in country Y and have graduated this year." "What degree do you have now?" Nangong Wangye whispered, "Doctor." Rong Yi raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. There are indeed many people in the upper class who send their children to study abroad, which is called gold-plated. However, there are very few people like Nangong Wangye who have a doctorate. "I didn't expect that. Wangye, you don't look big, but you have already received a doctorate. It must be very hard." Rong Yi has a headache when it comes to studying. She must not be able to become a person who can read a lot of books and export chapters. Now, she prefers those with higher education. Nangong Wangye smiled when she heard the words. "It's okay. I used to think that studying was quite hard, but when I persisted, I felt that it was okay." "That's awesome." Rong Yi sincerely admires her. Nangong Wangye looked up and said, "You are also very powerful. You have become an internationally famous supermodel at a young age." When Rong Yi heard this, she was not very surprised. Many celebrities like to watch shows, and of course they are familiar with her. Is this a commercial boast? Nangong Wangye was amused by Rong Yi's humor, ha ha ha. Then, they have been chatting and spending time in the hot spring. Rong Yi and Nangong Wangye have a feeling of seeing each other as before, and the topic has never been interrupted. From the chat, Rong Yi found that Nangong Wangye was not as cold as she seemed on the surface. She was a very approachable woman, and it was easy to make people feel comfortable when getting along with her. Nangong Wangye asked Rong Yi a question that made her curious. "Are you and Go Yi boyfriend and girlfriend?" They really look very close to each other, but they don't look like a couple when they look closely, with a little more sense of proportion. Nangong Wangye asked this question. Rong Yi was not surprised. He raised his hand and took a sip of red wine and said that it was not true. She was a little confused. Is it a relationship above friends and less than lovers? Not waiting for Nangong Wangye to speak, Rong Yi opened his lips first and said, "But I like Go Yi." Rong Yi likes a person, never hides, and is very frank. Nangong Wangye was indeed a little surprised by Rong Yi's direct admission. "What about you? What's your relationship with the young master Shangguan? They don't look like friends." Nangong Wangye narrowed her eyes, raised her head and drank the red wine in her hand, and said in a light voice, "The family marriage." Rong Yi paused, and she said that they didn't look like friends or lovers, but a bit like strangers who had just met. "Sorry." Hearing Rong Yi's apology, Nangong Wangye curled her lips and smiled and said, "Why do you apologize?" Rong Yi whispered in words, "You should be unhappy. After all, it was a family marriage, and there should be no affection." Rong Yi was afraid that she would mention the sad thing of Nangong Wangye. "I can't say whether I'm happy or not. I knew there would be such a day. So when things come, it is not so difficult to accept. It's just that she doesn't know what to do when she lives with a stranger in the future." Nangong Wangye, "Anyway, I don't have anyone I like. It's the same with anyone. What's more, Shangguan Yao himself is not bad stall, and his appearance and family background are first class." She knew about Shangguan Yao's marriage with her for a long time. It was decided by the older generation. She couldn't resist, and she couldn't resist. It's better to persuade herself to accept it as soon as possible. She thought that Shangguan Yao should be the same as what she thought, but Nangong Wangye was not sure. That is, does Shangguan Yao have someone he likes? Rong Yi didn't expect Nangong Wangye to accept it so plainly. She didn't know what to say for a moment. "You." Nangong Wangye raised her lips and said, "Don't be so surprised. This kind of family marriage can't resist, and you can only compromise by yourself." Rong Yi thought that she was probably wrong. Nangong Wangye was not only approachable, but also more indifferent to see everything. Nangong Wangye suddenly remembered something and said to Rong Yi, "I happen to have a wedding in the middle of next month, and I still need a bridesmaid. Will you come?" Rong Yi is really not sure whether she has a work schedule in the middle of next month, so she can't give Nangong Wangye a positive answer now. "I'd love to be your bridesmaid, but I'll ask the agent if he has a work schedule when I go back, so that I can tell you then." Hearing the words, Nangong Wangye expressed her understanding. Rong Yi's work was special. If there was a work arrangement, she could find someone else. "It doesn't matter. I'm waiting for your news. Don't forget to tell me in advance." "Don't worry." Rong Yi raised the wine glass and gently touched Nangong Wangye's cup. After soaking in the hot spring, Shangguan Yao proposed to have outdoor barbecue in the yard of the villa, and the housekeeper had prepared all the ingredients. Neither of them objected, and the group went to the yard. Go Yi picked up a can of beer and said. Unexpectedly, the young master Shangguan had prepared this. Shangguan Yao glanced at the beer in Go Yi's hand and whispered that it should be prepared by the housekeeper. Go Yi didn't say a word. He opened the canned beer and took a sip. "I haven't had beer for a long time. The last time I drank it was when he was racing with his friends. A kind of malt aroma comes to the nose with the smell of wine, mellow and sweet, fresh and cool." Rong Yi looked at Go Yi and swallowed his head. The sexy throat knot rolled up and down, and was poked at once. The fox's eyes became bright and he stared at him without blinking. Guo Yi put down the beer in his hand casually and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Rong Yi's eyes. "Do you want to drink?" Rong Yi shook her head. She didn't want to drink beer, she just wanted to see him. Guo Yi raised his eyebrows and said with interest that he didn't want to drink beer, "So what do you want to do?" Guo Yi sat on Rong Yi's right hand, and the last sentence was almost said by Guo Yi close to Rong Yi's ear. Chapter 49. The night is beautiful, but it is less than 1/10,000th of Rong Yi. The ambiguous atmosphere between Guo Yi and Rong Yi did not escape the eyes of Nangong Wanyu. In particular, he already knows Rong Yi's feelings for Guo Yi. Now in the eyes of Nangong Wanyu, they are surrounded by pink filters. Rong Yi picked up the barbecue on the plate in front of him and fed it to Guo Yi's mouth. "I just want Mr. Guo to eat a piece of barbecue." Guo Yi opened his thin lips to eat, and a smile flashed in his dark eyes. Rong Yixing said. Fortunately, she quickly blocked Guo Yi's mouth. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that he will be able to say anything later. Shang Guan Yao sat beside Nangong Wanyu and looked at the two people opposite him coldly. "Do you want to be so boring? If you don't know, you think they are a couple. Did Guo Yi think they didn't exist?" Perhaps noticing Shang Guan Yao's unkind eyes, Guo Yi raised his eyes and met his eyes. The voice was low with a smile. "Why didn't Master Shang Guan eat?" Shang Guan Yao's face was slightly gloomy. Is Guo Yi showing off to him? "I'm not hungry." This is quite a bit of a gloomy taste. Guo Yi hooked his lips and smiled. "I thought Master Shang Guan was hungry." Shang Guan Yao raised his hand and took a sip of beer. He said to Guo Yi in a cold voice, "Mr. Guo, you'd better eat your own. Don't worry about others." Why didn't he notice that Guo Yi was so unpleasant before? Rong Yi's eyes raised slightly and listened to the conversation between the two of them. Nangong Wanyu also observed them silently. Although she didn't know Shang Guan Yao, she could feel his current unhappiness. She guessed that she probably didn't want to see the two people on the opposite side, scattering dog food just like her. Guo Yi was not angry when he heard Shang Guan Yao's words. He probably felt that Shang Guan Yao was jealous that he had a beautiful person by his side. After their experience, Rong Yi did not feed Guo Yi in public. I realized that this might make me angry. After a while, the two men had almost eaten, so they went aside to smoke and gentlemanly avoided the two women present. Rong Yi drank some red wine when he was soaking in the hot spring. Now, he is not too hungry. He only ate some vegetables with barbecue and some fruits. Seeing that Rong Yi ate so little, Nangong Wanyu couldn't help asking, "Yi, why don't you eat?" She tasted the barbecue and it was quite delicious. She didn't know what the dipping sauce was. It tasted very special. "Rong Yi, I'm not too hungry, and I have to control my diet and dare not eat too much." When Nangong Wanyu heard this, she looked at her sympathetically. She knew the pain of keeping fit. Seeing this, Rong Yi could only shake his head habitually. He had no choice but to be forced by work. If she gets fat when she goes back, So Ying won't let her eat. Rong Yi is the kind of person with a large skeleton. If she gets fat, it is easier to look strong, so So Ying will pay special attention to her weight. Nangong Wanyu expressed her understanding. "I also gained weight for a period of time before. Later, I was laughed at by my classmates, so I decided to lose weight, and then it became what I am now." Rong Yi raised his fox eyes and looked at Nangong Wanyu. He didn't expect that Nangong Wanyu could still experience such a thing to be laughed at. She also thought that children from such a famous family should not have anything unpleasant from childhood to adults. "You are so beautiful that you must look good even if you are fat." Rong Yi raised his red lips and said sincerely. Nangong Wanyu squeezed her lips and smiled, lowered her eyes and said no. At that time, she really had low self-esteem. Although her family was very powerful, her classmates would also talk secretly. Occasionally, she could still feel the unkind eyes from them when she walked on the road. I remember the most serious time was that in a physical education class, the teacher asked the girls to run 800 meters. Her physical strength could not keep up, and she was left far behind by her classmates, and she finally reached the finish line. I don't know where a foot was stretched out, tripping her, and she fell to the ground. My elbows and knees were broken, and there was a burning pain. With her sweaty face, she couldn't see clearly, but she could hear the wanton ridicule of her classmates from around her. Just then, a boy from the outside class passed the runway, pulled her up, and carried her to the infirmary. Since then, she has made up her mind to lose weight. After a semester, she finally changed from chubby to extremely slim. After that, the ridicule surrounding her seemed to dissipate unconsciously. What she received was countless praises and stunning glances. She also became the beauty of the school and became an unattainable cold beauty. Therefore, Nangong Wanyu doesn't like to show her truest side in front of outsiders, which gradually formed her current appearance. Rong Yi looked up at the night sky and found that the bright moon was in the sky tonight, with countless stars and dazzling stars all over the sky. "The night is so beautiful today." Hearing the words, Nangong Wanyu looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the night was intoxicating and the stars were shining. Yes. I haven't seen such a beautiful starry sky for a long time. When Rong Yi and Nangong Wangye enjoyed the scenery of the night sky together, Guo Yi and Shang Guanyao came back not far away after smoking. What are you looking at? Guo Yi sat beside Rong Yi and naturally put his hand on the chair behind Rong Yi. Rong Yi turned his eyes and curled his lips to Guo Yi and said, "Look at the starry sky. Mr. Guo, take a look, isn't it very beautiful?" Guo Yi looked at Rong Yi with his eyes closed and whispered, "Well, it's beautiful." Although the night sky was beautiful, he felt that it was less than 1/10th of what he wanted. Rong Yi didn't look at Guo Yi's eyes at this time. Instead of looking at the night sky, he looked at her side face. She thought that Guo Yi agreed with her words, hooked her lips and smiled, and instantly fragrant. Nangong Wangye caught a glimpse of Guo Yi's expression at this time, and then smiled secretly. Maybe it won't be long before she congratulated Rong Yi for getting what she wanted. A cool breeze blew, and Nangong Wangye raised her hand and rubbed her arm. "When I came out of the hot spring just now, I felt a little hot, so I didn't wear very thick clothes. I didn't expect that there would be wind at night, and it was quite cool." Nangong Wangye sucked her nose and was about to get up and go back to the room to put on a dress. The next second, a coat with the smell of cold cologne was put on Nangong Wangye's body. Nangong Wangye subconsciously looked back and saw Shang Guanyao standing behind her. The coat on his body was what he took off and put on her. Nangong Wangye wanted to return the coat to Shang Guanyao, but she still had time to open her mouth. Shang Guanyao seemed to see through her action in the next second, and said in a light voice, "Wear it, don't catch a cold." Just now, he saw that Nangong Wangye had been catching up her clothes. Now the wind is so cool at night, and she still wears so little. Do all women want demeanor and not warmth? Chapter 50. Yu and Miss Rong are on the hot search. Nangong Wangye didn't know how to answer for a moment. Shang Guanyao's expression was so serious that she had to put on his coat. She doesn't know much about Shang Guanyao. I don't know if he is also so silent in his daily life. However, this is also good. At least she doesn't have to worry about getting along with them. It's better to be able to get well and not violate the river after getting married. This is the most satisfactory result of Nangong Wangye. I just don't know if I can fulfill Nangong Wangye's wish at that time. Looking at Nangong Wangye honestly wearing his coat and no longer meant to take it off, Shang Guanyao's eyes withdrew from Nangong Wangye's body. This time, I went to Country M with Nangong Wangye, which was acquiesced by both the Shangguan family and the Nangong family. If Nangong Wangye goes back and catches a cold, it will be a big trouble for him. It will definitely be thought that he didn't take good care of Nangong Wangye outside, which caused her to get sick. He doesn't want to bear this kind of unnecessary blame, and he still has to stop this situation in advance. Otherwise, it will be him who will be taught a lesson. I played in the villa for 2 days and experienced all the special projects of the villa. Rong Yi and Guo Yi just boarded the return plane. Nangong Wangye and Shang Guanyao still have to go to the surrounding countries, go around, and wait until the wedding date is about to return to Kyoto. Originally, after marriage, I planned to take advantage of the honeymoon to let Nangong Wangye and Shang Guanyao cultivate their feelings. But the parents on both sides want them to be familiar with each other in advance, otherwise, wouldn't they be like two strangers when holding a wedding? Therefore, Nangong Wangye and Shang Guanyao, who were arranged throughout the whole process, had to listen to their parents' advice. After Rong Yi and Guo Yi got off the plane, Zhou Ye drove to pick them up. Guo Yi looked down at his watch and found that it was still early, so he said to Rong Yi, "Let's have a meal together and then send you back to C4 Haitung." Guo Yi didn't use an inquiring tone, but an affirmative tone. But Rong Yi said, "Mr. Guo, although I also want to have a meal with you, I really can't today. How about I treat Mr. Guo to dinner tomorrow?" Just now, Suying sent her a message saying that someone took a photo of Guo Yi and her on the plane and posted it on Weibo. In the photo, she leaned on Guo Yi's shoulder to sleep intimately, and Guo Yi gently brushed away the broken hair on her face. The picture was extremely seductive. But fortunately, Guo Yi's whole face was not photographed. However, the outline of the side face is also perfect and impeccable. The superior and straight nose bridge and clear jawline, and even the sexy raised throat knot are exposed. Rong Yi's Weibo has now been captured, and all of them are asking whether Rong Yi is in love. The object is Guo Yi, the demon who is so handsome that people and gods are angry in the photo. Guo Yi's photo has never appeared in front of the public, so many people have never seen Guo Yi and don't know his name. I didn't know that he was the founder of G&Y magazine, Guo Yi, the person in power of Guo's real estate. Guo Yi hasn't checked his mobile phone after getting off the plane, so he doesn't know the situation on the internet. Just then, Zhou Yi's mobile phone rang. The more Zhou opened the answer, and the more he listened, the more serious his face became. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ye immediately reported to Guo Yi, "Sir, it's not good. You and Miss Rong are on the hot search." Guo Yi frowned gently and whispered, "What?" Zhou Ye handed Guo Yi the iPad beside him, and asked him to check the current Weibo hot search. Guo Yi clicked on Weibo, and his slender fingers flipped through the screen, with 10 lines at a glance. Guo Yi bit the soft flesh in her lip, and her fox eyes kept looking at Guo Yi's face. She knew that Guo Yi did not like to be exposed to the public, so she just thought that she would go back to solve this matter as soon as possible. She paid money to buy the hot search. Who knew that Guo Yi knew that she didn't have time to withdraw the hot search? At this moment, Guo Yi looked at Guo Yi's serious expression, and gradually had a bad premonition in his heart. After reading the Weibo, Guo Yi found that there were more comments in Guo Yi's Weibo, basically asking about Guo Yi's feelings. He pondered for a moment and ordered Zhou Ye in a low voice to buy out the photos, ask people to remove the hot search, and buy a few new hot searches to put on it. He is afraid that these comments will affect Guo Yi's work. Therefore, we can only do this and put some other hot searches on the top. The public has a new topic. Naturally, they will not let go of this matter, and will slowly forget it in a short time. Guo Yi lowered his fox eyes, and his whole body looked depressed, and his voice was depressed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, I didn't know that I would be photographed by others." Guo Yi turned his eyes and fell on the woman next to him. Put away the sharp breath on his body just now and changed to the usual lazy appearance in front of Guo Yi. Guo Yi raised his thin lips angrily, raised his big palm and rubbed Guo Yi's hairy head. "I didn't expect that Guo Goblin still had a time to be depressed now. I haven't said anything yet. Why did you get out of it first, huh?" Guo Yi raised his fox eyes and looked at Guo Yi. He found that he had no other expression, and a pair of black eyes had the calmness of mastering everything. Guo Yi's heart calmly watched him let go. "I thought you would be angry. You have never appeared in public. I think you should not like it." Guo Yi stretched out her hand and flecked Guo Yi's white forehead. She was thinking about something in her head every day. "Oh, I don't disdain to post my photos on the internet. As long as my face can fascinate you. Do you want people on the internet to see my appearance, and you are not afraid that someone will seduce me?" When Guo Yi heard this, he laughed, and his whole demeanor returned to his previous gorgeous appearance. Guo Yi raised his red lips and said in a soft voice, "If Mr. Guo can be seduced by others, it means that my charm is not enough. I just didn't expect that Mr. Guo was so ambitious." Guo Yi knew that Guo Yi was making her happy, and she was certainly happy to accept it. The most important thing is Guo Yi's attitude, which makes her feel happy. Guo Yi raised his thin lips and smiled. "The pursuit is not big, just you." I have to say that Guo Yi made another golden sentence. Or, when it comes to flirting with girls, it still depends on Mr. Guo. Zhou Ye was stunned by the side. Didn't he urgently deal with the crisis just now? Why did it become what it is now in the blink of an eye? What a single dog to death. Zhou Yu said secretly that if he had half of Guo Yi's flirting skills, he would definitely find a girlfriend immediately. It's not so much that it's still single now. Sure enough, it must be Mr. Guo. Zhou Ye decided to prepare a notebook and a pen by his side in the future in case he would record Mr. Guo's quotations at any time.